girls went out on the last day of the heat yesterday, and there was definitely some bombs. And then she went out for a free surf in the evening around 6 o'clock, and you guys seen that thing go viral. She got a giant, beautiful green brackish pipe barrel, and it was beautiful. So Moana, she's in her comfort level, Moana Wong, and she's going to go for the gusto. What a great first wave under her belt. Good morning, Makua Rothman in the house. Everybody's here. Everybody's ready to play. You guys have the best surfers in the world here, pipe specialists, and we're going to go off. Replay of Moana's wave. Moana Wong pulls right underneath the lip in awesome pipe fashion. She's been working on her game real hard over the last years, and she is a frothy girl. I got to meet her and her husband yesterday, and man, let's watch Moana do her thing today.
5 minutes to spare.
Good morning, everybody. Super excited to be here over here at the Pipe House. Thank you, Volcom, for having us. Thank you, Hui. Thank you to all our sponsors. Keiki Bungalows, Hui Wax, Adam Corporation, Sinaloa, Aloha Salads, Body Armor, Kona Brewing, Hawaii, Monster Energy, Defend Hawaii. Thank you, Chris and the crew, for collaborating with Hui this year. Awesome shirts and everything. Oahu Golf Apparel, thank you so much. Himiku Organics, Kainui Kitchen, Konos Hawaii, Pupakea Grill, and Two Thumbs Tattoo, and good morning, Rocky Cannon.
Hey, so cool how the guy who lived the farthest away was the first guy here.
We all got kids now. I got stuck behind a bus, and I was like, oh, boy.
Yeah, I did the Friday morning shuffle, get one ready for first grade, make the lunch, everything. Take the 4-year-old down the road for the babysitting with mom and pa, and a little bit Sunset Beach school traffic, but made them before 8 o'clock.
How is that? You know, I've never...
The North Shore Shuffle. It's good fun.
Gotcha.
Glad to be here. Glad you guys are here. Mahalo to Surfline and Salt and Air Studios. Of course, the Hui 2022 Backdoor Shootout, day number 2.
Day number 2, right
at 8.
For
you guys keeping track at home.
Yes. We got an early start today, and the waves look amazing, Rock.
Yeah, we got to get it before it starts to taper off a little bit, and we've got swell upon swell upon swell.
That's what I'm hearing.
Stacking up for the next 5 or 6 days, so it should be, you know, some opportunities. Might possibly get too big for pipeline is what the forecast could be calling for, but we're going to get those cherry-picked times between that big swell to get some awesome days. And, you know, Surfline's been working with Mike Prickett and the Salt and Air Studio crew to possibly do some live free surf action too in the coming days for you guys to watch on Surfline with commentary from whoever will be here. Yours truly could be on tap for that, and obviously welcome you to join in too, Ezra.
Thank you, Rob.
Because Pipeline's fun to watch. It's even funner when you've got the commentary of the Peanut Gallery here at the Volcom House.
Roger that. So right before you got here, Moana got underneath a nice pipe wave, and right before we all left yesterday, I loitered for a little while, and you know, that wave went viral. Her evening wave, she broke one of her chili boards, her favorite boards, but darn, that wave was a beautiful wave of hers. I've been seeing all different angles of photos on Instagram of it, and yeah, she put in her time last night, and she got a beautiful one right at her start. And you are watching the WSL Wahine.
So we finished with the girls' historic performance yesterday, and now we start the day number 2 with the Wahine. There's Nate Florence over there getting ready. The Florence
in the morning zone.
Good morning, boo. This is why I like being down here. You get to see everybody hanging out. You feel like you're in the action, and everybody's going to pop in, say how's it, get ready for their heats, and talking to his Hanai brother over there, Eli Olson, had a sick 9.5 yesterday.
9.5, and that's, you know,
Good luck
sitting
today,
up
boys.
on the leaderboard along with that 10 and that 11 from Mr. Stack. So amazing surfing. These girls got amazing conditions.
Yeah, they ended our day yesterday, as we said, and then they get day number 2 cracking right off the bat. I think we're a little bit prior to 8 a.m. start, which is always nice to take advantage of what the day is going to be providing. And the sun just coming over the mountain behind us right now, lighting it up. Kaimana Henry makes his trip across the deck here and says, how's it? Good morning.
2016 winner.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a mega year.
Yeah.
Big, dark blue, beautiful backdoor. I remember that picture of him in there. And that was the year he had the singlet on, actually.
Right.
There was singlets
there were some years. You know, we talked about it yesterday. We've been kind of refining and adapting the criteria and the format to find the best possible format for the performance of the surfers, for the entertainment of the viewers, and the overall fairness of everybody's opportunity, too. So we've come to 2022 with this current format, which I think we're nailing it.
I love this format,
And, you know, starting in 1997, that's like 24 years ago. So it's been 24 years in the making, and it is the best it can be right now.
You get more.
Look at this bomb. It's still feathering on first reef, just cracking.
This is amazing, guys, from your drone
man,
shot.
You can feel the vibration of some of these waves.
Me and Rock are on
breaking
deck
on
side.
first reef.
Keala back at it again, isn't she?
She was looking over the ledge of a beast.
Yes, she was. Keala was just going yesterday at the last heat of the day. Any bomb that would come through, she would take it. This morning, Moana got the first wave, and these girls are surfing team against the boys. So, you know, teams like Hui Wax, Quiksilver, Snap 4, Volcom, Hui Japan, Team Florence, and Peruvian Tubos. They'll be coming up soon. Same like yesterday. Oh, I seen a bunch of frothy longboarders in the parking lot this morning. It was like pulling in at Misty Ehukai.
I seen Uncle Lance Okano first thing.
Oh, funny thing. I get out of my car. I move the cone. I go hug Micah DeSoto. Tell him, he tells me it's firing, and if they're running the longboard, I turn around, and somebody's putting my car into drive, trying to make like they're taking it. It's Uncle Lance Okano. But he slips it in neutral, hits the gas, and he was hit right there. But, man, I was running a little bit late.
The forever prankster.
Oh, prankster. You know him, Rock.
The original prankster.
But if I didn't notice, he would have been past pipeline, going down the lane, and I would have been late.
Chasing your car. Huh?
Yes, I would have been getting the hairy eyeball. But, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you made it.
I'm glad you did, too.
Live,
I see Isaiah Walker in the house.
We are all here ready to rock and roll.
Oh, I'm excited. Look how beautiful the conditions are today. Pipeline.
Yeah, once again, not a leaf moving on these coconut trees. It is like we're in a studio.
And it's calmed down, and I feel that the wave is just a little bit more defined, less wonk in it, huh?
Yeah, you know, still a lot of energy in this swell. That last set was bigger than I thought it would be this morning, you know, after leaving yesterday afternoon. And there were still some, you know, small kind bombs yesterday, but I thought overnight it might taper off quite a bit. But, man, we're waking up to still.
Lonnie's is big and wonky. There isn't anybody. So I was wondering, how did Sunset look to you on the way?
You know, I didn't even look because I was tailing, whoever I was behind today, but I was on their okole trying to get here by 8 o'clock and get to the desk and on the mic. So I was definitely had my blinders on and wasn't looking at the surf. I just knew it would be
the
pumping
morning
still.
drive. And let's just touch on
I
this.
didn't want to be even more late because of a rear-ender fender bender.
Oh, of course. But, even me doing all this driving, and I'm sure a lot of our spectators will agree, hey, when you cut somebody off or anything, acknowledge the driver behind you. A shaka goes so far.
Sure, shaka.
You
Say
know?
mahalo.
I know.
Say kalamai.
Lots going on
Sorry,
right now.
excuse me.
So that last one.
That's why I wanted to invent an electric bumper sticker, I call it. So you have, like, you know how the bus has that message across the back? You can have it on your tailgate or your back window and type in a message like, sorry, I'm late for work, and then just have it scrolling, and every time you go around somebody, like, hopefully they can see the message and the shaka. Like,
sorry, brother, I really ruined your day.
I'm headed to the airport, I'm going to miss my flight, or sorry, I'm late for work, and
I know.
Try to make them, and who knows? Somebody might invent that.
But there's no excuses
Somebody
for texting.
might invent that. We'll see. I'm going to throw out ideas like that all contest long.
But
free nuggets.
There is no excuse when you're texting, eating a breakfast sandwich, and crimping an eyelash. There's no excuse for that kind of driving. I am sorry.
Yeah, be careful out there, guys.
Yes, please. And if you guys are heading out to watch the Backdoor Shootout, please be respectable. Please don't come out here sick. And, let's just be pono all the way around, Watch out for one another. And be very respectful. You are watching the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and we are in the team division, Rock.
Yep, heat number 1. The Wahine are out there right now making history yesterday afternoon with Bethany Hamilton charging. Keala had some bombs. Moana Jones with her barrels.
Yeah.
And Bianca Valenti had a sick charging backhand
grab
rail.
With just mad style, I know.
With full bore,
courageous. I really wanted to see more from her, and that's why she's out here right now. The Backdoor Shootout is designed. You get to watch these athletes, and the athletes get to surf more than usual in another event. It's not like you go down in that round. They surf a few rounds, get their scores on the board.
As we sit here and just check out everybody around, as we watch actually in the water right now, I believe that's Moana Jones stalling and getting covered on that nice westerly extension, and I think that was Bethany that got hung up. And
up and down with the lip.
So hard to hear it pipe to get those last few strokes into that super steep face, and I can't even imagine how difficult it must be. Obviously, she is trying to do it with, single-handedly, literally.
Yeah.
And, man, I mean, it
so
takes
humbling.
Such brave nerve to be able to attempt these waves at pipe.
She was at deep pipe, and you seen her go down with that lid yesterday.
Right.
That was absolutely, and me and Isaiah Walker looked at each other, and she popped right up, back on her board, and she went back up and went into another one.
And looks like that is the same scenario right here.
Same scenario, Bethany Hamilton.
Took the licking and kept on ticking, and the waves that she made yesterday were just amazing late drops.
The real deal.
But, man, needless to say that she is so many people's hero because of her courage.
And look what we got here. We got some action, girls, so don't paddle in, paddle out.
Well, I was going to say, as you look around here, you got, it just feels like a reunion, seeing all the faces and characters that are here.
This yard.
You got Brother Lance over there, Uncle Dennis Pang over there, Koa Rothman here. You got all generations represented. You see some of them walking around with little ones against their chest.
Love it.
Nurturing the next generation. Just a beautiful scene here.
Oh, Rock, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Some beautiful pipe. We have a taker.
Keke.
Oh, in the house.
Late. Air dropping. That one just unloads with spit.
Literal tail drop.
Oh, man.
I've seen her land things like that. She goes gun-ho.
Something I did see on the news this morning is that there are city and county lifeguard tryouts this morning and tomorrow morning.
Where at?
At Ala Moana Beach Park.
Oh, I know that route. Okay.
Speaking of ocean safety and Hawaiian Water Patrol check-in on Keala after that gnarly wipeout you just saw on the replay screen, it is a very honorable and tough job that our lifeguards have. So I want to say mahalo to the City and County Ocean Safety Division, especially right
Big
here
time.
at Tower 27 at Rock Piles, Tower 26 at Ehukai, kind of having the focus centered on pipeline here on days like today. So mahalo to our lifeguards and, of course,
Yes.
Hawaiian Water Patrol.
And good luck to them
the best
today.
work in the business, and our good vibes are with you guys for the rest of this winter as you guys
yes.
watch over everybody each and every day here on the North Shore.
Even when they're
Mahalo.
off duty, they're always watching the water, you know?
Yeah.
True watermen. And I believe that thing at Ala Moana, sometimes even our veteran lifeguards got to retest sometimes. And
Oh
do
yeah,
that
no,
whole
it's
thing
a
again,
it's
yeah?
a yearly requalification for all lifeguards, but the new recruits will be trying out today. I think there's something like 50 to 60 triers,
That's awesome.
applicants today, and probably the same
And they
amount tomorrow. And
they-
then they pick like 15 of those to train over 5 weeks, and then they'll get their first days in the tower, in about 6 to 7 weeks.
Because all around our island, there is short staff.
Yeah,
East
totally.
side, west side, North Shore. We're going to get some new, fresh blood.
Check out that drone shot looking down at Pipe. Just the most infamous lineup in the world
Big
right
time.
there.
With 4 Mana Wahine, first time, in the Dahui Backdoor Shootout that females have a team, and this is just awesome. Bianca, Keala, Moana.
Bethany.
Yeah, and Bethany. Amazing.
Well, we're both sporting our Defend Hawaii brand
Rock,
new
these
Backdoor
shirts are
Shootout
amazing.
shirts.
Defend
And
Hawaii in collaboration.
I had a feeling we would all show up in them because we got them yesterday, and then we had our Oahu Golf apparel comfortable shirts on yesterday.
And their hats, amazing.
Right here is the same style as I had yesterday. I almost was going to sport it, but I didn't want you guys to think that I wore the same shirt twice and never wash them. So
Hey, so
I'll keep this one in the plastic right here, but so comfy.
Awesome
maybe you
stuff.
can switch them up, and you can take that one right there. Isaiah had the black floral style
The
yesterday,
Wahoo
and I
Golf,
had
check
the
'em out.
license plate style.
where can you get these, Rock? On
These
Dahui.com?
are, I think, either Dahui.com or Surfline.com.
Nice.
And the proceeds go to benefit the Hui Ohe'enalu Club, which it's not only a clothing brand and surf brand, the Hui, which has made that transition over the years, but the club is still around doing great events like the beach cleanup that happens in November here on the North Shore. They do an Easter egg hunt for the kids during that time of the year.
They give
and then
tons
the
of apparel to the west side.
Yeah, and a huge paddleboard race that is one of the largest in the world.
Largest in the world,
it takes
yes.
a lot to put these events on, so all of your purchases of these beautiful Defend Hawaii, the Hui Backdoor Shootout T-shirts are available. Check out surfline.com and dahui.com, and if you're watching on Surfline, there's links that
nice,
you can
gang.
find and make a purchase. Get a piece of iconic history apparel and support the great events that the club puts on throughout the year, which essentially are vital to our community.
Big time. The Hui Ohe'enalu, always going in our communities and helping out everyone.
And of course, all the lineups in Hawaii, if there's a member of the Hui surfing, there is some regulation going on, either with a friendly suggestion where you should be paddling out if you're in the way. Or
they know. We're raised around them.
You know, these days it is, I think, you know, a little more subtle and milder than it used to be when it was first started, and there had to be, you know, somebody in the lineup to regulate the free-for-all that sometimes would happen and put people in danger.
Oh, yes.
So there were recommendations and suggestions, if you will, that the Hui members will not be shame about and let you know when you're in the wrong spot.
Yeah,
like,
they're not asking you. They're going to tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is a way that the Hui Inalu has made our lineups safer and put a little bit of organization into something that is more like, more or less could, you know, slip into the free-for-all category, which that's how people get hurt.
Our surf culture goes into, you know, a professional sport. Of course, you're going to have those things, so you got to maintain it because there is all around the world in every sport disrespect, and everybody wants a piece. And you open up the floodgate.
It's like driving. If there weren't any signs and rules and lines to follow, you would be getting into all kinds of crashes and accidents. So the surf is no different. In the sense that there are no signs and regulations out there. So it takes individuals to educate the surfers that are either new to it or maybe not doing things as safe as they should or could. And it's just, you know,
Roger that.
A naivete that could be prevalent if you let it slide. So the club helps us regulate that, keep everybody as safe as we can.
Respect,
Mikey
safety,
Boy O'Shaughnessy, dripping
awareness.
wet. Hey, you got a few out there this morning? Got one? Hey, it's all it.
Big time.
Hey, brother Dave, brother Terry. Thank you guys so much. Check out ktprotection.com if you need any security services for events or things that you have coming up. Check out brother Dave.
Love
and
those
Terry.
guys. They're good at what they do.
Yeah,
we haven't had any problems so far, and we're on day 2.
They're automatic. Every event, posting up, helping out all these surf events, ktprotection.com. Mahalo.
Yep,
you see the girls, they're just hanging out, being patient. You know, try not to chase too many and let them come to them. But here was one that's stacking up with potential.
This is
and
nice,
Keke
Rock.
is stroking hard and really getting her shoulders into that one.
Ooh.
Big late drop. And just kind of flirts with the lip right there.
She was hanging a bit low on that one, Rock,
to,
trying to pull up under the hood, but that one was just giving her that you can't edge into it, huh?
Right. Had to focus a lot on that late drop, and then the wave kind of shouldered off. So one of those that you never know till you go. We talked about wave selection yesterday and trying to do all of your homework leading up to the pre-paddle takeoff to see if it's going to be worth it. But there's some that come through that you just don't know until you give it a go. So that was one that, you know, in hindsight, she probably shouldn't have went. But when you're in that moment, seeing the wave there, and it is one of those, you just got to take a shot at it.
And, you know, Keala, when she's getting into those waves, she's got that gator paddle like our boy Sion Malowski. I'll never forget his paddle.
That's such a great reference and analogy because those GoPro shots on his board showing him stroke into some of these bombs, and we want to, you know, obviously give a huge shout out to the Live Like Sion movement.
Love you, Sion.
And he was just looked like a hungry crocodile going up the banks of the Nile.
Every time, you know, yesterday when she's paddling into those, I was like, man, that just reminds me of Sion. So I had to say that, the gator paddle into
gator
waves.
stroke.
You know, Sion, what a charger he was. You know, he would chase down dragons and he'd longboard with the best of them.
Right.
More waves out the back, Rock. I'm excited.
Bombs on the way. Look at those on your screen at the top on the horizon, and then a just near miss there for one of our competitors.
That was Bianca. So that puts Bianca on the inside as she's going to scratch to the outside. We got Moana taking a look at this one.
This one
Bethany and Keala.
Could be one of those feathering roll-ins, possibly. Kainoa's begging for someone to take this one, but it is going to sweep through unridden, and that one didn't do what Pipeline does. It was
Mr.
really
McGee
just a big foam ball.
He was calling KK in because he knows she'll turn around on that roll and go KK. He says, we got a great team today.
Yeah, these girls representing the first ever Wahine team here at the Backdoor Shootout in 2022.
It ain't
representing
small.
Really well, and it's serious, unreal pipeline.
Gauging
is dangerous.
The Wahine competition that has happened here at Pipeline, would you say this Backdoor Shootout is offering some of the bigger waves in that
probably in women's pipe history? This is the biggest we've seen the Wahine be put in the lineup to attempt.
I know you would know. You're at every event.
We've seen many cool expression sessions at previous pipe masters that are like in the 4 to 8 foot range. I don't know if we've seen any Wahine competitors put into days like yesterday when it was like consistent 10 to 12 feathering second reef, and then this morning still seeing those bombs that are breaking outside of the first reef.
It's still big, gang.
Maybe 1.5 reef. I don't know if it's full second reef.
Gotcha.
But that last set broke out beyond first reef, and it ended up not being one that you wanted anyway, but this one is cracking at second reef. And if you were out there, you could have got this roll in, but it still might have some opportunity. It's starting to swing out really with that westerly extension. And
hard one to paddle
needed to be a little further out, but it actually didn't even quite barrel. So good no-go on that one. Here goes Keala. Oh, looking over the ledge and almost did the over the falls, and thankfully was able to pull back in time.
Wow, KK going for it always. But like you were talking about that roll-in, once that opportunity of foam ball passed them by, it was really hard to even paddle into anything like that. You need to catch it from that foam ball.
Right.
Moana
just taking a look. Uncle Chuck Andrus has showed up.
Oh, Chuck Andrus in the house.
Makana Pang is cruising right here, still with his wetsuit on. No, I think he's got his jacket on. Makana went out for a warm-up sesh. And definitely, I like being on the ground level here. Billy Kemper in the front yard here, checking things out.
Bad Billy.
And Kala Grace is came in from a warm-up session this morning. 5 minutes remaining in this heat of the WSL Wahine first heat of day number 2.
Plenty time, and KK
the Hui
again.
Backdoor Shootout, and there's KK in there.
Beautiful. But
just got the clamp.
Good stuff, KK. Always staying busy, full of energy. Here we go, Moana.
Moana Wong. This year I think we're making history in another way. It is the first time we have a husband and wife combination of competition here with her husband, Tehotu Wong, going to compete in the subdivision.
Met him yesterday.
Which should come up in the coming days. I'm not sure if we're going to get into those competitions today because with 8 teams, with heats being nearly an hour, that kind of takes up our 8-hour window. But so cool that we got a husband and wife combo in the Hui Backdoor Shootout competition. Another little nugget of history that we're making this year.
Watched him prepare his wife before her heat. Awesome, brother.
Get her board ready.
Heard he
little bit of choking.
Charges.
I saw him coaching. I saw him a little bit of, from the beach yesterday, pointing out and waving his arm, in the direction to paddle. So doing some onshore assistance for his wife, Moana, which is so cool to see, My wife's out there charging pipe. I'm here trying to help her out. And then I'm going to do my turn on another day. And she'll probably be doing the same thing.
He's been pacing around for her and his heat. So, and then, you know, awesome. A lot of these guys, the longboard division and the subdivision, kind of thought that it would come down a lot and they were possibly going to run and put the shortboard on hold, but that wasn't the fact. We still got 8 to 10 foot, some maybe second reef rollers, Rock.
Yeah, hey, smile about it. So cool being at this level and on the, you know, original Weatherly household porch into the original Volcom house porch, and just a great scene here, being here at Ground Zero.
Yeah, the days of brother Andy Irons and his brother Bruce. This place was wild. This yard,
man, shoulder to shoulder, watching like a Pipe Master final with you know, one of either Bruce or Andy out there. You know, there was a decade stretch where one of them were always in the final, if not both of them. Some
always Julio hitting Alu, and then it gets created into, you know, Braden Diaz's Pipeline Posse, Wolf Pack. Those were wild days, Rock. Days of, you know,
good times, man. Good times.
We're all young. A lot of us never had kids then.
Yeah, you're still right. We were not parents, nor were we probably
We're on this porch
be.
and that porch every day.
Yeah, just skipping from yard to yard, going next door to Quiksilver and then Jamie O'Brien and Red Bull down the way.
Pretty neat that the fence is down now. All the yards connect.
Yeah, here we go. Check it out. This is Moana Wong on a bomb in the barrel. Beautiful. Coming out. Just getting an eruption from the beach and the yard here. Deservedly so. And check it out. Backdoor, Bianca Valenti. Just a super late drop. Great attempt just to make that wave.
Nice. Nice by Bianca. She gets a little pocket
and
turn.
Hawaii Water Patrol going to race over there with a minute remaining, and Bianca might bring this back to the beach. It's going to be hard to, even with Water Patrol assistance, to get another one with under a minute. But look at this replay from the water, looking in at Moana. So technical to have that high line exit, and she knew that type of wave and recognized the only way to get out clean was to drift up into that high line exit, which is super technical, not easy to do here.
Everything that she's been working on in this heat since it started, she's already got 3 beautiful pipeline in and outs.
Yeah,
and that one right now, there,
she's definitely carrying this Wahine team, with all due respect to the other competitors out there with her. But she's the one that, when the scores are put down on paper, you'll see her with the highest numbers for her team.
And we're both goofy foot, and we both know what it's like. And that one was good.
Yeah, that was really well done. So that'll be the end of heat number 1 for day 2. The WSL Wahine making history with their start yesterday. And we kick it off with having them out there today.
Wahine. Good job out there. That was awesome.
Just getting some messages about our status today, and it's on. My good friend Skip Taylor checking in. And here is a recap. We had Moana getting the morning started with just a sick barrel kind of before that sun came over the mountains. And there you see it. As this heat went on, the sun just lit up the lineup. And Moana lit up the lineup too.
Yeah.
And then Bethany was able to get a wave and help her team. There's the last one of Moana with that beautiful high line exit, and then that huge drop from Bianca. We'll be back with heat number 2 here at the Backdoor Shootout. Stay tuned.
Free and swell heading towards the Hawaiian Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed platforms.
All right, we are back live here at the 2022 the Hui Backdoor Shootout, catching up with some replays of yesterday's action. That was Team Volcom, and here we are. Day 2, heat number 2, Rocky Canyon with Isaiah Hele Kunihi Walker. And if you're just joining in, welcome on surfline.com. Mahalo to Surfline for bringing this event live around the world, along with Salt Inner Studios and Mike Prickett and the gang. And here we are. Good morning. Check out these T-shirts you can purchase online. All proceeds go to benefit the Hui O'He'enalu Club that puts on amazing community events, including beach cleanups, Easter egg hunts, paddleboard races, surf events. So go and support and get yourself a piece of historic apparel. And ended yesterday with making history with the Wahine and started the day with history into day number 2. And check out live action. Mason Ho at Backdoor. Is he going to get shot out? Yes, he is. Oh, my gosh. Look at that huge gun just looking buttery at the Backdoor Shootout. Oh, man. Put some butter on the morning croissant. Wow. Mason Ho just slipping into that one and doing the textbook namesake of this event, getting shot out at Backdoor.
Yeah, it was amazing to pull up this morning and see how amazingly perfect the waves are this morning. I mean, yesterday was big and it was awesome, but today seemed to have cleaned up a bit.
Yeah, a little bit more organized.
But it is still pumping.
So when we do have a moment, we'll get into our Olelo Hawaii or Hawaiian language, because, you know, I've seen this copy of your book, and we'll wait till we got a lull in the action, because we've got some waves that are on the way that could have potential. But we'll bring you here to the desk in just a second to show you something that is definitely a worthy read called Waves of Resistance, written by this young fellow right here. And the first time I've noticed your middle name, and if you have a translation for us, that would be incredible to start off our morning with that. And it is Hele Kunihi.
Right, mahalo. So Hele Kunihi is actually my mom's last name, so it's our
Okay.
family's name from Maui originally. Hele means to go or travel, and Kunihi apparently is like on an edge of a cliff or on like something really narrow. So I don't know if my kupuna used to have some secret road in the mountains they used to traverse on and travel, but that's our family name.
Cool. And a word that I've never seen before, you know, you see choke, kealohas, you know, plenty kanaheles, but the Hele Kunihi definitely one of the more original names that I've come across in learning Hawaiian language, as we've all done growing up here in Hawaii. And check out Mason Ho. I wonder what his middle name is. Right now, his middle name is Backdoor Master.
And here we have Parker Coffin pulling into one at pipe.
Yeah, wow. What a great wave for Mason. We'll try to get some info on that score. We've been getting great beach announcing from Kainoa McGee, which he's got kind of shoulder-to-shoulder access with the judges that are up there, and been calling out the scores, which we've been kind of poaching the info as it comes in.
Right. So cool. We were talking about how we're at a different location. Usually we're up in the second or third floor of the Jerry Lopez old home, but we're down on the beach level, so we get to be amidst all the action. We're right in front of us of Zeke Lau and several others that are getting ready for their heats.
Yeah, we were talking with Ezra, and it's almost like being amidst of a cool reunion of sorts every year. Usually we're looking, you know, down from the second, third story balcony, but I like this immersion down here, kind of, we nicknaming it Ground Zero, to see everybody coming up, saying how's it, shaking hands, popping in and saying how's it to us right here. Dave Riddle is in the house right there. Mr. Team Volcom, and obviously mahalo to Volcom for this great hospitality. And much better to be here on the ground first floor level.
Courtside.
Courtside, front row.
Comes a wave, looks like somebody's looking at it. I believe this is Team Snap 4, and if you don't know what Snap 4 means, with a T on the end, as you explained yesterday, Rocky, it's a film series, a video series, and 4 is the number, it's the fourth film.
Yeah. Fourth installment, and they've been doing movies, it seems we can get into decades now, going back to the first Snapped series and the beginning of the millennium here, as we're in 2022 already. Man, it's hard to believe that things that happened in 01 and 02 were 20 years ago.
You know what that means, Rocky?
Oh, bruh, I don't even want to think it, but I know exactly what you're saying.
Getting old, cuz. Getting
G-O. Getting old. What a great place to grow old, though. You know, we feel so lucky and blessed to be here. You know, you've migrated from the big island in Keaukaha, where you're from, and now reside just down the road on the east side in Hauula, which, you know, we talked earlier. It's so funny how Ezra lives on the south side, and the guy that's farthest away made it here first. I literally am from down the road, but I had to do a little North Shore shuffle carpool with, you know, setting up the first grader for school.
Right.
My wife thankfully had enough time to run her up to her school in Mililani. I did the Turtle Bay shuffle with her parents who are staying at Turtle Bay condos, and lovely to have them here to help with the babysitting. So
Right.
made it here. I only had to go through one bit of school traffic at Sunset Beach.
Right.
You had to go through 3 schools of traffic.
3 schools. Haula, which actually all my kids went to Haula Elementary School from kindergarten to 6th grade, and Haula Elementary is a cool school because half of it, the instruction's in English, and the other half of the campus is in Olelo, Hawaii.
They
or
have
Hawaii.
the immersion program.
The immersion program. So all 5 of our kids had the opportunity and the blessing to
Oh, that's great.
have instruction, all of their subjects from, reading to math and science, all in Olelo, Hawaii, in
Wow.
Hawaiian language. So it has, the language has, over the last, 30, 40 years, has undergone a resurgence. So it's kind of cool to be a part of that preservation of language. Ola Kaolelo Hawaii.
And then you had to get through Kahuku and that bit of school traffic.
Red
then
Raider
finally the
territory.
last leg right here.
Shout out to those guys. They're state champs for football this year.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw the game against St. Louis, but it was an awesome game.
Well, here comes a potential opportunity. The surfers paddled over the first one, but eyeing up this second mid-range set, and it's not going to have the angle, so they're not even going to attempt to paddle for that one. But you can see on the top of your screen that there are bits of energy headed towards the lineup, but still such a silky smooth morning like yesterday.
Yeah.
And even as we saw that little bit of northeasterly wind pick up in the afternoon, still so many great waves to have scoring opportunities.
Here's a word for our listeners.
Okay.
Malie. So malie means when the
Malie.
water is just smooth like this, got that glass to it, really kind of calm.
And
so,
for our local fishermen that go out on their vessels from Haleiwa Harbor, they love the malie conditions.
correct.
And there is a great way to kind of take advantage sometimes of these malie conditions. Sometimes when the winds are variable, the North Shore has this nickname between Sunset Beach and Haleiwa of being, an estimate of about 7 miles. So you hear the 7-mile miracle to explain the surf breaks, and it's due to the amount of quality. Speaking of quality, here goes
Barron
one of our
Mamiya.
competitors, Barron Mamiya, on a quality pipe barrel and just hang it in there on a board that looks like it could be a keychain.
I loved how his technique, it makes the difference between those that are good and those that are great.
Look
Watch
at
how he
that
pulls
shot.
up that rail, then slows down over the foam ball. The spit happens before he exits. That's what you want to see.
And when you're surfing pipe or backdoor, when you're backside or backhand, you do have to get some of your body, kind of that upper thigh, outer thigh portion from your knee to your, and we clarified this the last couple of years, your
Good one.
elemu,
Elemu, good
not
one.
your okole, as a lot of folks have, including myself, grew up explaining, but being re-educated to properly describe that
Thank you for that.
area of your body, which is your elemu, kind of like your hip and,
There's a
side action over here.
we talked about another word yesterday, Manaleo. Manaleo is the first native language speaker that was, their first language in Hawaiian. There's a Manaleo in Laie.
It's interesting. Am I interpreting correctly? It's kind of the spiritual voice, or the,
Right.
mana means like spiritual power,
Right.
and Leo is your voice.
The voice. Very good. Well, one of the aunties once told a friend of mine, no se okole. Okole is the hole.
To get really specific.
They
Which-
call them don't
it-
mean they
it's-
get
It is,
little graphic, but-
biology that we're talking about here. So back to the 7 Mile Miracle before Barron Mamiya caught that quality wave. But what most folks that surf here obviously have heard of, and the draw of the North Shore has been the 7 Mile Miracle with a series of quality surf breaks, from Sunset Beach. You got backyards out there, Velzy Land in that area, to Camis, to Monster Mush, Stone Zone, Rocky Point lefts and rights, a little spot we call Turkey Bay, Gas Chambers, Pupukea, Ehukai and the sandbars there, Gums, Pipeline, Backdoor, Off the Wall, Rock Piles, little spot in between there called Insanities, Log Cabins. Then you have a little bit of a break from Sharks Cove, Waimea Bay included in there, and then you wrap around to Uppers, 5-0s, Marijuanas, Alligator Rock, Leftovers.
Look at you go.
Pidleys, Chuns, Holtons, Jocos, Holtons, Lania Kea, and then down to Haleiwa, Himalayas. All of those spots individually would be some of the best breaks at anywhere else in the world. But we have them all in this really tight collection of space. When you get the Malie variable calm conditions going along the Mokuleia Peninsula there, and even stretching around past Kahuku into Laie Haula.
Bro, I gotta stop you there.
Was that? I won't give you specifics, but it kind of turns into like this 27-mile miracle when you have these Malie conditions. The reason this 7-mile miracle is so special is because the wind direction, our trades 85% of the year have a side offshore wind direction here, which is mostly onshore in Mokuleia and onshore down in your neck of the woods, Haula and Kahuku and Laie. But when you have these Malia conditions, there's so many spots that are going off. You can find a peak to yourself. And I'll leave you to do the rest of your homework. I'm not going to give anything away publicly here, but
that was impressive. You listed every spot from Sunset to Haleiwa.
Right.
You're a man,
a cool spot that a lot of folks take advantage of down in Haleiwa.
You should study geography. You'd be a good geographer.
I love geography, and I love watching Barron Mamiya get barreled at Pipeline. That's Barron in the barrel is going to be a phrase we're going to be discussing for decades to come. That young man.
We were talking yesterday about how sometimes the ocean picks a person. It looks like Barron is just getting selected today as the magnet. Mm-hmm. Just went from catching a sick left to right back into a backdoor tube.
So you see the lineup. All 4 surfers in frame, and there are some big ones on the way. Kainoa right now giving the heads up, which I love that part of the event too, where Uncle Kochi Kainoa gets involved. He wants to see the best performances. He knows where they should be, and what a great voice to project out there and let these guys and girls know where to be. So mahalo Kainoa, the great Kainoa McGee.
I love that. Last wave of Benji, unfortunately, he was like looking backdoor, then he went left, and then he realized, man, I made the wrong choice.
And this is Parker dropping in at pipe, late drop, that drone footage capturing every moment, but just a quick kick out. It looks like Team Quiksilver, Reef.
One thing that the water angle
Reef
really shows
and Team Quiksilver up next. I see Zeke warming up as we watch the replay from the Water Patrol cam of Parker's last wave. And more sets on the way.
Sorry, Rocky, I was interrupting you on accident, but with the water angle of that replay, it really shows you how steep the drop is. Like when you're looking straight from the beach, you kind of think like, oh, wow, I wonder why they fell. But when you're looking at that water, it's like you're dropping into a vert ramp.
Yeah, moments where like that, it is beyond vert. It just almost sometimes look, humanly impossible.
Here goes.
The physics just don't work, but
Mason.
The skill of these guys, like Mason Ho, dropping in deep, disappeared where he stay, not coming out. That was a tough one saw his board pop up briefly on the left-hand side, and there his Mason regathering himself. But man, look at this drone footage. Incredible technique. Gave himself the best shot, but that one also had that high line exit, kind of pinchy on that particular wave.
Now these guys are masters at trying to read the timing of the wave. I've always believed that surfing is actually 90, if not more, % timing, and being able to predict what the wave is going to do in advance before it happens. I don't mean to get all nerdy, but it's like a Jedi reflex. You know? You have to predict what's going to happen.
Nothing wrong
before it happens
with nerding out, in my opinion.
And but you can see Mason was calculating how much to slow down, and he you know, because this is a competition where they're scoring, you want to be as deep as possible, correct? So, but unfortunately, sometimes you get a little too deep.
Yeah, and that's the secret to the big scores out here, right? Is that you want to leave doubt in the judge's mind of your ability to come out from some of these barrels, that you do have to get super deep to get a good score. And of course that, you know, lends the vulnerability of being too deep and not able to work yourself through that foam ball, because when you're in some of these barrels, that wave crashes and all the energy that we see from the beach that explodes upwards on the outside of the barrel, just as much energy and water is going back into the barrel, which makes it so treacherous inside some of these cylinders that it's you know, something that you have to, one, be super skilled. A little bit of luck definitely helps too, and you know, having your technique and your perfect line drawn as possible to make it out. And want to give a shout out, we got the LA County lifeguards across the Pacific Pond to the east of us. Big shout out to you guys. Man, the job you guys have to do each and every day with millions of visitors to your beaches and beachgoers and surfers every day. Mahalo to you guys. Check out Mason Hole right off the bat into Backdoor.
Come on, yeah.
And we were looking in to that angle, and he was totally gone for what seemed like an eternity. He's feeling good. Whew, that one gave me chicken skin, bro. And sorry, guys, I did have to get a total brand new phone. Mine was picked up and stolen along the bike path from a morning walk. And
look at this.
Please include a message with your name. I think this is AJ texting from LA County. Hope you guys are doing good. We're all good here. Thank you so much for tuning in on Surfline. And Mason putting together a couple of great scores for his team and for himself today as the drone marches along the shoreline right there. Still early here. It's probably 2 hours ahead. Not probably, it is in LA, and then 5 hours to the East Coast. So good morning.
Aloha kakahiaka.
Aloha kakahiaka. Aloha avakea, midday, and aloha awina la, good afternoon, if you're watching on the East Coast.
Good job, Rocky.
Hey, you
aloha
know, it's
ahi is the
ahi takes us into the evening.
Right.
But, you know, attending Hawaii Public School, I did take 2 years of Hawaiian language.
Awesome.
And it's so ironic that it was listed as a foreign language requirement or credits. And I was like, man, that's something to be said about that. But regardless, I was one of the lucky school, or part of one of the lucky schools that had it even offered with a kumu that could teach.
Yeah, we're still trying to correct our mindset from our past of thinking that our language was not healthy or not smart, or I know Professor Keanu Sai would call that denationalization, to kind of ingrain within someone that their own nation has little value. But well, we're evolving today.
Yeah,
Respect and appreciation for our language has definitely surged.
Mahalo to you also, who perpetuate at the collegiate level down the road here at BYU Hawaii. A great institution, and kind of lucky that we have that platform to educate, and even this platform. Mahalo to the Hui Surfline, and also for Salt and Air Studios for giving us this platform too. There's Kyle Pa'o helping out Mason Ho. Speaking of Hawaiians that perpetuate the legacy of Hawaiian Water Patrol and Hawaiian waterman mentality here on the North Shore, Kyle Pa'o, one of those career fishermen as well, with a few vessels of his that goes out from Haleiwa Harbor. So Fresh Fish Hawaii, mahalo Kyle Pa'o. Check it out if you need some ono, ahi, ao, which is the marlin, one of my favorites. freshfishhawaii.com. Yeah, we're going to continue to plug all kinds of stuff here because we're all part of this event. Of course, our sponsors that we'll be announcing throughout the event. Keiki Bungalows right here down the road. You can search for those rentals that are right here, beachfront, right down the road on the North Shore. Walking distance from Pipeline. The Hui Wax, some of the best wax in the business. Pretty sure it's mostly warm water variety. So you folks at Surfing Cold Water, for one, I commend you for getting into your wetsuit every day. You guys are die hard. We're so spoiled over here. But Odom Corporation, Sinaloa tortillas and chips, Aloha Salads, Body Armor, Kona Brewing, Hawaii, Monster Energy, Defend Hawaii. We've got the apparel here today, and Oahu Golf Apparel. We've got some very comfortable shirts from them. Himiko Organic, Kenui Kitchen, Kono's Hawaii, breakfast burritos yesterday, Pupuke Grill for those Ono protein vegetable bowls, and Two Thumbs Tattoo.
Here we go. It looks like Benji Brand going left at pipe, hitting deep.
Oh.
Sneaks out.
Doggy door. That is what it is.
Doggy
right
door.
There. And at the front door at Pipeline, opposite a back door. Here's the replay. A lot of technical skill required to see that coming, knowing where you have to sneak out and literally have the wherewithal to make that exit.
Right. I'm talking about timing. You have to time basically a hammer about to come down on your head, and you want to be able to sneak out right before it crushes you. So this is Team Snapped 4. One thing I noticed, Rocky, about this film Snap 4 is that you have a lot of people that were in the film that are surfing in other divisions as well. We just saw Zeke Lau, and there's several others who were part of that film project that are in this event in a different division. So I wonder how they decided, you know, when they got their teams together, like, okay, I'll be on this team, you be on that team. But kind of cool to see the talent that's in the event today. We have all levels of, from, you know, the championship tour folks to pipe specialists to folks from Japan and Peru. So it's a really awesome mix of competitors.
Yeah, and what an honor to have a spot competing in this event. As an international surfer, I mean, it's got to feel pretty special to get a spot in an event like this, and speaks volumes to the talent and respect that our local surfers have for these international competitors to open up the invitation to compete here. And, you know, the last time we were here was 2019 for obvious reasons, in 2020, and Team Japan put out an amazing performance, particularly in the name of Keito Matsuoka, with that 12-point ride that will live forever in everyone's memory. Wave of the winter for Surfline, and including the best wave of that year's shootout. So not only here to compete and perform, but putting out the best ride of that year was an international competitor, proving that they belong here.
Here we have the best Uber ride you could ever ask for.
The ultimate water taxi at the most famous break in the entire world. And part of what makes Pipe special, I know you guys out there watching know about this, but it's the proximity to the shoreline that makes this place the most photographed wave, the most spectated wave. When you just, even on a regular non-contest day that the waves are going off, the beach is packed with thousands of spectators.
And you really feel the mana of the place when you're here. We talk about mana as a kind of this word in Hawaii they use for that means power, but also it's kind of like a spiritual layer to it. And Pipeline definitely exudes mana. You feel, you hear it, especially these big waves we've had this past couple of days. It's like the ground shakes a little when the lip hits the reef. Here we go. Speaking of lip hitting the reef, Benji Brand pulls into Pipe. Another doggy door exit.
I like that kind of reverse angle looking back into Pipeline. Parker Coffin, he's going to get in the barrel, but just a treacherous bit of backwash. You know, I can only imagine the tumultuous inside of that barrel that a guy as skilled as Parker, if he's not going to make it, you know it's a hard one.
Yeah, you can see what happened on the replay. This is Benji's wave. Got pretty deep.
Yeah. I mean, nothing to be ashamed of there, navigating that one. He's had a couple of tough exits that were tricky that he was able to make look almost, you know, a little too easy.
Oh my goodness.
As we watch Barron Mamiya and looking for a big hack under the lip, but goes down. Not a barrel, but still entertaining.
You can see from that water angle, the drop. Love how he just goes for it right here and just fin release, airdrop on the keychain board.
Yeah, you know, if that was in another event where he needed a score, he could have easily completed that. But I think he, you know, he
Heart
knows
wasn't in it.
He didn't get the barrel, needed to complete that, and just kind of stepped off onto his backside right there and goes under and heading back out. Team Quiksilver getting ready next. And Mason takes a look at that one, and he's had probably the performance of the morning so far, maybe.
Right. Yeah, that. We were talking yesterday about Mason, and he's one of the most popular, you know, surfers as an entertainer.
Yeah.
Right. It's because he's got these amazing video clips that he creates and shares that are, you know, just show all of his creativity.
In all aspects, like you said yesterday.
But I really like what we were talking about yesterday was that his style is an homage to history. I mean, I'm a historian, and so I really appreciate that. But I never really thought about it that way, that your style can tell a story. And his story really is reminiscent of his father, Michael, and his Uncle Derek's generation. Right? And so even you look at the subtleties of that wave that he pulled in that backdoor, and he came out, the way that he held his hands up and the way that he kind of did that little style was a flashback to days when surfers had that kind of uniqueness of style. I mean, surfers today still have a unique style, but if you look at footage of, you know, the 70s and so forth, that everyone was clearly had their own unique brand and style, and a lot of them had names because of that style. Mark Richards, for example, was the Wounded Gull, and a lot of others that had these nicknames that reflected the way that they, painted the canvas, so to speak, of their surfing style.
Yeah, you know, over the years, it has been discussed and put out there that surfing is one of those kind of combinations of sport and art form, with obviously numerous reference of a wave being a canvas and a surfer being an artist with his surfboard paintbrush, if you will. And a countdown, I think, by Pua Makamai DeSoto. She's been up there helping out. Mahalo to Sister Pua up there that has been helping out Uncle Kainoa. And counting down the start of this next heat. But check out Barron Mamiya in a backdoor barrel. Mason Ho getting a couple big scores under his belt. We'll get those numbers to you when they become available to us. And there's that stylish cut back into Parker Coffin's pipe barrel. And Barron also found room and time to squeeze into a couple of pipe waves right back at you with backdoor. And Mason deep on this one. Looking into the barrel, he still disappeared. And then he saw his little almost praying mantis style with Benji Brand finding the doggy door. We'll be right back with Team Quiksilver here at day number 2 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Stay right there.
Welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2022. Got a beautiful morning here. We're overlooking at Ehukai Beach right there from the drone angle. Beautiful Malie morning, calm winds, but pumping surf, Ezra.
Pumping surf, you guys. We got 8 to 10 foot surf, a little bit of brackish water from all the rain that we've been having. And you are watching the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and we are in the team division, and we are currently watching Team Quiksilver.
Yeah, so Team Quiksilver, we got Koa Rothman, Reef McIntosh, Cody Young, and Zeke Lau.
Yeah, and yesterday, their first round of competition, these guys really got off to a start. All 4 guys had about 2 to 3 in and out pipe waves, with Reef McIntosh getting the absolute bomb yesterday. So they're definitely on the scoreboard. And this is a team event. So they're competing against 7 other teams, also a WSL Wahine team that you've seen this morning, setting the bar.
Yeah, we've got beautiful swell today. It's slowly dropping, but emphasis on the slowly, because I was surprised there were still a couple second reefers out there today.
Yes, well, I told a couple people when I drove by Lonnie's the thing was still big and wonky, so there is some swell still to be had. And there is bombs that come in. The first heat we called, there was a little bit of a rolled in second reefer, but it didn't quite cap. But there's definitely energy to be had here at the Bonsai Pipeline. Yesterday we had some action with Balaram Stack from Volcom, Team Volcom. He got an 11-point ride, probably the highest in competition, along with a 9.5 from Eli Olson, a 10. I think there was a couple 10s from the Florence brothers.
John, and Billy Kemper.
Yeah, and you guys will be seeing Team Florence, Nate Ivan, and Eli Olson tomorrow. Their alternate is their mom, Alex Florence. Huh? Oh, yeah. And, hey, guys, these things are good. I took a couple bags home, and my family loves it. Sinaloa. So awesome. The chips are shaped by like a bodyboard, a shortboard, a fish, an alaya.
Here we have some waves coming. We just had Zeke Lau pull into a backdoor barrel, and Koa Rothman on a tricky one.
Koa Rothman. Very tricky as a goofy footer to go backdoor, but Koa Rothman is the guy to do it. Team Quick.
Yeah, that was a split peak too. Reef McIntosh went left on that one. That's the cool thing about this event. There's a lot of camaraderie, and I'm sure they're talking to each other like, hey, bro, which way you going?
Yeah.
Split peak.
Captain Reef, he's been kind of the leader of the Quiksilver team for some years now. And Reef loves big waves. Replay. Backdoor from the water angle as Zeke takes this left. Nice snap out the back. Oh, that was Reef, excuse me. And Koa Rothman on the back door. Didn't quite make it out, but Team Quiksilver, these guys are all pipe specialists out here, so they're going to make it happen. We've got a lot of waves on offer, and they are surfing 55-minute heats with jet ski assist. Oh, you can't go wrong with that, Isaiah. More energy in your arms instead of paddling back out to pipe. You get to ride with Hawaiian Water Patrol.
And, you know, those who aren't familiar with, you know, pipeline and what it looks like here from the shoreline, there's a very strong current, especially when the waves are big and from the west, that rip toward the, you know, the east side of where we're standing, to the right, where you see. So you can kind of get that shot. So it's challenging to get out to the lineup at pipeline, especially when it's big, because there's not much of a channel, and you get sucked over to Eokai, and Eokai can have those closeout sandbar monsters.
Well, I seen a couple athletes jump in, and as you know, sometimes you make it around that pipe left, and sometimes you get sucked right to gums. But Hawaiian Water Patrol caught a few people right there and made sure they didn't get sucked past Ehukai. So,
all right, so Team Quiksilver out in the lineup. This is that replay of Zeke Lau's where he goes right, or what we call backdoor. It's a quick cover up, kicks out.
Nice cover up with no spit. Reef looking for this inside left. This guy is no joke. Won a wave of the winter.
That one was one of the heaviest waves I think I've seen. You know, ridden at, it was like backdoor off the wall.
The wave of the winter.
Yeah.
The one that he won, yes.
So
that was
heavy.
A very heavy, majestic one that just snuck through. And Yeah, the Backdoor Shootout. It is a go today. So when you guys are driving out here to check out the action, please practice COVID protocol. Be respectful. Sanitize. Wash your hands. Don't get too close to anybody. And we're out here on the North Shore. It's a beautiful day.
Yeah, Team Quiksilver has quite the star-studded team here. Koa Rothman, Reef McIntosh, Cody Young, Zeke Lau. They're taking a look at this one.
Oh,
looking at Backdoor. It's like Zeke pumping through this one. See if he's still in there. Oh, it comes out.
Beautiful backdoor wave by Zeke Lau. Exactly what he was looking for. Koa Rothman went on the left. Wasn't as deep as he wanted to be. He was flying into gums. So Koa Rothman will be making it back out there. Probably going to throw away that score, and Zeke is going to definitely keep that backdoor score. That's already 2 for him and his Quiksilver team.
Yeah, so I loved how he had to kind of pump through a couple of different sections on that wave. There were a few moments where you wondered if he was still in there.
Yes.
And then he, little peekaboo there.
Zeke
There's
knows
Koa's
how to
wave.
disappear. Koa holding, just trying to get a little bit deeper. Pipeline specialist knows that that wave wasn't going to slow down, and Zeke just pumping through the back door. Totally disappears, just like you said, Isaiah. He was deep in there, and that's why the judges are replaying that. The only competition that we are going to keep replaying it and comparing it to other ones so that these guys get fair, completely fair judging on the waves that they have been ridden.
Yeah, I love the body language from our surfers, especially like we saw it with Zeke Lau. He looked toward the beach, looked to the judges, his arms dropped down low. It's definitely a...
Zeke is into it.
They call that the no claim claim.
Oh, yeah. The no claim claim with some intensity.
Right. But I love it because you can still feel the energy despite the lack of claim.
Yeah. The look into the beach.
Look.
Up and riding, Reef McIntosh on his backhand. He's going to weave through, thread the needle through this inside. Big boy Reef. Love watching that guy surf as we got Zeke on the back door on a kind of a small foamy one. He knows to kick out. That's not going to factor in his score. Team Quick getting it done, keeping it busy. 55 minutes of competition. A lot can happen in 55 minutes, Isaiah.
Yeah, that's a long heat. There's very few contests that give you 55 minutes to surf, and especially here at the world famous Bonsai Pipeline.
A couple caps out the back. The conditions are so clean, so you can see the lines everywhere. I don't know if you and Rocky talked about this, but I see waves of resistance here on the table.
Right. We look
It's
at
your
Reef.
book.
Yeah, sorry, it's a shameless plug. I didn't mean to promote my own.
No, I like it. I wanted to talk about that. You're always educating us about our surfing culture, and that's what we're here to do today and call the surf.
Yeah, so it's a little different from your coffee table style of book. So I got a PhD in history from University of California in Santa Barbara, and when you get a PhD, you have to write what's called a dissertation. And so this is the kind of revised version of that dissertation and published by University Press.
Aloha, everybody.
Aloha. So yeah, so grateful to be here today. A beautiful day on the North Shore, eating some surfboard-shaped chips from Sinaloa.
Yeah, thank you.
Here at
Aloha
the
Salads, Monster Energy, Hui, Defend Hawaii, one of our big sponsors in collaboration. We're going to have Chris and the other owner later, and I want to talk to him about Defend Hawaii and their movement here in Hawaii.
And
so that's coming up.
You can buy these shirts, and proceeds, portions of it, go to supporting the Hui Nalu, the club.
If you can see the back.
Oh, look, modeling here for us. Wow. This is a nice shirt. Fancy.
Yeah. You know, it's rare you get me to sit down in a chair. For people that know me, they know I just pace around. But I'm here sitting with you guys at the Backdoor Shootout, and we got some action on its way, Isaiah. Here we got a paddler.
This looks like Koa Rothman slowing down, getting under the curtain. It's that beautiful reflection on the tube of the wave of the barrel. That's when the more throaty and hollow the wave is, you got that cool looking reflection there. You see from the drone angle, trying to slow down, gets behind it, but not as deep as he probably had wanted.
Yep. Koa Rothman, no stranger to these pipe lefts. He knows how to slow it down, but he's going to keep his body busy, keep catching waves that look like they're going to materialize, and that's what you got to do. You never know what you're going to get until you engage that rail and come off the bottom at pipeline. It can either make or break you, and that's just part of the risk here.
Yeah.
And there is definitely some backdoor, and there's guys sitting way over there at off the wall.
Yeah, North Shore is a beautiful place.
Yeah, this morning is golden. The open faces are so clean and glassy.
Looks like there's some action, and we got our competitors seeing something, paddling deeper over towards Backdoor.
Yeah, so pretty interesting. If you guys were wondering, you know, this contest is one of a kind. It's very prestige. We also have some prestige judges. If you're a big surf fan, student of surf, guess who our judges are? Barton Lynch.
Awesome.
Oh, tour vet when it was the ASP tour.
Koa Rothman.
Side slip boogie into the back door.
Come out, come out.
Koa Rothman. That was absolutely sick, Isaiah. He
was, and we have
dropped into
another
that
wave.
I believe that's Reef McIntosh.
No, this is Joey Johnson's in this heat today. I didn't.
Oh, taking place of Cody Young.
For Cody
Young.
Young.
They're rotating alternates. Good stuff.
My goodness, though. Koa Rothman side slipping into that one. Joey Johnson looking at this left.
Here we go.
Not quite open.
Our beach announcer, Kainoa McGee, just said that there's 18 minutes left. Oh, amazing.
Oh, that's a full heat
Full
there
heat.
at the Hawaii Amateur Surfing Association.
There's that side slip. Eventually gets his rail in.
Ooh.
I thought he was coming out of that, but unfortunately,
It seemed
ended
that
up
the
getting
foam
swallowed.
just grabbed him
Right.
at the end and knocked him off. We got another paddler. Zeke Lau up and riding hard off the bottom into a funnel.
Oh!
Doggy doors, and you could tell of the speed of him doggy dooring, flapjacked him out into the flats by hitting his shoulder, the lip. So much power out there, but Zeke broke his way through beast mode.
Yeah, see a replay on that. You see Zeke drops straight down and then starts to hit the gas, pulls in the barrel. And then we have a dolphin jumping through the
I
wave.
just seen that. That was a amphibious human, half dolphin.
Reef McIntosh on this left falls into it. Does a snap.
Reef, man, he's been busting these backside Rios, even on his practice waves. Reef showing us that he's not just a big barrel rider. This guy can throw tail with the best of them all. So back to what I was saying, the judging panel. We have Barton Lynch, for those of you. Flynn Novak, you guys know him. Surfs Rocky Point. He's one of those guys that do the giant backflip air. And we have legendary Dingo Morrison. These guys are all great surfers. They're up there with our beach announcer, Kainoa McGee.
Interesting. We
team.
have, we have two Aussies
Yes.
on the judging panel.
Yeah.
So
two Aussies that really put in their time and knew how to get barreled.
for sure.
Spent a lot of time in Hawaii, but that's exciting to see Flint Novak up there too. What a great local North Shore surfer. Very humble, absolutely rips.
I like
Hype
that because you
surfer.
get an international panel of judges. Maybe they aren't as attached to a local surfer. Maybe
Yeah,
a little more impartial to their judging.
yeah. Like Dingo Morrison is no stranger, visiting us from Australia, always going to Backdoor during his Volcom days. And Barton Lynch is an old ASP Tour vet before it went WSL. And that guy is a world champion and surfed with the world's best. And he's also a very great commentator
Oh, he's
as well. Yeah,
He's amazing with
I
that.
enjoy his pieces. And you were
Interesting.
watching Team Quick. And I got a nice big bag of Sinaloa chips. You guys got to check this brand out. Support local. Also, Body Armor, Monster Energy. Why buy something that gives you brittle wings when you can smash the surfing lips like a monster? Also, we have Defend Hawaii, Chris and the crew, Oahu Golf, Himiku Organic, Kainui Kitchen, Hawaii, Pupukea Grill. Thanks for the lunch. You fed the surfers, you fed us and the judges. Absolutely amazing. Pupukea Grill, go check them out over there by Sharks Cove.
Yeah, we've had some good grinds during our short breaks. We rotate out. Moment to eat
Yeah.
some lunch or breakfast.
55-minute breaks aren't too bad, actually. Like to big shout out to Keiki Bungalows. They're the owners are going to visit us in the next couple of days. I'd like to interview them. The Hui Wax, go get it. That's what everybody's using down here at Pipe. The new formula, the Hui Wax. Go check them out.
Got a peak coming in here.
Wow, a nice one too, Isaiah.
Looked like nobody wanted it, but maybe the second wave we have our competitors taking a look. That might be Joey Johnson. Opts not to go.
Joey Johnson replacing Cody Young from yesterday. Team Quick had a good first round, put them up on the board around third place as a team. So these guys are looking and frothing at the bit to get more scoring opportunity every time they surf the 55-minute heats, because that is the game plan. They also, in the Backdoor Shootout, in this prestige event, there's an individual winner that comes out of these teams too.
Yeah.
So that's very interesting too. You win with your team and then you win the overall. That is a massive bragging rights / money in the pocket.
Right. You were talking earlier about how we had Balaram Stack with an 11-point ride yesterday. So far, the highest score, I think.
That was
we're
my
still waiting
favorite
on some
ride
scores.
yesterday, Isaiah.
Now, those of you that are confused about an 11-point ride at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, we give a little wiggle room. So you can get a 10-point ride, which is awesome, but if you have a exceptionally excellent ride, we give room for that up to 12 points. Looking at Zeke Lau here at Backdoor, pumping. Oh,
Threading it. Nice rail work. He just wanted to get the side comb over right out of the kick out.
Reef right behind him, going left, stalling. Gets in there, deep spit.
Oh, and he's out. As you can see, Reef is big in Thatcher. That pipe wave is a smaller pipe wave to him, but it's also massive to other people. As he came out of that thing, he exited out high without getting clamped, and that's like some major technique. Here we go, Zeke Lau.
Yeah, you see how he's pumping, and that's what the judges want to see, that you have to race ahead. Almost got his head chopped off by that section, but made his way. And then we have Reef stalling. Beautiful
Wow.
water angle.
I love that water angle as he comes out high. Wow, Kainoa McGee getting extra frothy grom on some of the ones that are just gutting alone, spitting out through gums. Hawaiian Water Patrol, I mean, we have really good seats in the house on the Volcom deck, but Hawaiian Water Patrol on that left, Isaiah, they look right into that pipe barrel.
Yep. We were talking a little bit about the history of water safety and how Duke Hanamoku, who we're remembering at this competition, he was one of the leaders in the world, actually, in life and rescue water safety. In fact, the Red Cross hired him to tour around the United States and other countries as well to teach rescue and life saving. So, you know, in Hawaii, our watermen are more than just surfers. A lot of them are experts in a variety of different genres of he'enalu, surfing, but also rescue and lifeguarding is a big part of that tradition as well.
Big time. You know, Uncle Buffalo was one of the first lifeguards, I believe, in Hawaii.
Right. A lot of our, legendary surfers, probably most notable is Eddie Aikau.
Yes.
Who was known for being the first lifeguard at Waimea Bay, which is one of the most dangerous waves in the world, and saved hundreds, if not thousands, of lives.
Wow.
So this rich tradition of life-saving, and so we're fortunate to have the best with us here at Pipeline, the Hawaiian Water Patrol, led by Terry Ahui and
Uncle Terry,
Kamalani, his son, and so many others. Got Pomai and Abe Lerner, and what a crew of professionals that are the best in the business.
Best in the business, they are, you know. They specialize in what they do, and there's a lot to learn from them. Uncle Terry Aihui and his crew, bunch of awesome young men making it happen. They're at every event.
You know, the water safety, especially the crew we have out here today, the Hawaiian Water Patrol, many were part of this story that I was talking about yesterday with 1976 and kind of that important year. We had the beginning, the formation of the Hui o He'enalu. Also was the year that we had the first voyage of Hokulea to Tahiti. Yes. We also saw the Protect Koho'olave movement, where they're stopping the bombing of Koho'olave by the military. The Hawaiian Water Patrol is integral to this story as well. One of the things that the Hui were trying to advocate for is for locals to have access to these competitions. Some of the early IPS events were, kind of exclusive. And speaking of exclusive, look at this barrel.
Got in that hood.
Koa was
one of his better rides of the heat, putting it down for Team Quick. But as you know, Koa Rothman, he wants to backdoor Pipeline like he's been doing. So he's going to keep getting deeper as the heat goes on. He's just picking and choosing his waves. Ooh, I love that water angle.
That was a big cavern.
It was a quick pit, but it was a big cave. And 1976?
Yeah, local folks who were not super excited about permits that excluded local people from surfing events.
Tell me about that.
And in that time period, there were quite a few events that had really long windows, right, where you have rights to, your exclusive group to surf in the competition. and
no
some of our local
surfers.
People weren't so excited about that. No, that was one of the impetus for the Hui to address. And another issue was, there were a lot of jobs available, right? So eventually the Hui came with a compromise to allow certain of
Zeke
my
Lau.
goodness, deep behind the curtain. Tell me he's still in there.
Oh,
yeah,
coming out.
Oh, yeah.
Team Quick. That was a backdoor extravagant wave by Zeke Lau. Exactly something that he was looking for. He disappeared again, deeper than the other one. So he threads the needle.
Forever.
Disappears and comes out flying. Zeke Lau, beast mode.
Amazing. Zeke's had a fantastic year. 2021
Great year,
was,
the
ultimate surfer. I don't know if you got a chance to watch
I
that show.
very enjoyed it.
Yeah?
Every time we sat at the table as a family, we'd cheer on Zeke. And then we missed the last episode, and we didn't want anybody to ruin it for us. And Rocky was telling me he's seen him over at the Challenger. That wasn't enough. He's already on tour, but he did the Challenger and then qualified that way. So he's an absolute workhorse, and I'm excited to have him back on the tour for sure.
Yep. Won an event, got engaged.
Yes, got engaged.
First 10 of the morning, Zeke Lau. So chalk that up. Our third 10. Getting a report from Rocky where he's saying our earlier heats we had some great rides from
Snap,
Mason Ho and others in the Snap heat. Those were in the 8.5, maybe 9-point range. But we have our first 10 of the day. Zeke Lau joins the likes of John Florence and Billy Kemper, who had 10s
and helping
yesterday.
his team. I think they're sitting on the third position. This is all going to help them. As a team event, they all get awesome rides under their belt. Everybody turns in amazing scores. Closer to the principle that they're all here for. Beautiful wave approaching them here, Isaiah. We'll see who takes it. Team Quick. Zeke's already on the board.
Here we go. He's going to go left or right. Decides to go right. It looks like Joey Johnson stands soul arched in a quick one.
What an interesting backdoor wave. It was an A-frame teepee. Zeke back up and riding on a weird inside bowl. Doesn't like what he sees, and he'll kick out the back in front of Joey Johnson. And he's not trying to kick out in front of Joey Johnson to get back out there and do priority, because this is an all-team event. Team de Hui Wax, WSL Wahine, Quiksilver, Snap 4, Volcom, de Hui Japan, and Team Florence and Peruvian Tubos is what you're going to be seeing.
Love that quick stand tall, soul arch, arms wide open barrel from Joey Johnson.
I like it. It was kind of a backdoor wave that came in through pipe, and it kind of stood tall. Joey Johnson.
Right. You know, right before Zeke got that 10-point ride, let's talk a little about the Hawaiian Water Patrol and how it related to 1976. Eventually there was kind of an agreement that at the events, our Hui Bradas would be hired as the water patrol, as the security on the beach, and to help secure jobs for local people.
What if they weren't? We wouldn't be here today. We might have been run over, and the whole everything would have been different, huh, Isaac?
And it's so cool that they've continued that tradition for so many years. Looking at Zeke, boy, he's just having a blast out there.
Taking advantage of 55 minutes with his buddies.
He came out of that.
Yeah. What did he kick out right at the end of the barrel? Good stuff. We got more action. We got Reef McIntosh out the back along with Joey Johnson and Koa Rothman. Someone's taking this thing.
Oh.
Joey Johnson.
Going left.
Oh, beautiful cone.
Comes out.
Right in front of all the photographers. He just got the most beautiful part of that wave. Hopefully we get a water angle off of that.
That was a great one. It had that north peak to it, so he was
beautiful.
A little behind it. He had to race over to the shoulder to pull into it, but he did a great job.
Look at this, coming in west out the back as the camera will move. Oh, back to the replay. Oh, this thing came in so west. Joey Johnson, look how beautiful this thing materializes. Nice pipe cone by Joey Johnson. Absolutely used that wave. Got as covered as you could on that pipe wave as waves are coming in deep west and off the wall.
Yeah, beautiful. You can see in the background there off Kaimana Point. The other side of those mountains is the west side. A lot of great surf history on that side of the island as well. Makua. Uncle Buff and the crew over there still holding it down, and
We have some
their
of his
cool
nephews
event.
out there.
Right.
Keone Kealana, Brandon Martin are part of the North Shore, the Hawaii Water Patrol
Yeah.
in collaboration. Uncle Brian, like your
Right.
Kealana, huge waterman. Him and Uncle Terry are like the waterman's Bible. They're always innovating water safety, risk assessment.
Yeah.
Uncle Brian with Stunts Unlimited, his crew of his nephews and stuntmen, they're next level. Always pushing.
They're so good at what they do that they're not only hired in events like this one, but in safety for a lot of different things, including our film and television industry in Hawaii.
Exactly.
So right now, Brian is working with a good friend of mine, Matt Kester, on a film, on a TV show actually here that's supposed to be about the North Shore scene here, and junior lifeguards, and a pilot they put together on Kainui Road. So.
Oh, I've heard about that.
Right.
And also Doogie Meke Aloha, he does, a lot of anything you see in the ocean. I like to tell my kids, you know who did that, yeah? Your Uncle Brian. He worked on that set.
Here we go. Koa Rothman looking for something, and the countdown, 3 seconds, 2-1. It's the end of that heat.
Knowing Koa since he was a small kid, he wasn't super happy with how deep he got on some of those, but, Team Quick, every heat's different, and Zeke really put it to that heat.
Right, you got a
Team
10-point ride. Whew. Here's a recap of that heat. You can see Koa got a good one early in the heat, wide barrel.
Slowing it down. Easy kill on his first pipe wave.
Yeah,
Threading the needle on his smaller one.
All right, then we had him getting to work here at Backdoor, hitting the gas pedal, disappeared a couple times.
Joey Johnson slowing it. Oh, Reef McIntosh, excuse me, belting it off the backside.
This, I believe, is a 10-point ride.
Yes, this is the 10.
A lot of action today here
Reef
at Pipeline.
getting blown out.
Backdoor shootout. Stick with us. We'll be back after this break with our next heat. Aloha.
Good morning, guys. Aloha kakahiaka. Welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Hawaiian Water Patrol making some trips through the lineup to check things out. That is the drone footage looking back towards the beach through the pipeline lineup. Mahalo for joining us on surfline.com. Rocky Cannon with Ezra Rodriguez.
Aloha.
And Isaiah Walker also bringing you the action for day number 1 yesterday and into our Team Japan heat right now that we step right into. You still see some of that leftover discoloration in the water from the recent rains we had over Christmas and New Year's.
Yes.
Just quite torrential downpours we experienced. Got to keep Hawaii green.
Yep.
With watering the plants and the
rivers
flora
ran
and
out.
fauna here, but it does put that little bit of discoloration on the water, but still, we don't really care too much about the watercolor. It's more about the quality of the barrels.
Oh, yes. It's all about the barrels at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And we are watching the Hui Japan, where you got Shinpei Horiguchi, Taichi Wakita, Gai Asato, Daiki Matsunaga, and Riaru Ito. These guys charged in their heat.
There's a great shot of the row of surf houses that Volcom originated when
Yes,
you
they
talk
did.
about surf company real estate investment and
Yes.
purchases. They really put their money where their mouth is and made the first purchase here at the house that we're watching from. You see it in your frame at the bottom
Volcom
right
House
of your
B.
screen. Right there with that red KT Protection Services tent. And then eventually with the purchase of the Jerry Lopez historical landmark right here. Man, when you think about
Proving grounds.
the proving grounds,
That's what they made.
the, almost should be enshrined as a national historical landmark,
Yes.
like different areas throughout
Yes.
Hawaii and, the United States. These places should be enshrined as surfing historical monuments.
Oh, big time. Like, how they have our heroes at Huntington Beach. Here we go. First ride of the Hui Japan. Small one. Small in and out, getting his feet in the wax. These guys are no joke. These guys are pipe specialists. They charged yesterday. They had some rough pipe barrels, the kind where they're not easy to get barreled, so they had to use all technique to get a better score.
Yeah, there was a replay of Gai Sato, I think, and then that might have been Shinpei Horiguchi. He's a Japan surfing legend, been coming here for so many years, and might have encountered his fellow teammate possibly, but broken board.
Oh, broken board.
For Shinpei, Water Patrol will swoop in for board you're riding, could be unrideable. And so to be a pipeline surfer, it means, or a serious pipe surfer, you need an extensive quiver of boards.
Oh, yeah. And those things can be expensive, so you also need a good board sponsor.
Yeah.
Huh?
Or, have a good, some of the blue-collar pipe surfers that got a moonlight, as a restaurant employee or something at one of our establishments here along the North Shore and support their pipe habit.
Oh, big time. Joke, when you're a pipe specialist, these boards break like no other. And, your coaches or, when you're a professional surfer, you need a ton of boards to play in this game. And if you're not sponsored, work your work schedule out to feed your surfing needs.
Yeah.
And that's what surfers do on all different scales, yeah?
Yeah, there's so many rippers and chargers that aren't in this event that could very well deserve to. This is just a snapshot or a condensed version of all the best pipe surfers that are in this event, but there are so many that aren't in this event that are the day-to-day warriors at pipe.
Yep. Oh, this guy was going off yesterday, charging with the white helmet and the little yellow on his wetsuit. I just loved it. Big pipe barrels yesterday, and he just went on a backdoor, get his team on the board. You know, back to boards, you know, during the first start of COVID, surfing got so popular. You know, I'm in the board business, so much surfboards are being sold. So they're a high commodity now. A lot of our local shapers are having, you know, if you're not a top shaper here on the North Shore, you're going to have a hard time getting blanks. You know what I mean? If you're not top dog, you don't have people coming into your factories glassing your boards.
Couple guys I want to shout out. I know Kaimana has been making boards.
Oh,
Kaimana Henry.
I love it.
Boards.
Hard AF is his company.
Yeah, and
Power Surfer.
And my brother Jason Maggs.
Oh,
getting
yes.
into shaping, following in the legacy
I wanted to talk to you
of
about
our
that.
dad. That has been cool to see. So
Shaping has been in your family legacy. Sino
Yeah.
Megalenis, just wanted, love that, man. Your father.
oh wow, check out that backdoor
What a-
technique and incredible surfing.
Great
From Team
backside
Japan
thread.
right there.
Yes. Me and Rock being goofy footers know how difficult that can be.
That's
and
not easy,
textbook
man. You know,
grabs.
on the bigger days, I would shy away from that backdoor section.
Whoa.
Smaller days, maybe taking a little chance on the backhand, but definitely more focused on the lefts when it got huge. But
Oh, yeah.
courageous effort, really good technique.
Yeah.
And Team Japan
He took
getting
a
some
bit of the
barrels on the
lip
board.
into the head, too. Didn't knock him off, so that was a completed in and out barrel.
Held strong.
Yeah, these guys must have drank some monsters before they went out. One of our sponsors, thanks to Keala Kennelly. Defend Hawaii, I heard from Mahina. Later, we want to talk to Chris and the crew about Defend Hawaii, what they're up to, what they're doing. And then in the next couple of days, I heard we might have the owners from Keiki Bungalows up riding on their backside. Nice beastly barrel. That's definitely going to factor into one of the rides because that was nuts.
Yeah, they're starting to pile on some good scores.
Yeah,
this Team
guys are
Japan.
getting comfortable after the first round.
Yeah, and, you know, of course, Team Japan made history a couple of years ago in 2019 as we watch a beautiful technique and able to kind of battle through that bottom of the lip section that, man,
Not
it
an
can be
easy
hard.
one,
It can
but
be
he
hard.
got covered up more than, you know, what that thing had to offer. That's usually a fly out, kick out, but
Right.
he was in that thing.
Yeah, and a couple of years ago, they made history as an international team to score that perfect 12 in Keito Matsuoka, who we don't see this year, missing him for sure, but glad to have this Team Japan made up of such talented surfers that are out there right now. And, you know, we talked about Shinpei and his long history now surfing here for decades. And Guy Sato, one of the newer up-and-comers, along with Daiki Matsunaga and Riaru Ito, and second-generation pipe charger following in his father's footsteps,
Oh, yes,
Taichi
Wakita.
Wakita. Of course, the legendary Takayuki Wakita,
Yes.
who still gets out there. And he was a previous competitor for Team Japan.
Yes.
Now opening the door for his son Taichi to compete here. And
He's also known
so
to
cool.
sit very
Oh,
deep.
he's got a, you know, one of the guys who's got an honorary named crevice in the reef out there,
Yes.
you know, where he
Yes.
sits, and which is deeper than most.
Used to be Pipeline Posse. Randall Paulson used to sit out
That's
there, too.
another, you know, I
Nutcase
joked one
deep.
time as he was paddling by me out there on a huge day one day, and I said, "Oh, you're headed to Wakitaville." He's like, "No, brah, it's Randallville."
Yeah.
I said, "Yeah, my bad. Sorry, brother Randall."
Throwing it
And
up there.
You know, he
I just
grew
wanted-
up as you know,
Yeah.
he's been in and out of our house for years as one of my brother's best friends, and it was some really special moments to share at Pipe with him.
One of the
And,
best surfers from town.
Hope he's doing well.
Yeah.
You know, he's definitely one of the names that has stuck out here as one of the best.
Pipeline Posse days. And shout out to Braden Diaz if you're watching.
Uncle
We all
Brado.
miss you over here always.
Yeah, bro. Still really silky smooth as
I
we
see that.
approach the 10 o'clock hour. So being
How
spared
beautiful is this?
from any wind and pristine conditions. You guys can see that on your camera, even just the little rainbows that are kind of appearing in that ehukai, that mist coming off the lip of the wave as we
But don't you
tribute our
love
Olelo Hawaiian
this
language.
deck view as he rides right over that foam milk?
Yeah, I think that might be Daiki Matsunaga.
We got another one, Rock.
Split
the
peak.
peak,
Yup.
backdoor, and pipe a line.
Yeah.
Pipeline rider unsuccessful, but backdoor, quick in and out.
Yep, I think that was Shinpei at backdoor.
Shinpei, Team Japan, they are definitely on the board, on the leaderboard over there by the scaffolding.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at some of the scores, 54.5. That's all changing now in the second round. Oh, the guy did a bit of a step off
You
in the
see
tube,
that outside rail getting caught just, due to the steepness of that wave. And we talked about the beyond vert takeoffs, and that was a bit of an unconventional wipeout, one you don't see a lot. You've already made the drop, but somehow you catch your outside rail and
man.
Almost do a backflip
I
into
cannot
the
afford
trough
that.
of the wave. Yeah, man. The beating that your body takes sometimes out here is like no
and then
other.
you want to get away from your board, so you do some kind of acrobatic thing that doesn't really help you when you penetrate. Because you're not in penetrate mode. You're in flapjack mode. You hit the flats, hayato.
And when you can't get that, penetration into the wave to get out the back, that's when you do a full over the fall cycle. That's when you can get hurt, too.
Yes, and I was talking with Isaiah a little bit about Cole Christensen's wipeout a few years ago. When you guys surf out second reef and you guys are rolling in with all that speed and you guys fall off on that foam ball and don't penetrate, you're literally body surfing 50 yards into a drowning situation.
Yeah, and, an impact with a reef that is just a couple feet below. And, we were talking about the pipe warriors that, are sacrificing their bodies to be out here. That's another name that could very well be amongst, this competition. Obviously, there's a limited number of spots, but Cole, one of those daily warriors out here from the last couple of decades.
One of our visiting surfers, awesome tour surfer Owen Wright, he had a wipeout over here, and it took about a year to recover.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you don't come back from some of these things like that.
Right, and the physical damage obviously present and a real threat, but then the psychological damage from experiencing a wipeout like that can be, having you a little bit gun shy,
right,
on the following sessions. Even if you make it back out there, it's still, you never forget what happened.
Exactly. To you, being a pipe surfer, Rock, what are the most frequent injuries that a lot of pipe surfers get? I mean, I hear ACL, a lot of knee damages.
A lot of for me, it was a lot of elbow and knee damage when you impact the reef. And some of the worst wipeouts, as we watch this set come in, Daiki Matsunaga finding the backdoor section.
Beautiful.
A couple of spits, a third minor spit, and the wave's still reeling off, but he's not able to make it.
That was a reeler.
And looking at
pipe.
that left. Oh, getting crunched. That might have been Taichi Wakita.
Ooh, and his board's still intact.
But some of the, obvious wipeouts are when you get stuck in the lip. You're trying to stroke into it, and your mind tells you can make it, and you don't give up. But there's just a point of no return where then you feel yourself hanging in the lip. And I remember some sessions going in my head as we watch
he wanted to get barreled,
make the drop, but just a little late on the entry there. But when you're hanging and up like that, you really start to like in my mind, I would start to panic a little bit. Like, oh man, I'm in a bad spot.
Gotcha.
Sometimes though, when you're in the lip and you get exploded, you kind of bounce back up with that explosion, so you're safe. Some of the worst wipeouts I've had were when I was in the barrel and it was going to close out. There's nowhere to make it, and you just kind of fall off the front or the side of your board, and there's this weird wormhole that when you fall, you're expecting to impact the water and then maybe go over and hit the reef. But there's like sometimes these air pockets where you fall and you go straight through, and it feels like you hit dry reef.
Gotcha.
Like right off your board
like
in the
it
barrel.
took you through no water
you went
onto
through
the
this
flat.
like weird, like wormhole where you just went, and the elbows, the knees got it so bad, and thankfully not my head, but I could see folks having that same thing happen, and their head
But
is
we're
the first thing
always
that
trying
hits.
to protect our melon.
And, you don't even have time to cover up on some of these weird waves. And you guys surfing that no pipe well know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And it is like you're off your board, 1 second later you're hitting the reef. And there's no way to predict when that's going to happen. And thankfully for me, it was never my head that got that first impact, but it was a lot of elbows and knees that would put me out for, I couldn't move my elbow the next day for, 5 days.
Can almost make you shy.
Yeah, and you got guys who've been really badly injured over the years. Sean Moody broke a femur, which is
I heard
got to
about
be the
that.
most painful thing. And Liam McNamara had a bad injury like that. And then, of course, our
Another
really
amazing
good
pipe
dear
surfer.
friend, Malik Joyou, who passed away, in these conditions here.
Prayers to him.
And his wave was on video that he wiped out on it. It didn't look, like that super crazy. Malik. And lo and behold, that's the wave that took his life, which is just
20-foot
crazy.
chopo, and then that wave over here. But that just goes to show you.
Which is still dangerous.
Yes.
But nobody during that time expected that to happen to a guy like that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
our thoughts and prayers out to his family always.
Malik, you were,
and he was like family to so many of us around here.
Big
too.
time. Tahiti is our brothers, and Malik, the stuff he would do at Chopo. Oh my gosh.
Next
Let's
level.
not forget, it's just like these guys are like, they did it, they innovated it, they created it, they set a bar, and now, we're all here.
Yeah, and it still lives on.
Big time. Malik. Backdoor Shootout you are currently watching.
Hey, let's give a
Team
shout out to our
Hui
sponsors.
Japan.
Yeah,
Yes,
we've got
shout out to our
Keiki
sponsors.
Bungalows right down the road here. I mean, walking distance to Pipeline. If you're planning a visit to come and hang out here, check out their website and see what's available. It is an epic place to stay. We'll get to the action here. Shinpei Horiguchi looking comfortable and casual.
I like his
and
stoke.
Does his
Said that was shark
baby
fin
shark,
soup, baby.
Barbie shark impression, and also saying mahalo for the opportunity. That's what you can count on.
He didn't mean he got barreled and there's still one shark out there.
Yeah, that's what you can count on from Team Japan is ultimate respect and humility from our Japanese competitors. And Tiburon, shark, Japanese. But gotta say mahalo Keiki Bungalows, the Hui Wax, some of the best surf wax you can use here in Hawaii.
Body armor.
And the body armor, refreshments, Odom Corporation, Sinaloa, chips and tortillas. Aloha Salads right there in Wahiawa. Great food there. Kona Brewing, Hawaii, obviously so cool to have
Everybody
Hawaii
loves that beer.
representation in that beverage. And check it out, the replay of
Ooh, he almost came out of
a
that
nice
doggy
barrel
door
at Pipeline,
chandelier.
couldn't get the exit. And Monster Energy keeping us fueled. Defend
Always.
Hawaii, the apparel that we're sporting today. Check out the website purchases for the apparel that we're wearing and supporting the Hui Ohe'enalu Club. Well, golf apparel. We sported those shirts yesterday, and they've got upcoming events that they're a part of, the Sony Open Golf Tournament. So cool.
Amazing
a lot of
things.
surfers like to play golf.
Oh, yeah.
And it's one of those games that when the
We've lost some surfers. Like, where's so-and-so? They're all at the golf course. Guys like Fred Bataccia, Mike Dodd, all those, that little crew.
Yeah.
Where are they?
Mahalo
the
to
golf.
Brother Tim, Oahu Golf Apparel, Himiko Organic, Kenui Kitchen.
Kenui
Thomas
Kitchen.
and the gang, thank you. Konos Hawaii got their breakfast burritos here. Pupuke
Thank you.
Grill, filling us up yesterday. Two Thumbs Tattoo in
Two Thumbs
Mililani.
Tattoo.
Mahalo, Brother Boom. And of course, all of our team sponsors, Team Volcom, great hospitality here.
We're on deck.
Our front row experience, and Team Quiksilver always supporting. And Peruvian brothers, mahalo for being here. The Ohana team, Florence, the Snapped 4 crew from the Snapped video series.
Yeah. So
And,
they pretty much
the
just
Hui Wax having a
yeah,
team.
the Hui Wax. Check them out. Brand new formula. Hey, Rock, I just noticed our list. It's almost like, you know, the Peruvian tubos started yesterday, and they just kind of
Yeah, we did the reversal. So
kind of.
first to last to first in the order of events.
And you got the Hui Wax coming up next in their
Yep.
heat. Makua Rothman, Billy Kemper, Kai
It'll
Lenny,
be Kala Grace
and
for Jamie
Kala
O'Brien.
Grace.
You know, we noticed Makua's airbrush yesterday, tributing JBG, Johnny Boy Gomes.
I love it.
Kala, his airbrush is a tribute to his uncle,
Yes.
Derek Ho, the late great legend that is remembered in various spots here.
What a
with
family
tributes
legacy.
to Uncle Derek and his accomplishments here. But yeah, so Kala, the way he factors into being Mason's cousin and Michael and Derek's nephew is Michael and Derek's sister
Yeah.
is Kala's mom, Auntie Marianne. So that is quite the surfing DNA, bro.
Yep.
It's-
And his dad. We seen Uncle Willie Grace.
Yeah,
That guy
and
is an
his
OG
brother
Waikiki
Kekai,
Beach
his brother
boy.
Kekai always in the mix too, but Kala's out there representing the Ohana with Billy, Kai, and Makua for Team the Hui Wax coming up next. Still in the midst of Team Japan, the Hui Japan that is out there right now. And what a special invitation for these international surfers to represent. It's got to
Yes.
feel like quite the honor for these guys to be here.
Noticing all the surfers in their second round, they're definitely a little bit more comfortable today with the conditions. Like, guys are really putting it up on the scoreboards. As yesterday, there was a lot of ledge looks. And yeah.
Yeah, with the big bombs that we had coming in yesterday too, it was that we used the phrase a couple of times, that cat and mouse, you know, dodging the big sets to find those quality waves in between. And it was one of those kinds of days that provided some great rides, but there were a lot of times that these surfers were, you know, being chased around the lineup and having to get out of the way and potentially be not in the exactly correct position for some of these waves. So today, little calmer in the lineup, and they can hone in on being in the right spot.
I think, you know, not seeing the reef a little bit because of the brackish water when it's big and slabby and brown, like you were talking about the notches. You locals see the notches in the reef, the contours in the reef. You can. That's kind of a lineup, kind of.
Right. No, you're constantly looking under your board, you know, on those clear days where you can see the bottom to find your preferred crevice, if you will. And also looking at the beach.
Gotcha.
At different balconies and coconut trees and, you know, fence posts or whatever you use to find your spot in the lineup. And talked a little bit about yesterday as we count this heat down. We'll get to more of that in just a moment, but we want to show you Hawaiian Water Patrol giving a ride to Makua Rothman.
All right.
Who's
Makua
getting out
Kai.
there with his po'o protection, his headgear, very smartly done as
I like that because he at Backdoor yesterday, you know, Kainoa McGee said, good choice, Makua, for straighten out. Instead, you know, Makua will just go into that beast, and he definitely saved his neck. He straightened out, but we all know Makua Kai Rothman, and he's going to try to thread the needle through that thing. Great heat coming up with him, Billy Kemper, Kai Lenny, and Kala Grace.
Team Japan going to be
little bit
exiting
quiet
the lineup here soon.
this ending of the heat, but they got off to a quick start.
Yeah, they put together some good waves. We'll check out the recap in a minute, but, you know, adding to the scores that they put on the board yesterday, another solid
They're not far
performance.
behind, Rock.
They're right in the mix, you know, that's for sure.
As we see a plethora of water photographers on the inside. They're kind of drifting over to gumballs.
Kind of interesting. I'm noticing Makua's headgear. There's like no chin strap, so I wonder how that thing like stays
it something
on.
new?
It looks like something I've never seen before. You know, we all are familiar with the traditional Gath helmet design. You know, that had the strap under the chin to
Very
keep
familiar
it on.
from watching Liam as a young kid.
Right,
with that,
and then
yes.
they came out with the visors that was made so popular.
You wore a helmet, huh, Rock?
I didn't.
No?
You know, I chose not to for various reasons.
Gotcha.
And you know, basically probably took some unnecessary risks.
No, but what do you say when you put a helmet on and you're wet? Messes with your equilibrium a little bit, or is it
you
just
know,
a little
yeah,
different?
The hearing, you know, the constant hum sometimes.
Doesn't feel el natural.
Going
Yeah.
underwater, you felt like your head was being floated up. So
Really interesting.
different little things. You know, definitely have a couple of areas of my head that required staples for
Well, I'm gonna have
various
to ask
reasons.
'em.
And one day here did a little grazing of the reef. Thankfully, not a hard impact, but man, talk about paying dues with boards and your body. You know, it takes a lot out of you to be consistent out here. And
Oh, Kainoa McGee's excited. What is that, a second reef
Oh,
capper?
yeah.
Who's going to get this rolling in Team Japan? These guys ain't scared. They're ready to charge, but it's a little bit shouldery. So no takers because there isn't any barrel scoring capability on that thing. It's just a big foam ball. Going to go run over the photographers on the inside.
yeah, check out this replay we're going to queue up, and just a beautiful looking wave. Perfect
Bing,
positioning
swoosh.
for what was available, and then kind of fought through that little bit of a pinchy exit.
Yeah.
But was able to keep his legs intact and battle through that.
Yep, we got a great judging panel. Barton Lynch, Flynn Novak, Dingo Morrison, all great surfers.
Oh, he's had some amazing performances over the years here, representing Team Volcom over the years, and we've got him as a judge.
Yep.
The legendary world champion pipe aficionado when he was here, you know, over the decades. Barton Lynch,
Oh, I
now
love
a
that
North
guy.
Shore resident right down the road here at Sunset Beach, but he's got amazing history.
Nice. He's
Excuse
part
me,
of the North
history
Shore
here.
community. I love that.
And then Flynn Novak, who's put in countless thousands of hours, qualified individual to help judge as well. So
Yeah.
huge mahalo to our judges.
Yeah. Not just a pipe surfer, but an absolute acrobat, too, Flynn Novak.
Yeah, came out with the first. He's got history under his belt with the backflip
big time.
at Rocky Point. Beautiful thing to watch Flynn come into his surfing niche.
Big time. Today, our first 10, Zeke Lau. If you guys are just joining us, Team Quick was competing earlier, and they put a 10 on the board. Yeah, next up is the Hui Wax. They are in the lineup. And you are watching the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2022. Team Surfing.
Yeah, Japan's still out there, so they've got some time remaining, and we just saw the Hui Wax get taxied into the lineup, so you know that they're looking to pounce on some opportunities.
You know, from yesterday, I would think that we'd see a little bit more broken boards. When you left yesterday, I think it was Legend or Mana. He came in and he had a brand new broken in half surfboard. The kid was charging. I think he caught his biggest pipe wave yesterday.
Definitely some opportunities for huge step ups in the pipe game, especially for the young guys that could have been, you know, their biggest day they've ever surfed here.
I fancy Mason's bigger board, you know, because me, longboard background, when you know a bigger board, you kind of have this playing field, but, you know, you just got to know. And the guy sets it on rail for a little guy really well.
All right.
Oh, backside.
That's Daiki Matsunaga. They've got just about a minute remaining for Team Japan. They've already been able to put some pretty solid scores up on the board at pipe and backdoor. So they've been utilizing both sides of the lineup. And just a quick replay of Daiki. Thought about that immediate barrel entrance and probably would have been a tough exit.
Yeah, really good decision by him.
That's Riaru Ito.
Yeah, pipeline, just great conditions this morning. We're going to narrow down team to Hui Japan.
That's a great pipe angle from the drone looking in at Mr. Ito. Riaru Ito for Team Japan. So I had a rider at backdoor. Looked like that could have been Shinpei Horiguchi as live action. Watches Daiki Matsunaga come in. Just minimal seconds remaining, under 10 seconds, according to the great Kainoa McGee, as he'll count it down. Daiki will return to the beach. And looking like he's sporting that same kind of headgear as Makua, but that does have the
strap,
chin, the chin strap you can see under
I wanted
there,
to ask. I wonder if it's got
maybe,
like you put your head in and it kind of squeezes just a touch. But pipe can take your shorts, your wetsuit, anything off of your body.
Yeah. Leaves you feeling quite vulnerable at times. And Daiki returns to the beach. Team Japan all pow and Team the Hui Wax underway. But let's check out
Team Japan's second round.
Replays with a beautiful backdoor attempt there, completion. Pipeline opening itself up as well. As
they really got busy rocking the second round. They know they're in contention, and Team Japan came here and they're not fooling around. These guys are going to get totally pitted. This is a nice backdoor, but it was quick.
Yeah, Shinpei Horiguchi. We'll be right back with Team the Hui Wax. Stay tuned. More Shootout coming your way.
All right.
Welcome to the Pipeline and this year's 22, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. The drone taking you on a cruise on the shoreline here at Pipeline and Backdoor. You see our spot there on the right-hand side and taking you to the lineup straight to Makua Rothman at Backdoor on the JBG Tribute model. And coming out, doing the textbook move, the namesake of the event, shot out at Backdoor.
The Hui Backdoor Shootout, and one of the Hui's finest just got shot out of that one. We'll see the replay.
Kainehe on that left, but the focus at Backdoor with Makua disappearing for a moment and putting a decent score on the board for his team.
Classic, glassy, all-time Backdoor wave right there.
And the Hui Wax out there right now. Check out the Hui Wax. And you saw it during the commercial where you can get your official Backdoor Shootout gear at defendhawaii.com, which goes to support the Hui Ohe'enalu Surf Club, the club portion of the Hui. So not only a surf brand for the Hui, but still really awesome club that puts on community events. So support them by going to defendhawaii.com and getting the official gear for the for the Backdoor Shootout, and also the other gear that's available there. So mahalo to one of our apparel sponsors, Defend Hawaii.
Yeah.
We got our new mix of Oahu Golf apparel shirts that we'll probably be sporting on our next day of competition. So we'll be attributing our apparel sponsors, kind of alternating between Defend Hawaii and Oahu Golf Apparel. But Isaiah Walker, Rocky Cannon, and taking you through this event, Ezra Rodriguez also helping us out. So been an honor and a privilege to be here, and growing up here, being around this scene for aging myself, but decades now.
Not as old as me, brother.
I feel like, this role that I've been able to fulfill over the last, 10 years or so, being able to call the action has been an honor and a privilege for me. So thank you all and everybody that supports what we do here.
Sorry. I just noticed while looking at the camera, and it's a really cool backdrop we have behind us.
Yeah, mahalo to Volcom for the hospitality. Over the years, we've been up in the Jerry balcony, and now we're here at the OG Volcom House ground level, which I like a little bit better, having, not only the view of the surf, but the interactions and the reunion community vibe style that you get. And really trying to open up the experience for the viewers that are watching too, that you get to feel like that you're here with us in the mix. So wherever you're watching from, it may be your home office, might be your office, might be, just cruising in your living room. You guys, thanks for tuning in. Surfline.com, not only some of the most amazing forecasts, but being able to display live events like this and Salt Inner Studios with Mike Prickett and all the crew there doing such hard work and good work behind us in the trailer. You take a look in there. I mean, it looks like air traffic control, space, NASA launch impending. So
Houston,
good job, you guys.
We're at Pipeline.
Yeah, we've got a problem. We've got perfect surf, which is not a problem at all. We love it.
It has been, just beautiful waves. Yesterday we had big surf, but
we're going to have the good problem of a lot of swell heading our way too.
Right. And I've been saying this, that the mana for the Backdoor Hui Backdoor Shootout has always been, the ocean has been good to us. And 2019 we had amazing waves. We talked about how Wave of the Winter entries and winners were at that event. But again, look at how beautiful Kainehe dropping into a backdoor pit. Comes out. Yesterday we didn't see a lot of backdoor waves. Still some, but today it's that right size where you can choose to go right or left.
Yeah, and the backdoor being explored quite a bit by Zeke Lau, Mason Ho. Makua got a great one at the beginning of this heat. Seeing Kaileni get some. And, yeah, much more open on that backdoor section today. And Kai, well known for his big wave attack, paddling into some bombs. Of course, he's multi-talented, but more than a handful of times has won the stand-up paddle surf championship. So, you know, carving those bigger boards, paddle in hand, you know, such a unique skill to have. And then more recently, stepping into the conventional shortboard competition zone, he's got great potential.
Look at this, Billy going backdoor. Oh my goodness.
Ooh. Oh man. Got to keep an eye on Billy there. That was quite horrendous. And could be one of those that he may have had a close encounter with the reef. A vulnerable position to be in. Look how you catch your outside rail and fall kind of awkwardly on your back, kind of getting twisted. And hopefully he was able to penetrate and get back through. Checking out his board, making sure fins and tail are intact. Little splash on the water, knowing that kind of squandered an opportunity for a potential good backdoor wave, and, you know, a little frustrated with himself, which shows his, you know, passion for competition and what he expects from himself.
Right. So our viewers who aren't familiar with Pipeline or have never surfed it before, it's shallow. And on a wave like that, you know, your odds of hitting the bottom are really high. I mean, in fact, Rocky, you've surfed out here for many years, and what's it like to hit the bottom out here?
You know, Ezra and I talked a little bit about it earlier, and it is like, you know, falling off your skateboard off the second story onto some concrete. If I could explain it through other sports, but you're not landing on a field of grass.
Right.
You're not, you know, getting any type of air cushion or anything to land on. It is hard, impactful, solid reef that's below. So, you know, I've had times where you bang your knee. Thankfully, it's nothing more than like a bruise, but you're out for days. Barely can walk kind.
Kaileni stalling in the pit with the spit.
Yeah, Kai, you know, he's the type of guy that whatever you put in front of him as far as ocean equipment, he's going to he picks it up so quick, and he's going to find a way to almost master anything instantly.
See on the replay, stalling, two hands dragging just to slow himself down. There's that spit. We call it spit. It's really compressed air, because inside of that chamber is all this energy and compressed air, and it has to go somewhere, and it releases.
Yeah, if you've ever held a pressure washer and you can feel that kick in, you know, the amount of force that's used to channel that water and energy. You come a little bit about the spit coming out of some of these barrels. So weird. It stings, obviously, to your bare body if you're not wearing a wetsuit or some kind of rash guard. But it somehow gets around onto your face, and the first thing to go numb coming out of some of these barrels is your lips.
Wow.
The lip numbing spit is something that all pipe surfers can relate to. But you paddle back out, you're like licking your lips, like, holy crap, I can't feel my lips. It's like the spit just went straight, somehow wrapped around your face.
Oh my goodness.
And numbed your lips. Kala Grace with the tribute. Uncle Derek board and made it to the exit point, but just couldn't stay on board. What an effort from Kala. And two boards in this heat that tribute two great surfers. Johnny Boy still with us and around. Our best wishes to JBG, but obviously we're missing our late great Uncle Derek Ho and Kala Ping tribute with his board there. That's super special and cool to see.
Right. Yeah, of course, Derek Ho was one of the greats out here at Pipeline. I mean,
he was actually my personal favorite when growing up. It was like, I'm Goofy Foot. I want to look up to somebody who's Goofy Foot. I'm Hawaiian. I want to look up to somebody who's Hawaiian. I had a board airbrushed when I was 12. Like
Yeah.
Derek. So, you did that to your favorite surfers. You wanted to kind of emulate some of their surfing styles, some of their board airbrush choices, and I did the red, yellow, green kind of paintbrush design when I was a kid too. So
yeah, we certainly looked up to Uncle D for not just his big wave, but small wave skills too. Here we go.
Kaileni on a smaller one, but still gets the in and out barrel. Yeah, I remember some days being able to surf for Uncle Brian Surratt's team with Gotcha, the company back then that sponsored us, and Derek was also a Gotcha team rider as we watched Kai just notch up a couple of points for his team. Not the craziest deep barrel or the biggest wave, but, he's one of those guys too. You can see it on his face, feel it in his vibe that he's having so much fun. Hey, there we are. Yeah. At the Volcom House porch on the lanai right here. But the small wave attack, and during the 80s and 90s of the World Tour, being at, a lot of beach breaks around the world, Uncle Brian would force us to go surf Castle's Malai Kahana. Watching Kala Grace grab the rail, beautiful drone shot looking down, and you can see his Derek Ho tribute airbrush. But watching Uncle Derek surf out there with us,
Crazy.
there were some inspiring moments where he would just link, from the outside, you got to hit it a couple times here, front side, go back side, and then you get it. Kala Grace with the excellent form and technique right there. Just a smaller wave, but still piling on a couple points for his team. But the way he would connect the dots and link from peak to peak was, like, for us, inspiring, and it really helped us to see what was possible. So we go out there without him, and we're like, oh, this is crap. I don't know what, how you even make things work. He would come out with us. Boys, let me show you how.
Right.
It was inspiring. Going from 2-foot days at Malai Kahana and then being able to share moments with him out at Pipe as an adult surfer, and him still being out there was just full circle for myself. I was really appreciative to have that opportunity.
I mean, he was the first world champ from Hawaii, technically. I mean, he's amazing, well-rounded surfer.
With Hawaiian heritage, too.
Right. So, I mean, when I was a kid, I looked up to him not only for his pipeline skills, but also there was a Gotcha Pro. You talk about Gotcha Pro or Gotcha as a brand. They had an event at, of all places, Full Point at Sandy Beach.
Right. I remember those days.
And he owned it out there. I mean, he was from that side, Waimanalo boy. And, but he was well-rounded. I mean, we talk about him at Pipeline, but I just want our viewers to know that he was a well-rounded world champion on the elite level of, and I think back in that day, it was less common to have someone who was good at all levels of waves, surfing, whether it's big or small.
Yeah, there was only that handful of guys. Oh my gosh, that is super deep at Backdoor.
Almost.
That had everybody pumped to almost make that exit. That was Billy Boy Kemper, and much more successful than his last ride when he dug the rail and the nose. But if anybody is going to have a chance to make that, Billy put himself in the near perfect spot to be. Just needed a couple more seconds to gather himself and complete that one. But
bro, his board made him.
His board made him.
The board and make him.
You got to be intact for the full potential of the score. Man, nearly a double-digit score right there for Billy.
At least when I was a kid, I remember that shooting your board was a maneuver. Maybe he was in the barrel and shoot the board. It's part of the move. I mean, I also remember Uncle D at Pipe with that one perfect 10 that he had. When his brother Michael was up on the house over here waving towels, putting him in that right spot, and I mean, timeless, classic.
I think
10
that
point
was
deep
one
ride.
of the most beastly first reef, as you know.
Yep.
Generally, when it gets above 8 feet Hawaiian size, it starts on the second reef already. But that was like a 12-foot Hawaiian legit first reef, crazy weird one that didn't break outside, but just marched in and unloaded on first reef. Where normally a wave that big would be already at second reef, but strangely enough, it came right to him. Made for, you know, one of them. It was when like the Billabong Pipe Pro, you know, 5A Pro was out here, and just a timeless, perfect 10 that at the shootout that would have been the 12. That's when it was like that's beyond 10, but they have a scale they max out at. That one would have been a Hui Shootout 12 for sure. You guys can find that wave online. Just, you know, type in Derek Ho Perfect 10 and you'll see that one. But he had also some really great scores during his 93 championship victory that are legendary. So, Uncle D, miss you. Talking about you a lot because your board style is being perpetuated by your nephew, Kala Grace. So, much love to the whole Ohana, the entire, not only the entire, but the whole.
Right.
Talk about Kauna right there.
Kauna. Yeah, you're mentioning we also have Makua rocking JVG's design, his paint there.
He's had one of the most memorable waves here back in '97. I was watching live on the beach at the first shootout. And it was like Uncle Norm Thompson doing commentary with Uncle Moot, and you know, just the OG Uncle Mokstas doing the commentary, which is so legendary. Johnny Boy airdropped. As soon as he hit the bottom, was able to crank the bottom turn into the barrel, disappeared. It was one of those. The scale didn't have an adjustment to 12 yet at that first year, but it was a perfect 10. And I had a couple mainland friends visiting during that time from Florida just to come surf from the U.S. continent. Excuse me. I know Uncle Chuck earlier made sure to remind us from the North American continent as Makua late drop, little hand clap, knowing that was one of those he had to focus so much on the drop, didn't have time for anything else. But Johnny Boy late drop, set the rail somehow, and came out with a perfect 10. And my friends were just feeling so lucky to see that live, being from where they were from. And the North Shore has been such a, you know, mystical proving ground for those guys. Yeah, JBG.
Remember him doing El Rolos?
Yes.
That was mean.
Third dip, little V-land, wherever it was, just innovation.
Upside down, flip, lay down.
Stand back up.
Yep.
Of course, nobody could match his backhand under the hood, under the lip snap. He perfected here at Pipeline, and just the raw power he would put into his maneuvers. You feel like all of his being is being channeled into this one section of a wave with his board that nobody else surfed that way.
It was like martial arting the wave.
Yeah, totally. Bruce Lee, all the punch, you know, Mr. Miyagi, right here, 1 inch, all body, 1 inch. That's been on TV lately. I've been watching some nostalgia with Karate Kid.
Yeah, you watched the Netflix one, the latest?
I never get into the new one, the Cobra Kai one.
Cobra Kai,
but I might have to.
I mean, it's nostalgic, you know.
You can get so lost in screen time these days. A lot of good stuff out there. Thank you guys for spending some of your screen time right here with us at surfline.com. Rocky Cannon, Professor Isaiah Walker. You guys, when you get a chance, go find out where you can get Waves of Resistance. It is a worthy read. I've got an autographed copy on my bookshelf from some years ago, but surfing and history in the 20th century Hawaii.
Right.
Good stuff. So mahalo for hanging out with us.
I'm not shamelessly trying to sell books here today. So it's a university press book, which it's an academic publication, right? So I'm not making the kind of money that, Harry Potter books would or anything like that.
Not on the New York Times bestseller list, but definitely something that you can learn from.
Right.
And, we're lucky just to have the snippets of time that we have during this event and this platform to share what Isaiah has learned over the years. And you have a way of delivering it in doses and palatable formats that your brain can keep up with.
Yeah. I mean,
or at least brains like mine, and our viewers, I'm sure, are soaking up every story and bits of history and knowledge that we put out there. A lot of it is thanks to you being here. So, and thank you to your superiors that have you at BYU that allow you to come here too. So mahalo for having Isaiah, letting him come over here. Yeah, I don't. You report to the dean and those guys, right?
Well,
sometimes.
I mean, I recently have climbed up a little in the administration. Currently the academic vice president of the university, so I'm kind of in chair number 2 right now.
All right. Oh, wow. Cool. So I had to do a lot of research at the archive library that is for Hawaiian culture there.
Yeah.
That I was lucky to be able to get my degree at the University of Hawaii West Oahu, and took some courses there that were part of Hawaiian studies. But they recommended a couple different libraries that specialized in Hawaiian culture, and most of them were, in town.
Right.
But I was lucky that one of the ones my professor said I could go to was located at BYU Hawaii. So I did spend some time in that library and checking out the archival documents and publications that were really helpful for me getting through some of the classes.
Shout out to our librarians at the Joseph F. Smith Library. There, we have this Pacific Islands room that has amazing collections, and so I have to say I have one of the best jobs in the world. I don't know if people realize this, but there's a 4-year university on the North Shore.
Right.
And it's a small school dedicated to mostly our Pacific Islanders and students from Asia and from Hawaii. And, I graduated from Hilo High School, ended up kind of learning about this university on the North Shore, and I attended as an undergraduate there. Which actually sparked my interest initially in this topic of this book, Waves of Resistance. I majored in history, and as a senior in our program, you had to write like a final paper, and it was like a 40-page research paper or something like that. And I bumped into a guy named Imbert Soren who worked at BYU Hawaii as a carpet layer. And I came to find out that he was one of the original founders of the Hui Nalu. And, we were talking yesterday about the movie North Shore and sort of the kind of aura and stigma about the black shorts that was intimidating a little.
Yeah.
So I wanted to kind of hear more about it. And I was a little reluctant and nervous because bro, these guys is heavy, bro. I don't like mess with the Hui.
Right. I don't like ask too many questions, stuff I don't like know.
Oh, we got a paddle here. Looks like Kailani stalling from the drone view, gets in the barrel.
Just another cool in and out where he is taking advantage of having this 55-minute time span at Backdoor and Pike with a few friends. And Kai, I feel like, you know, he first busted onto the scene from Maui as a teenager. And I feel like in the most respectful way possible, he still is that teenager, just with the bright-eyed grin, here to have fun, here to charge and mean business. But, you know, he's one of those guys that is quite humble and is always having fun. Even getting pounded, he's having fun.
Yeah, so I met with Imbert, Uncle Imbert, and I was surprised how much aloha this brother had, even though I heard stories of, you know, some pretty intimidating kind of stories. But I learned really quickly that there's a difference between, you know, rumor and hearsay and what other people are saying, and from getting it firsthand from the primary source, so the horse's mouth. And I was intrigued by it. Here comes a bomb. Kala Grace packing a closeout.
You know, just to make that drop and get in the barrel, and we say that a lot here with a lot of these waves, that just to get in the wave and in the barrel, he was under, steep, deep, and underneath is the phrase I've been using for some years now to describe that particular moment where you're basically kind of cliff-hanging under the lip. You only have a certain amount of area to set that rail. You really make it difficult on yourself when you're hung in the under the lip like that. And it takes a special skill to get from that position, hanging under the lip, setting your rail, and then having the skill and ability to get in the barrel and not get axed by the guillotine crashing lip.
And you know you're a warrior when you see a wave that has zero potential of exit and you pack it anyway. I saw a Manawahine warrior yesterday, Moana Wong, after the contest just ended, and I saw a picture of it on Surfline this morning. She packed a closeout that was so heavy, and she went into it with her arms up in the air, knowing that there was no exit, but went for it anyway.
You know, kind of like you know, a warrior going down with honor and courage. And with our Team Japan being invited here once again, you know, you've heard the term. Hold on, we'll check out the action here. We'll see who's going where. It is Kaileni falling out of the sky, getting in the barrel, and I think that one just outran his speed right there. And his teammates looking back like, oh, brother, you still alive? That was gnarly.
Looked like they both wanted it. Heavy drop, barely makes it. Still gets his line, and then unfortunately it races ahead of him. But my goodness, that drop was insane. Yeah,
the drop, the entry, kind of in that instance kind of took it all out of Kai, if you will. Like, he probably worked so hard in his mind and body to just get in there like that, just like Kala's last wave.
Yeah.
And then once you're in there, you're like, okay, now I got to try to keep up with this thing. And it's like, I'm still recovering mentally from that drop and the entry. That now, Backdoor, you expect me to keep up with you? Like, oh, your demands are so high.
Can tell you're married.
Yeah. Come on, honey. Help me out a little bit. I'm working hard over here.
I got to go work, and I got to make dinner.
Yeah, man.
It looked, I mean, those were two Maui boys. Looked like they were battling for that wave.
Yeah. They were definitely both wanting that wave, and glad to see that they were able to work it out. Looked like that was Billy and Kai, and Kai ended up with it, gave it his best shot, you know, and good recognition by Billy that he was in the right spot in that particular instance, and having his fellow Maui brother take that one, and there's going to be more out there for these guys. We've got pretty consistent conditions still into this
great waves.
day 2 with a lot of energy still in the swell.
So back to my experience while I was at BYU Hawaii, writing this paper on the, I needed to come up with a topic in history, and after meeting with Imbert Soren, and I started to record all these interviews. You mentioned Norm Thompson, Moot Quinn. I interviewed folks like that, also Uncle Brian Amona, Eddie Rothman, Terry Ahui, so many. I ended up just being enthralled with getting this story from their voice. And so I think that's one of the, eventually that story ends up as one of the chapters in this book. And, providing voice for people is important as a historian.
Uncle Eel, Eli's dad, hanging out with us for a second. That's what I love about being on this kind of ground floor level. You get visits and support from folks that are in and around here. So that does it for Team the Hui Wax and their second round. And we'll have the start of our next heat coming up. That will be Team Volcom. That is up next. As we saw Makua Rothman open up Team the Hui Wax with a backdoor gem, probably in that 8-point range. Kainehe, you talk about quantity of barrels in this heat. I think Kai had the most of them and building some points for his team.
Yeah, he kept real busy. We see him again searching the lineup for these inside nuggets.
For sure the most active surfer for Team the Hui Wax. We'll be right back with more of this year's Backdoor Shootout. Stay right there, bruh. We'll be...
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Hawaiian Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed spots.
Aloha, welcome back to the Backdoor Shootout 2022. We're here at the beautiful Bonsai Pipeline. We're at the drone shot of the beach. We got beautiful weather in Hawaii Nei. And we've got now our Team Volcom last heat, some great barrels from the likes of Kaileni and
Team Volcom coming up with an 11 and a couple good scores yesterday, led by Kaimana Henry, Balaram Stack, Mikey O'Shaughnessy, Jack Robinson, Kainehe Hunt, and Makana Pang. And the reason why I'm reading that all out, that's their Volcom team, and there's going to be 4 guys in the lineup from this heat. So we'll wait for them to get underway, see which alternates they traded out.
Right.
Yesterday they had Jack Robinson out there, and they had a good go at it. Like I said, that 11 was absolutely amazing here from the Volcom deck.
yeah, that was a thick one.
Yeah.
I watched the replays of it last night, and yeah, it deserved that 11-point ride.
Big time from what all we've seen. And it looks like our surfers have been getting really comfortable with the lineup. Pipeline has calmed itself down. It's still a little brackish brown, but it's still 8 to 10 foot with a couple little caps on the second reef. Not as much as yesterday, and it's not as wonky. And yeah, we got live action, beautiful stretch of beach.
Yep. Well,
Drones heading towards off the wall.
before our break, we were talking a little history, and it was kind of cool. Eric Olson, Eli Olson's dad, came over
Yes.
here, and he showed me this piece of paper, and he says, I'm taking notes on all this
I love
history
it.
that we're learning.
Yes.
So,
And I'm so stoked to learn so much history and culture from you, like, you know, your book, Waves of Resistance and whatnot. And, you know, I've learned so much about the Duke that I haven't known, and then the history of the Hui, you know. North Shore was a different place back in the day.
right. Yeah, so I was talking a little bit about how the project started, where I interviewed some of the early founders of the Hui
Yes.
as a senior project in a history class. And then that just started this interest in learning more.
Mhm.
And I realized that, you know, in the study of history, you know, there's a lot of voiceless people in a story. So
Yeah.
it just depends on who you're talking to and
Mhm.
from what, you know, perspective you're getting that story from. And I had realized that there was a lot of voices missing to the Hawaiian experience, and particularly with the history of surfing. So in many ways, that was the goal of the book. That was to provide a perspective that came from, you know, Hawaiian perspective.
Mhm.
And also one of the goals of the book is, in some ways, it's a sneaky kind of agenda that I have. Is you think you're picking up about a book about surfing, but then after you read it, you realize, oh my goodness, I learned a lot about the history of Hawaii and also some world history
Through surfing.
through
bro.
surfing.
Aloha, gang. You're
Aloha.
watching the Dahui Backdoor Shootout. Ezra Rodriguez, Isaiah Walker.
All
Try
right.
your body armor if you guys are joining us, and Monster Energy. Just
Yeah.
a few of our sponsors. We'll be joined by some of the owners of Keiki Bungalows in the next coming days. Thank you to the Hui Wax, Sinaloha, and Kono Brewing Company.
Right.
Thanks for having us.
So it's cool being here. We're sitting on the porch of the famed Volcom House B, watching this action. Still traveling. Unfortunately, was
slight
not
cam.
able to make it out. I mean, Ezra, I feel really spoiled because we get to see right in front of us the action,
Yes.
and then we also have the screen.
And the
we can
screen.
watch the replays. So
But I
kinda-
mean, live Volcom deck action, it's kind of hard to beat. We're exactly at eye level looking right into pipe over the railing. And
Right.
Yeah.
replay on that one.
Oh,
I think that's Balaram.
Yep. And it was definitely a clamper. You can tell he was committed trying to come out there as the lid was showing his head peeling off there. And Balaram has broken his board. We hear Kainoa McGee, our amazing beach announcer. Let's get Balaram Volcom team, his second board. These guys are no joke. I was talking about board quivers with Rocky earlier, and, you know, when you're a pipe specialist / pro surfer, you know, sometimes 10 boards don't cut it. You go through 3 or 4 boards a day being a pipe surfer.
Now, I don't know if our viewers were paying attention to that pickup that just took place, but the science behind that pickup is amazing. These guys, that's what makes them the best.
Oh, yes.
And they train that way. See how there's one on the back of the ski on the sled. And Balaram knew what he was doing too. So he stayed in the water. Maybe you're wondering, why isn't he on his board? Because they're trained in these pickups that he raised his hand and they grabbed him, threw him on the back of the sled where the other lifeguard grabbed onto him and was able to bring him in safely. Look at this drop. Trying to stall and slow down.
Wow, nice threading through that.
I believe that was Jack Robinson.
Yeah, he pulled into pipe and then he took the high road just to get as much barrel time as he can. Yeah, that's definitely Mr. Robo.
Jack Robinson had an amazing backdoor wave yesterday.
Yes, he did. So I also see they're using Mikey O'Shaughnessy. He's out there.
O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah.
Anyway, O'Shaughnessy, yeah, he's from Hilo.
Yes, he is.
Right?
Ripper. Giant young man. Loves to surf big waves.
Also previous winner of Wave of the Winter.
Yeah, that's right. I got to watch him surf amazing sunset. He's always a standout at Backdoor, big off the wall. This is Team Volcom.
So beautiful day here in Hawaii. We were talking earlier about that calm wind, malie conditions. The only thing that becomes a little concerning when we have these dead winds is that often we also have these sea breezes that pick up in the afternoon.
And we're right at that kind of 11 o'clock mark too.
Right.
So very
so
true.
Far, it still seems pretty glassy, but we'll.
I never,
stay clean.
For a barrel contest, you definitely want great conditions. But as a surfer, I never minded just a little bit of texture. Ooh, Mikey taking a look over that ledge, ready to head to pipe, but he doesn't take it. But sometimes when something's just too glassy, it's a real hard read, you know?
Oh, that's an interesting point. The
And
water's too clear and too glassy. You sometimes have a hard time seeing it.
Oh, yeah. You don't see the lip of the coping. You're kind of just in glassy oil.
Makana Pang just gets
beautiful.
clipped at the end.
Uncharacteristics of Makana Pang. You know, this kid threads through some giant barrels, and he just got kind of a smaller one. Got totally covered, but the end clamped. So he's going to get back out there. With 55 minutes, you have so much time. See beautiful angle into the pipe barrels. He rides high, couple weaves, and then he just couldn't burst through that little end bowl. So to Makana Pang, that wasn't a perfect pipe wave.
Yeah, Makana recently dropped a film that was really cool. Showed some massive barrels that he's accustomed and familiar with here growing up on the North Shore. I remember seeing him when he was a little kid surfing some pretty big waves and like, wow, this kid's brave.
Yeah, he came up quick.
So we're celebrating the life of Duka Hanamoku and also many of our other warriors in the surf. We're talking about Derek Ho and many, many others. And so cool at this event we can, reflect on the past. And we have a lot of our competitors who also are where they're having boards that have airbrush from some of these surfers from the past.
I know, I love that.
Surf styles, we're talking about Mason Ho with his hand motions and so forth.
So much like his dad's.
Right?
He does that pump like Pops Michael Ho does, and I just love and fancy that. He also does this little head flick that I just love, and you can tell that the guy has emulated his father and uncle for so many years. He's such a respectable kid. He loves his Uncle Derek and his dad so much, and he surfs just like him in a new fashion.
Right.
And it's awesome. Got some waves peeling away here.
Yeah.
Back to you talking about a lot of the Hui members. One that really stands out in my mind is Junior Moipono.
Oh, wow.
With, that classic shot of this big Kanaka just pulling into that Velziland wave. I absolutely love it,
Yeah.
Good memories of all those guys. Marvin Foster, the original Quiksilver Velziland house. Those guys were just Hui brothers. And irreplaceable times. Yeah. I have so many Marvin stories. You just, that guy took me all over. And that was one of the original houses on Velziland. Velziland's different now, but still remains very beautiful. But it was different over there. Yeah. And you have some history and culture.
Yeah, it was all government housing back there.
Yes.
And there was a home right kind of on the beach right there. And it was a different vibe because
you'd never forget those guys.
Yeah.
There was a vibe, and it was a vibe for a reason.
Yeah, my uncle Bobby Kaili used to surf out there, and they had some OG guys that definitely ruled the peak.
Yeah.
Junior Moipono was certainly one of them, and I love watching footage of him because, he
wasn't just a surfer. He was a good guy all around.
Oh, for sure. Brother was big, though.
He was big.
He had one.
I just love that he's leaning over like a domino. Just caught in time,
Right? And to know that you can still rip waves when you're maybe 100 pounds over.
Elusive big brother.
Put more power into your turns.
Yeah. Then you guys got guys always remember Uncle Squiddy.
Right.
Did so much, always doing stuff for the club, cooking. I'd see him at every Eddie Aikau running the food line. Guys like that are irreplaceable. And that's why,
Right.
We have the club.
Marvin
Continue
Foster.
the legacy.
Marvin Foster really perfected the backside tube ride.
He did.
And there's quite a few that we were talking, yesterday about this pig dog stance with, the way you have to slow down, grabbing rail backside. We talk about Michael Ho, how he had a broken arm and in his cast really kind of working that. But there's a few that stand out to me. Marvin Foster is one of those that really worked on that technique that today is pretty commonplace of dragging the front knee and slowing down. And Marvin Foster.
Radical at pipe.
For
and
sure.
He also took that radicalness over to Waimea. I think he's the first guy that went left at Waimea and fancied it a bit, And then you got another awesome athlete, big wave, dragon slayer, big wave surfer is Mark Healy. And he's also thrown it down and said, I'm going to go left at Waimea like Uncle Marvin Foster. So it's so cool, as it carries on
and the
things that these guys have paved.
And the Foster family is still part of this team here with the water safety.
Huge.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Foster Bloomfield family, aloha and mahalo to them.
Aloha.
Still continuing that tradition of being in the ocean and being on the North Shore. They hold it down in Haleiwa, run the Menehune contest for the kids.
Great contest. They went viral this year, unfortunately, but they just wanted to be safe. You know what I mean? The Fosters are a great family. Hopefully they come back to live competition next year.
Yep, so we're celebrating a lot of people. Tuka Hanamoku, of course, we refer to him as the father of modern day surfing. We say that because some people call him the Johnny Appleseed of surfing, because as he toured the world in his many Olympic games, he took surfing along with him in places like Australia, New Zealand, the East Coast of the United States, and so many other places.
As he rescued lives all this time and showed nothing but aloha and ha'a.
Yeah, humility.
As you taught me. Humble.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Duke was a humble soul and soft-spoken, but
almost taken advantage of in certain places, as we talk about it. You know, he was very humble, and he just held it in his heart. And like you're teaching us about the culture, it's almost like they don't speak up when something is wrong and just show aloha and let it ride, right?
Yeah, I know it depends. In Hawaii today, we have a phrase called kapu aloha. Kapu aloha is a term that really became, popular with the Mauna Kea movement up on Big Island.
Mm-hmm.
And it's essentially that you can show aloha, but at the same time hold your ground.
Hold your ground. I like that.
To stand for something, but with aloha. And so I think, a lot of our kupuna knew that. I think with Duke, sometimes, I don't want to say he was taking advantage of, but his fame and his notoriety, oftentimes people wanted to market that. Here we have a backdoor barrel.
Ooh. And he just kind of got sluggish right on the foam, and it threw him over. We were watching Team Volcom.
I think that was Mikey.
Oh, Mikey. Heat's got a little slow, but as you were talking about that breeze, you feel it blowing through the Volcom house, but you also have lines out the back. But it is going to change a little bit of degree of direction, and it just combobulates the lineup a little bit. Nice by Mikey.
Yeah, looked like he had it, and then right at the end, the barrel got a little too small for him, and he ended up not being able to squeeze through that exit.
Smart. He almost did, but he noticed he wasn't going to, so he got away from his board, and that's how you could see him catapult through the ending of it. Little shoulder roll. He did.
Sorry, talking about Duke Hanamoku, I mean, one of the struggles, too, back then, if you were an Olympic athlete, you weren't allowed to make any money doing anything related to your sport.
No endorsements, nothing.
Yeah, so that, they had this pretty strict rule back then that you couldn't have professional athletes. They didn't want you to, the potential of being corrupted by money.
Yes.
So they were really strict back then. In fact, one of his peers from the 1912 Olympics, Jim Thorpe, who was a Native American who dominated in games on land, this eventually costed him, and Duke was afraid of losing his medals for
Balaram. Up on a small one, trying to look for some backdoor capability. He doesn't find it on that wave, so back to you, Isaiah.
So with Jim Thorpe, I think he played in a baseball game that apparently made some kind of money, and they pulled all of his accolades, which was, not cool, kind of a slap in the face. But here we have live action. Mikey on a better one. Just a quick cover up, and it's a little shade. But Duke was worried about, losing any of his medals, and so, he's very careful about how he used his skills as a swimmer to make money, and in many ways that prevented him from getting a lot of work, right? So,
I see.
So he sort of struggled to find a living, although he was really close with some very influential and wealthy people. Doris Duke was one of his close friends, and she was one of the richest people in the world. And she had a home at Cromwell's Beach over there.
Yes, I know
Shangri-La.
that house very well.
Yeah, Shangri-La.
Some of my favorite spots are out there.
And so she loved these Beach Boys because they were like celebrities, right? So Duke and all his brothers and all these Waikiki Beach Boys that she loved to hang out with, and they took her surfing and hung out. And so she eventually helped him buy his first home.
What is the date on this time? This one?
Yeah, so it's a window. So from the 1920s, 1930s mostly we see.
Gotcha. Okay.
Those times with Doris and Duke and them. Here's a
Makana Pang up and riding. Beautiful backside technique as he tries to get through that gulper on the inside of Backdoor.
It's a little foamy, slows him down.
Yeah, foam closing down, but he's going to shake that one off and get back out there. Great attempt by Makana Pang.
Love the technique. We were talking about Marvelous Marvin Foster. He perfected that knee drag.
I know.
Hey, look, Makana almost came through that section.
He did. The kid knows to get a high line, and he can project out. son of Dennis Pang.
Right.
Awesome surfboard shaper and athlete himself. Paddleboards, does it all. Sitting over there with Lance Okano. It's good to see those guys catching up.
So there's 2 Pang shapers, Dennis Pang, of course,
Yep.
and Glenn Pang.
And Glenn
Sometimes
Pang.
people get them confused. Shout out to Glenn Pang.
Yeah.
He's like my uncle, basically. When I was a kid, I used to surf for him.
Awesome.
And he went above and beyond. He made performance surfboards, which Marvin Foster was sponsored by Glenn Pang, too.
Oh, interesting.
Rode performance Hawaii boards. So I was also riding Glenn Pang, and he took good care of me. Me and my good
Glenn
friend.
Pang and Dennis Pang have been doing it for a long time.
But he took care of us. You know, we're from Hilo, and me and my good friend Randy Doodleau, we would, when we came up to Oahu, Glenn would pick us up, take us to his home in Wahiawa, and take good care of us. And so lots of aloha to Glenn and his wife Karen. So
Yeah.
Where were we? I can't remember where I leave off with some of my Portuguese stories. But
Oh, no, you're
Duke.
Yeah, Duke and Doris.
Right, Doris Duke. So Duke did struggle to make a living. Eventually, he was hired as a sheriff. He was also starred in some Hollywood movies. So he was in
Wait,
several
Duke
different
was hired as a sheriff?
Yeah.
Oh, I just missed that
Right.
whole part.
Oh, pay attention, bro.
Yeah, bro. Where was I? I must have been on break when you was talking about
No.
that.
I mean, if you watch the
Waterman
film
movie, I
Waterman,
must have
it
went
talk-
for food or to the restroom because I
Maybe.
did not get that piece. But
Yeah, it was a brief time, you know. He also went into business with Kimo McVeigh, who was a booster, a promoter that saw in Duke's name some opportunity. So they had like a nightclub. And I was talking earlier that Mason Ho's uncle, Don Ho, used to perform at Duke's nightclub.
Tiny Bubbles.
Tiny Bubbles. So I was saying to Rocky that maybe Mason has inherited some of that entertainment gene from his family.
I remember at Aloha Tower we had Don Ho's, and it was run by our awesome uncle that we've lost a while back, Henry Ayao.
Split
Amazing.
peak here. He's coming out. That's
He
Jack
is
Robinson.
coming out.
Oh.
First punt error of the event, Isaiah. I did dig that. Small barrel to lofty air, not landed. But Jack Robinson, Team Volcom, putting on a show.
When he was in the air, it looked like a flashback to Bruce Irons.
Oh, thank you. With that Volcom sticker and
Right.
everything, the way he lofted, too.
And one thing I like about Jack Robinson's style, it is a kind of a reflection of the Irons brothers.
It is. It is. I see that in Ethan Ewing, and then I see a lot of Bruce within Jack Robinson, but in Jack Robinson's
This was
nature.
the left.
Balaram on the left. Clamper. Here's Jacko's replay. Double grab. Weaving right through. That's going to be a great backdoor score. And
Boom.
there's
See
that
that hand?
air.
Yep.
Oh, and he kicked out his foot
Wow.
a little bit, too.
Tweaking it.
Yeah, something that Mason loves to do, judo kicks when he airs too, and that was a version of it. Jack Robinson doesn't just get barreled, does great open face tail hack turns, and he can get to the air like the best of them. This is the Volcom team.
I think we're talking about some of our athletes paying homage to some of their kupuna.
Yes. Uh-huh.
A kupuna is like your predecessors, your ancestors, or your uncles and aunties, and so I think the way that he held his hand up high in the air and then grabbed the rail, very
I dig it.
Bruce Iron-esque.
Yeah. Bruce, let's not forget, that guy just punted huge airs on this 7 Mile Miracle. We miss you, Bruce. Where you stay, brother? Hope you're watching. Ooh, Makana Pang getting Uncle
comes out of
Kainoa
that.
McGee excited. Boom, comes flying out of a pipe wave. Makana Pang got 2 nice ones under his belt so far. But fortunately, the first backdoor one was an incomplete.
Here's
Makana
Makana
Pang.
from the water angle, deep,
Oh,
breaks through that
beautiful.
chandelier, comes out. That's a keeper.
Keeper. Kicks out with confidence.
Getting here. Uncle Kainoa McGee telling the free surfers to move.
Ooh, they must be.
Coming
They must
close.
have caught a left right into backdoor there. So, well, I see our hard worker, Mike Prickett, absolute legend in our surf industry. He's from Salt and Air Studios. He's getting a little bit breather, checking out the action from the Volcom yard. Thank you, Volcom, for letting us use the properties as home base for the Hui Backdoor Shootout. You'll be seeing the Hui's teams come up later, as we had the Hui Japan and the Hui Wax. Great performances. I'm not sure where everybody stands on the leaderboard so far, but yeah, there's some waves coming in,
Right.
Isaiah.
Here comes the horizon. Got hills and valleys.
Hills
out in the
upon
horizon.
hills.
Yep. Got a paddle here. Balaram's looking at this one. Slows down on the bottom, stands tall, rides through it, comes out. Yeah, these pipe waves seem like a lot of them are kind of shutting or shrinking and making it challenging on the end to get out, but Balaram
It's
got
like
out of that one.
peaky off the bottom. You get right under the first lid, but there's no cone travel time, so they're getting fast, punchy ones.
Yeah, it was a beautiful
And
ride.
from the balcony, this wave looks better than it does than on screen, but nobody's in position for this one. This is a no-taker. Team Volcom will head out to the back, and doesn't look like anything hefty's coming in at the
Right.
moment.
I don't know, you have any other questions about Duke Hanamoku or anything we're talking about today?
Yeah, I'm just taken back with how much, after I watched the Waterman movie over there at Bishop Museum, how much I learned about Duke, because we all just froth about Duke every day as a surfer. And then sitting with you these last 2 days, learning stuff. Like, I missed he was a sheriff.
Right.
I mean, I just love hearing about this man's life.
Yeah,
There was a few times in the movie that was a bit emotional for me, because it's like you're right there with Duke, feeling everything he feels, and there's nothing you can really do about it because he holds it
right.
in. And sometimes when you're so soft-spoken, you don't get to tell anybody what you're about and what you want to see, and then what your vision is. You know what I mean? So that's cool that there's a lot of amazing people like you that absolutely embody Duke's spirit. That's what we are as surfers. His spirit lives through all of us.
Yeah. Yeah, Duke had lots of aloha and was very giving and sharing, but he was also a warrior. I think that's one point that I'd like to accentuate is,
Like, you want to question, did Duke ever get in any street brawls? Did you ever pick that up in your studies, like where it was just enough? It's like, enough already. Coolie your mouth. Patank! Probably not.
well, you'd be surprised. Actually, Hawaii in the 1920s and 1930s, when Duke was growing up and surfing Waikiki and in those neighborhoods, I mean, they had a real active football league, and Duke was an athlete. He played soccer, football, and a bunch of other sports, and also like fighting, right? Like,
He was
today
into the Hawaiian martial arts?
Well, today we celebrate it. A lot of Hawaiian fighters are pretty successful in the UFC,
Big time.
right? And that tradition is pretty long in Hawaii. And even in Duke's time, there was a big culture of like boxing and wrestling and grappling. Hawaii has a grappling martial arts known as the lua.
Yep.
And so this sport of fighting, in my opinion, it's no coincidence that it's continued today, because it's so much part of our heritage. And Duke grew up in these circles where, they would have scraps with. I mean, his family was dispossessed of their property that lived in Kalia, Waikiki, when the army came and condemned it and turned it into Fort DeRussy.
Yeah.
And then at that point with Fort DeRussy, it was they call it an R&R center of the Pacific, which is basically, kind of sanctioned prostitution and, soldiers coming home from war and having like this
Gotcha.
vacation to,
Mhm.
Unwind.
Yeah.
But then when you have a Hawaiian community like where Duke and his brothers were, and they're not so happy about
Don't
some of
bring
their
that kind of
sisters
stuff.
and cousins and women
Roger
who
that.
are being kind of exploited in that. Here we go. Makana
Pang
dragging.
again.
Slows down, comes out.
2 in and outs for this
Oh.
little brother. Oh, with a death drop floater, or was he trying to kick out on that
Going
one?
for it.
Makana Pang already got the work done. That was a completion ride for Makana Pang, Team Volcom.
Now you have a choice here to paddle back out or to get the
Or
ski
to take the ski. What will he
assist.
do?
And
Sometimes your inner surfer pride's like, Psh, I'm from Hawaii. I'm young. I'm healthy.
him.
I got this. I'm going to duck dive. And then sometimes you
right.
just wasted some energy. And
So-
it would have been smarter to take the ski.
So as Duke growing up in that time, I mean, there was some clash between
Okay.
in this community, and they don't talk. You don't want to expose Duke and those guys in a negative light. We'll watch the replay here. Dragging Makana Pang slows down, maximizes that tube time, and then comes out.
Oh, he had a nice tail flick off that foamy lip.
But when I was doing some research in the Hamilton Library at the UH Manoa, I came across these oral histories of that were printed, and I was able to read through them, and I found in some of those sources some of these things that were less talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, look at this backdoor wave. This is Jack Robinson under the curtain. There's that smooth style.
So like amphibious through the tube. Yeah, he's just got this extra speed when he's gliding through those backdoor waves.
Interestingly, he's paddling toward the beach, which is sometimes what we have to do to avoid getting pounded. There he goes, sets it up for a quick barrel. Unfortunately, it
Violence
shuts down.
and everything, and there's been fights in the water and surfing and stuff like that. That's never great promotion, but there's so much things that happen in life and stuff. I was grown up with when someone's absolutely out of control, a little open hand, and that was back in the day, North Shore.
But
Different times. That was a very quick heat.
that's the end of the heat.
I believe sitting here with you, that was the fastest 55-minute heat there.
See
They
what
all kind of got waves.
All right, we're going to recap this one. That was a sick heat. And we see Jack Robinson starting off with a barrel at pipeline. Kicks out. There he is again at backdoor. Going left, going right.
That was a good one.
Boosts a big Bruce Iron air.
My
Boom.
favorite wave from the heat, I think.
We have Balaram, who broke a board in this heat, kind of struggled to get back in rhythm after doing that, but did get a couple barrels, and Makana Pang at backdoor.
Makana
All right,
Pang.
stay with us. Backdoor shootout coming to ya.
Aloha.
Another beautiful day in Hawaii, looking at Bonsai Pipeline, the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2022, bringing you in from the sky. The drone looking at these beautiful conditions. A little bit of that still remnant rainwater runoff discoloration, almost giving it like a little camouflage color with the little mixes of blues and browns, a little green here and there. So definitely still seeing the effects of that, pretty torrential rain period we had from the Christmas to New Year's holiday. But quality of surf, definitely
Cherry.
at a high level. Super cherry. Rocky Cannon, Ezra Rodriguez bringing you this action from
Thanks, Rock, from the drone
Team
footage.
Florence.
There is still a lot of soot in the water, though.
Yeah, Team Florence saw Eithan get one just a moment ago at Pike. Not able to make it out, but got Brother Nate, Brother Eithan, and Hanai, Brother Eli.
Oh, these guys are the busy boys. They
Yeah.
Yesterday
So
on
much going on.
Slabby 10 to 12 foot plus, they just started getting busy, like almost playing with the place, yeah?
There's Backdoor opening
Backdoor
up,
stalling.
and not going to
Ooh.
squeeze through that doggy
It
door.
did offer that doggy door.
There's some travel time right there. I'm trying to get a look at
That's
who
Brother
that
Nate.
was, and that was Nathan. Ivan going for the ultra short haircut. John keeping the blonde mop in style.
In style.
But one of our other Hawaiian words we introduced in this heat in describing Eli's connection to the Florence Ohana and Hanai, as we watch Nate travel through that backdoor barrel. Gosh, he was on his way, but that one just ran a little bit too fast for him. Here's Eli, the Hanai brother of the Florence Ohana.
No stranger
And
to getting out of that, and he actually doggy-doored the guillotine.
Yeah, snuck through that guillotine, got a little bit of it on the shoulder, but he trains hard. He's a strong young man. Was able to hold on through that one. But Hanai means to adopt or care for in an adopting way. So that's the Hawaiian word we used to describe Eli in surfing with his Hanai brothers, adopted brothers, the Florence boys.
Strong young man. Koa Rothman's a part of that crew. You know what I mean? These guys are just elevating the sport. These are the new guys. Eli's also a student of jiu-jitsu.
Yeah,
and,
very, very proficient student and performer in that martial art. As we saw, I think that was John taking off at Pipeline, getting his first barrel of the day, at least in competition. Sure, he was out there.
I see
throwing
all
down a
kinds
couple
of
of warm-ups.
people showing up to watch the action. We got Hui brother Kawi.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, from Waimanalo, came all this way.
All the
That's
way,
as furthest as you can go. From the Waimanalo side, him doing great things for his community.
Oh, look at that. That was Eithan at Backdoor.
Eithan, beautiful. As we have a replay of John Florence doing his thing on that left. Always scoring capability with the Florence brothers, eh?
Yeah, and they had a great run in this past HIC Pipe Pro just a couple of weeks ago before the Christmas holiday, and both were in the final. John came from behind to win that event. Eithan was right there with him, but they had like three rounds. Eithan had a 10 in one of the previous rounds. John was really consistent, performing his 8s and 9s, like usual. But Eithan really made a statement. Here's Nate. Nasty Nate on one that's not going to provide much.
Yeah, he doesn't. Even though he could pull into what it had to offer, he knows, I don't want this.
Yeah.
This is a 3.4, and I'm out of here.
You had to check it out. One of those ones that you don't know till you go had to get a feel for it. And once he got in, it was like, I'm just going to go for the ride for a minute and kick out. But, yeah, that performance by John and Ivan together in those few rounds of the HIC Pipe Pro. They finished first and second, advancing together through 3 of those rounds into the final. They kept having the draw, advancing together, and you were kind of hoping, they would keep it going, but you knew it was going to be a tall order for, Ivan to keep up with John. Obviously, he's younger, and the experience level of his brother. And I don't know if I noticed any particular, hard evidence that John was helping him through. Oh. But for sure, the motivation and inspiration of competing with your older brother has to give you that extra drive.
Yes.
So I think, whether it was intentional or not, having John alongside him probably helped Ivan in a way that, he was able to perform at a level to make the final, which is, is a young lad, his first pipe final, and I'm sure there's more to come.
Ivan's always been there, but over the last 3 years, I've really seen him making his mark with all the air edits, riding for vans like his brothers, and just putting it to it. And charging pipe, always did it, but now he's doing it. He's putting his name on the map. Of course, his last name is well known, but now all 3 brothers have something to offer here in surfing.
And performing, during a free surf session is one part of it, but being able to harness it and perform during competition, that's when you're taking it to that next level. It's really fun.
You'd almost think that this brother doesn't like competition, but for him to go all the way, I dig.
There's Eli at backdoor, Ivan's at pipe, but we're going to watch Eli that time tried to squeeze through that guillotine. And
wasn't going to let him out a second time. But Eli Olson, busy.
You got to be a pretty lucky individual to make one of those. To ask for 2, that's a tall order.
Definitely travel time. Mr. John Florence at the back door.
Just looks like he is right at home in these gaping, frothy backdoor barrels.
Kicks out, glides 20 yards into this whitewater thing, does a little pin dive. He's back out there.
Yeah, drone shot showing you the technique of bailing and grabbing back onto your board and all of that turbulence.
Oh, there he goes again. And you see the mutant John Florence, he does get taken back by big whitewater just a few feet.
Yeah, he's human after all.
Oh, he's so amphibious, but right back out to the lineup. No jet ski assist. It's not easy getting out of that backdoor area.
No, it's pretty treacherous, and you got to have some pretty good technique and some good luck. There's Ivan just styling through pipe.
I really like that. The way he grabbed the wall.
Soul arch. Yeah.
Soul arch.
And Eli just missing right there. The previous wave was similar to that. John, perfect position. Not sure if that one had the doubt of exit, like his 10-point ride yesterday, but continuing to pile on good scores. This Team Florence is starting to put it together.
Yeah, and Mr. Olson, lucky thing on that second doggy door that he tried to break out through, it was like the thing came right down on his mid-board, so he's lucky his board is still intact.
Yeah.
Because this place, you can get lucky, but, this place also rattles your board to where the next wave, bye-bye.
Yeah, maybe it's not going to complete the full breakage all in one crack, but you get little buckles here and there, stress.
Without
the boards,
even knowing, huh?
Yeah, the stress that these boards go through, just on a daily basis. And see, checking the board right now.
He is.
He's having a look.
He's like, how did this thing not go?
Yeah. Sure, he was looking at that lip coming down right, like the axe.
And I noticed Pops isn't on the balcony. Maybe he's got the second board ready.
So John getting the 9 on that backdoor wave.
Okay.
Coming in from beach announcer, the great Kainoa McGee, informing us all the beach here. And we're just trying to poach whatever info we can get that's coming through on the loudspeaker.
As you can see, the Florence team regrouping out at pipeline up, talking about their rides. These guys are a bunch of frothers, man. If we could hear them mic'd up.
That would be so fun to have.
I mean, it's going to be soon, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, especially at team events, listen to what they're talking about, you know what I mean?
Yeah, is have one
or
guy
like
with
send
the
it
mic
back
that,
to us, you know, just something in the future would be cool. Because you're watching the Hui Backdoor Shootout prestige event, only one of its kind. Yeah, Rock.
Nothing else like it.
Local, cultural. We got Isaiah Walker giving us the full-on lowdown about Duke Kahanamoku. I've been learning so much this weekend and through the film, and I can't wait to get his book, Waves of Resistance.
Brother, that's your copy right there.
Oh, I'll get into reading again, you guys. You know?
I don't like, speak for the professor and start giving stuff away, but
I know it's like intimidating sitting next to a professor.
I got blessed.
Sometimes I just go mute for a little while.
I got blessed with my
mute,
copy some years ago when we were at Waikiki during the Dukes Ocean Fest, and
yes, the Dukes.
Isaiah's kind to
year.
share. And as we see Eithan and Backdoor, is that brother Nathan?
Yeah, but Backdoor impossible from the drone view. You also just seen John lean over this ledge on this wave.
Yeah, another
like he was
long
take it.
Stretched wave at Backdoor for Nathan, and he's
now
getting
let's see textbook Nathan
exploded right now.
Up as John right in front of his brother.
Oh, no way.
Flying through it. Ooh. Not the kind
difficult.
of wave to come out. Yeah.
That's hard, man.
You know, even John, that wave didn't offer an exit. He did the best he could as Nate's getting out of the foam. Hawaii Water Patrol is going to check on Nate. Nate says, I'm okay. I'm almost out. Dips another one. These guys are next level.
Yeah, there's Eithan with that great Hawaiian Water Patrol jet ski view. And big mahalo to our Hawaiian Water Patrol team. And 3 skis in the water. That's a lot of personnel to operate, to make sure everybody's safe, get grabbers on board. You got Larry Haynes, cameraman on board, and Uncle Terry Hui, obviously a pillar of historical influence here on the North Shore with the Hui back in the day, and then starting his own water patrol business with Brian Keaulana and inventing the techniques of jet ski rescue that are now used by everyone around the world, including here's Eli Olson perfecting his technique at Backdoor.
Oh, traditional Backdoor. I thought we were going to see a soul arch exit there, Rock.
He was on his way, but
on his way. And you know, on this Hawaiian Water Patrol jet skis, these guys are watermen themselves. I mean, they do everything. Some of our childhood buddies. And they're crazy.
Talent, skills, awareness, knowledge, all part of being on the Hawaiian Water Patrol team. And to maneuver a craft with such precision in these conditions takes a lot of skill, a lot of practice, a lot of training. And, they just don't hand over the keys to anybody.
Oh, no ways. It's Jedi-type reflexes. It's easy to mess up out in Mother Ocean. I mean, especially with a machine between your legs and responsibility for others. It's no joke. That's why Uncle Terry and Uncle Brian Keaulana have absolutely perfected it. I mean, these guys go over it, risk assessment.
Yeah.
I mean,
literally wrote the book
when they want to ask you if you want to join, you got to be careful because these guys could take you out on an 8-hour mission on a small little speedboat, and you're going to be freezing cold, jumping over waves you might not want to be doing. So, you got to check on what they're up to because these guys are very interesting,
I was lucky to have Kavika Foster take me under his wing at Haleiwa.
Yes.
And, as a preteen, 11, 12 years old, I was hanging out with him during the Triple Crown contest and trying to get every bit of knowledge that was thrown my way, or opportunity to go ride and, be on the back while he's driving, watching his techniques and the way he approaches waves. And,
you guys were a team.
Yeah.
I mean, everywhere I seen you, like 20, 15 years ago, you and Kavika Foster.
It was
Bang,
Kavika and Rocky all the way.
And is he working today? Is he down on the beach? Is
I
he
think
on
he's
skis, rotating?
At his primary. He's picked up a primary job in construction and building. Talented brother in so many different ways.
Big time.
But he'll be here on the weekends if we're running.
Oh, good.
I'm sure. And looks like, we got so much swell.
I know.
That is coming our way. It's going to be exciting to be a part
Nate.
of this, as Nate Florence again just gets a little bit caught up in that.
I'm telling you, they're getting some pinchy ones.
Yeah.
I mean, could it be the tide rock? Is there something changing to when Backdoor and Pipeline clamps on the Florence
There is a
brothers?
little tidal influence.
And the Olson?
Just the swell might be stacking up on itself a little bit, and the backwash comes, into play and being a factor. And Hawaiian Water Patrol going to jet in and check on Nate. But looking at the outside lineup, you got John, Ivan, and Eli trying to pick the best position to be in. You notice Ivan just sticking right on his brother's heels. It's like, hey, when it comes in, when it comes in, you go right, I go left. Does that sound like a plan, John?
Oh yeah, how's that brotherly love? Like, you remember when we were kids and we'd all surf together? It's like, oh, I get the one, the second one out the back.
Totally.
I see kids do that now, just like,
brings
makes
back
me
some good
giggle
memories.
inside. Like, oh, they claiming it already.
Yeah.
But we all used to do that.
Yeah.
And now in this generation, sell your friend a lemon. That's the best thing. Like, act like you're going and then you don't go. That's great, too. Then, they're on a team, but that would be funny. They're the Florence boys. You might just give Ivan a lemon and get the good backdoor.
But just an update for today, too, where we scaled down the time of the heats to 36 minutes. We're still deciding on what exactly is going to happen after the final heat of round 2, which will be the next heat, the Peruvian Tubos team.
I heard rumor we're going out for an expression session. I'm just joking.
That's happened before.
Oh, but man, it's just it's calming down. It's looking
actually
good.
One of the last times I made my appearance here at Pipe was a few years ago. Uncle Eddie did make time for a expression session for anybody who wasn't in the event but was part of the event that wanted to get out there, and I borrowed Kala Alexander's board, and he's like, don't break it. I'm like, oh my gosh, really?
I haven't seen Kala yet this week.
But he's probably busy running his
Shark
captainship
Tours.
boat show over there.
I was talking to Moana's husband.
Yeah.
And he works on that boat, and I'm ready to take my family on a shark tour.
It's pretty cool, man. You learn a lot, and you have a new appreciation for a creature that's had such a bad rap in many ways.
It's my biggest fascination is the tiger shark.
Essential to our aquatic ecosystem. So cool experience.
Yeah,
I've been on with other operators in the past. I haven't been out there with
You've done
Kala.
it a few times.
Yeah,
right?
I haven't been out there with Kala and
Have
Makua
you ever got
and
to
the
swim
gang yet. But
outside of the cage with some?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was intense, to say the least.
Yes, when you meet my daughters, they're like, oh, Dad's watching another tiger shark YouTube video, so it's time. It's time for me to go and experience this.
Hit up Kala, hit up Makua. I've got a great
We got some Hui hammers gathering up with boss man Uncle Eddie in the yard.
Oh, bruh.
I love it. Look at all this energy. I love it.
There's tonnage of Hawaiian muscle right there.
The Kanakas just walked in the fence, and it's time. Maybe it's a picture-taking time.
Well, there's some bulk that's happening down there.
You got Uncle Manny DeSoto over there.
They're making one Kawi sandwich over there.
Yeah, Kawi just pulled off a massive Christmas parade in Waimanalo. Gave gifts to
awesome.
everybody. That guy's part of the alkaline water mission to get Kapuna their water during this COVID time. Everything's free. You know, you just got to call and let Brada know. This guy does amazing things for his community. Hui member. There's also, I've seen, they're also the Rock stunt doubles. Him and that other brother I seen yesterday.
Tanawai was hanging out yesterday, too. Yeah, like we said, some strong Hawaiians.
Yeah, if you guys don't know what the Hui is, Hui Inalu, it's the absolute Hama squad. Brothers and sisters taking care of their community, making things that's right.
Hey, go to defendhawaii.com. That's where you can purchase a T-shirt.
I love these shirts,
Not only
Rock.
are you going to get a great piece of apparel, these shirts right here, but you're going to support a club and a group that, like Ezra said, does so much good things for the North Shore community, for the Hawaii community as a whole.
They're real.
In different kinds of
They're
forms. So it is imperative and really awesome to support the Hui Club through defendhawaii.com and making a purchase of a T-shirt and getting your hands on some of this historic apparel. Historic in the way of having our wahine compete. That's been amazing. And our first husband and wife team, Moana Wong and Tehotu Wong.
Oh, yeah.
And just the overall awesomeness of this event. So be a part of it through a T-shirt purchased at defendhawaii.com. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, like you said, Rocky, prestige event, one of its kind, different etiquette to what you're used to, because
Brother,
I know you run all the surf events.
The quiver of shades, too, bro. You had a different pair yesterday, and now you're running this pair. It's stylish.
As an older longboard professional surfer, I went outside the box, and I enjoy equipment, function, all kinds of new different things, you know. Like John, for instance, I was really thinking he was going to ride his Dark Star Carbon. You know, you've been seeing everybody riding these carbon boards, and, you know, it's getting really hot, and that's what got me off the couch 7 years ago is Thunderbolt surfboards. Thank you, guys. A shout out. Firewire bought them 3 years ago. And we're one big giant family. Boys watching at home, Firewire, Thunderbolt. Thank you for everything. And, you know, we got some of our athletes riding those boards as well. So, and John's been on these carbon things that have been amazing in collaboration with Paisel. So, next level when John rides those kinds of things.
Yeah.
You know they work really well.
Yeah. It's been proven for sure.
9 minutes, I hear. 9 minutes remaining in this Team Florence heat. Also, the brothers have gotten into using their last name as a clothing company. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Their equipment, I am a surf short board designer, and I fancy surf shorts up the yin-yang.
Yeah.
We wear them every day. His stuff looks great, you know.
Yeah, check it out.
And, you know, I really love the Hui stuff, you know, not just the shirts. Go check out their surf trunks, and you can find them on surfline.com and also dahui.com, I believe.
Yep.
And, you know, you find the Hui webpage, help support. We're also down here. I'm pretty sure you can get your shirts hand-delivered, but we also have some amazing shirts down here. So if you're joining us, just ask the certain people properly. You don't want to just come through the gate unannounced. The Hui Backdoor Shootout. We have waves out the back.
Yeah, you can see them on your screen right there, starting to roll in, and the surfers for Team Florence are on the move. So this
Who
one,
do you think out of
flexing
all four,
a little bit.
Who's got the pecking order? You know, always between friends, there's always that one alpha.
Yeah, and the natural born leader of the bunch, you would have to think, is the guy who's got the most accolades.
Titles
which
and stuff.
Would be John.
But you never know. He might not be the leader.
But, you know.
guys are characters.
The outsider, the Hanai brother Eli could have some influence. Of
Look
course,
at the Florence position play.
You know,
one out, one in, left and right.
Yep, charging of Nate Florence has him right there. And Eithan being the lone goofy foot has got some uniqueness to his style. But, you know, I think these guys are pretty well aware of what is going to be required.
Goofy footers got mad style.
Yeah.
Just say it.
The awareness of these guys to know how they're doing, what they need to do to have their team, you know, be in the running to win this. They know that they've got to have everybody contributing.
Yeah.
So I do believe that they're, you know, strategizing a little bit to make sure everybody's got a chance to put something on the board that's significant.
You know, I've been in some team events, not at this caliber, but just fun events. And, you know, as you want everybody to kind of get, you know, 2 great rides that everybody's comfortable with. So maybe they'd be discussing like, hey, man, I didn't make it out of that last doggy door, so I'm going to go sneak the next backdoor wave, see if I can capitalize, because I feel that all 4 guys, if they get 4 great rides each, which is hard to do in 35 minutes, maybe 2, you know, their team will advance as a whole. You know what I mean? But there's also that thing that you keep reminding me, the individual.
Yeah,
award.
Here's Eli, and got spit right off his board. You see a lovely little rainbow just hanging.
I like that.
Right in the mist. But one that he would have, you know, really liked to make, and one that, you know, possibly was given to him to get the good score that needed to contribute to the team, but just a little bit out of position in the barrel and was not able to make it.
And there was a little rainbow at the end, so it was an angry little leprechaun saying no to Eli. But shoot, that thing looked makeable.
It did, you know, and we talked about the high standard that these guys demand of themselves. And, you know, Eli is going to be losing a few minutes of sleep over that one, possibly. Not sure, you know.
Right there.
You do have to have a short memory sometimes in this game, you know, to get through to the next. But they're saying, what happened? He's like, oh, man, I don't know. I think I kind of should have made that one. But, you know, all in a day's fun and work here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Even in team events, even though you are team members, you still always as a surfer positioning around your mates, even though you're a team. That's just a natural thing, because in surfing, you know, sometimes, I mean, usually it's an individual sport, you know what I mean? And
very rarely you get team competition. And then, of course, we've been talking about the ultra uniqueness and the one-of-a-kind concept of this event. So it is, you know, something different that the guys, you know, have to deal with throughout the contests, and reminding themselves that the format is so unique and not your conventional surf event. And these guys compete a lot, you know, from the events here on the North Shore, and do a little bit of traveling, and then competing in the big wave events that are, you know, advancement style, traditional style too. You kind of got to get your head put into the mind frame of this is a different kind of event.
Yeah, I wanted to talk events
takes a different
with you,
approach.
because, you know, this event, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, but this isn't it for you, because the tour is now starting in Hawaii in February. And I know you were talking about it yesterday on my Ruth. You said, yeah, Rocky was talking about it. Then you went left field. So I was like, shh, they all know I do that. So I was just trying to get educated, because there is a new tour. And they did change some things around, not just the dates, but they changed some criteria as well. It's not Kelly Slater, what he came up with, Surum, right? It's a little different.
Well, it's going to be the traditional format, you know, going from a field of so many competitors and whittling it down to a final. But it is going to start here at Pipeline on January 17th-ish.
Oh,
after
we're
this
like
event.
we're like you're back to back to
Yeah,
back to
so
back.
I'm back to back to back. We had the Haleiwa Challenger event.
Huge fortress.
Yeah.
You guys were like a city.
Yeah, and then the big setup right there at Ali'i's, but it was a different event. It was a Challenger event. It was the final Challenger event of the season, which usually Haleiwa is the second to last Challenger or qualifying event because Sunset usually happens right after, but we don't have Sunset as a qualifier this year. Then we went right into December 8th, which is the traditional Pipe Master waiting period, but it was switched to an all local or majority local HIC Pipe Pro.
I like that.
1-star, which had, super quality surf,
They
great
came back
talent.
and
John
left.
John won Haleiwa and Pipe.
Wow.
And then dating back to earlier in the season last year at the Pipe Masters. So he's been on the roll, winning every event so far. This one is one of those unique ones, kind of an anomaly, but still, he's got a great chance of finishing on top here too. It's at his home break, and he does well here. But when you talk about the World Surf League and qualification points and competition, then we have the first Championship Tour event coming up after this event, immediately following, the day after this holding period. So I'm back here on call for that beach announcing, and then right after that is the second Championship Tour event, and we're going up to Sunset.
And
that's how we go into February.
And that is a CT.
And that is a CT Championship Tour event
what's
also.
What's new to me, oh, wow.
Checking out Eli.
Eli again,
Oh,
backdoor.
there you go.
Smoker pumps it through. Full monster.
He did everything right.
Yeah.
Everything he could do.
Yeah.
That wave just had a different idea for Eli, but man, stalled and then pumped, got deep, saw the
4,
long
5,
drivey
6
section,
pumps.
and he did such a good job on the wave a couple waves ago, powering through that guillotine doggy door, and then the last couple have just been a little unfortunate for Eli running away from him, but that was one where he did everything humanly possible to give himself the best chance, and it was just the wave that wouldn't let him out. But here we go. This was the one we were referencing earlier that he was able to sneak through and just skillfully, powerfully make that exit. Eithan had a backdoor shack attack.
Threader.
And then we saw the one and only John Florence putting down a score.
Eithan with that steezy soul one.
And we'll be right back with our final heat of round 2 here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Stay right there. Hey, welcome back, gang. 2022, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and we are into the final heat of round number 2. It is the Peruvian Tubos squad, and one of our performers getting a wave during the break at Backdoor. So, Team Peru out there right now. Isaiah Hele Kunihi Walker alongside yours truly, Rockwell Kahale Pauole Cannon. Rockwell is my given name, and like you with Hele Kunihi Kahale Pauole comes from my grandmother. Her maiden name is Kahale Pauole. She married a Cannon.
Yeah.
And it is generations of heritage in Waimea Valley.
Wow.
Which is the
awesome.
Kahale Pauole, Kahale the house, Pauole that never ends. So
house, huh?
I've been told in a reference of, you know, always being open in like a hospitality sense,
Okay.
or also describing the next life and the big house that you go to after this life. So a couple of translations there.
I like
but,
it.
Yeah,
Valley,
we're glad
there's
to be.
a lot of Waimea valleys. Are you talking about here on the North Shore, or there's Waimea in Kauai, there's Waimea Big Island?
You know, that's something you could maybe elaborate on a little bit of why there are so many Waimeas in Hawaii.
Right. Well, actually, Waimea could reference just like the large water, like an area that has a lot of water. And so a lot of these valleys are plentiful with water, so perhaps it's because of that. But also in Hawaii, you have some names for places that reflect more of like a side of the island or a portion or a kind of space. So, for example, Kona, there's a Kona on every island. And it's just really the that certain side, the southwest side of an island. But Waimea, it's interesting. My guess is because they all have these similarities. They're plentiful with water, so perhaps that's why. We're talking about some Hawaiian history and culture, and Waimea Valley here on the North Shore. We're talking about water. For Hawaiians, water, especially fresh water. Hawaiians had a lot of different words for water. So wai in Waimea is referring to fresh water. Excuse me. Kai is ocean water, but the ocean has many different names, right? And right now we're watching a paddler.
Yeah, beautiful aerial shot, by the way, of the North Shore coastline and further up to the slopes of the hills behind us. And then we come right to live action in the lineup for Team Peru. And we've got Alvaro Malpartida on the team, Gabriel Villaran, Cristobal de Col, Alonso Correa, Joaquin del Castillo. So quite the lineup of talented Peruvians. And just kind of sneaking under the lip right there, but it looks like he might have got a little chandelier on the backside that upended his efforts.
Right. So what we're looking at now in this shot, I love it because you look way out into the deep blue over there. That part of the water is called Moana. And we have
the
a
deep
Moana
ocean,
Wong,
Moana, yeah.
Moana Jones. Right where the whitewash area you see on this coast, we call that the Po'ina Nalu. That's the breaking zone of the water. And
that's one that I'm not as familiar with.
Okay.
Po'ina Nalu.
Po'ina Nalu. There's a
as far as
surfer.
I'm familiar with it as a surfer, but the Hawaiian terminology, that one is...
It's basically the lineup.
Okay.
Po'ina Nalu.
Po'ina Nalu. Check it out. What a beautiful pipeline barrel. Just a lot of style, poise, and comfort.
Auntie Roby sings a song called, Pi'i Mai Kanalu.
Yes.
Pi'i Mai Kanalu. That's a great song to learn about surfing terms. In that song, it lists a lot of different things about, Pi'i is the rising. So Pi'i Mai Kanalu, the waves are rising, like a set's coming. And there's a lot of other terms in there that she talked about. Is lala. Lala is a word used in that song that means like to trim. We call it trimming, where you're riding the wave diagonally. And sometimes, we erroneously think that Hawaiian surfers just went straight on waves, but that's not true. We have actual terms for riding waves in Hawaiian that's just for surfing. Here we go, bottom turn, doing the lala right there.
Yeah, I was going to say, we can incorporate some of that Olelo Hawaii into our current descriptions of the way these guys are riding the waves.
Takes that drop.
Do you know if there's a term for the bottom turn? You express the trimming down the line, the lala.
Right. I'm not too sure. It probably exists. I'd have to look more into it. But
we're giving the professor homework now.
But here we go. Here's a rider.
Oh man, just had to focus so much on that really steep drop. Kind of had nowhere to go.
One thing interesting, though, of course, surfboards in ancient times didn't have a fin or a skeg, what we call them. And so they would ride the wave using the rail. So maybe a bottom turn would have been a little more challenging as far as like going straight down and then reaching the bottom and doing a hard bottom turn.
You almost were probably doing the lala from the top, just trimming.
It's so cool, too, that, for the last decade or so, we've seen more people riding the old wood boards.
Yeah.
And oftentimes people are calling the alaya. Alaia, I think, is the better pronunciation. Like the path of the fish, the ia makes kind of a trail and like a wake of the
makes
fish
sense.
running along the. So it's
thought about it like that before, but ala is like the path or the avenue, and ia.
Right,
like
ala ia. But that's just one board design. My good friend Pohaku, Tom Stone, also a legendary pipeline surfer. Back in the 70s and even earlier, he was one of the young guys out here dominating at pipeline. also, one of the early guys in the Hui Nalu. But he's today a teacher, a professor who talks. He's taught many classes and also works with young people and old people. Like his expertise is in these old papa he'enalu. Papa is referring to the board. He'enalu, of course, surfing. So papa he'enalu is a surfboard, and he, shares a lot of mana'o about how it wasn't just the height or the length of the board that gave it its name, but mostly the shape of the rail and the different, outline of the board. So a lot of different kinds of board, that not just the ala'i'a, but olo, kokio, and many others that that are involved with. There's a rider, goes in the late drop into a closeout. But it's really cool to see how, some guys these days are able to really rip on these boards. Uluboy Napiahi from Hilo, love watching him ride these boards. A lot of guys from Big Island riding boards like that. Cliff Capono actually had an entry into, I think it was a Triple Crown last year, where he was riding a wood board, a Papa He'enalu. Sheldon Paishan's super good at it too.
Watching him ride and at Wakaha during a couple of years ago, we did a live broadcast of Buffalo's Big Board Classic. And his skill on a board with no skegs, the ala'i'a, the traditional wooden board, the way he was able to put it on the rail and maneuver the board, utilizing just the rail, and his body contortion was really inspiring and really unique. And I think he's probably one of the best ala'i'a surfers I've seen
ever.
If when you're talking about that specific board design and way of riding.
Yeah, ripping it, doing turns, hitting the lip, spinning around, reverses, just endless possibilities. So it, again, the equipment is kind of just, you're limited in your own mindset for what you can and can't do, but we have a lot of mo'olelo about surfers in ancient times doing amazing things on waves.
Right.
Even on the North Shore. We sometimes think, and sometimes we've had some historical narratives promoted in maybe some historical surf films that promoted something that wasn't really accurate. And one of those is that the North Shore was an unridded realm until the 1950s, when maybe surfers from California came and discovered it. But in reality, surfers have been surfing on the North Shore for many years. In fact, there's a story of Kahiki Lani, who comes to the North Shore from Kauai hundreds of years ago.
Okay.
And he comes to Paumalu, which is Sunset Beach, and he would come back and forth every winter. We have some people who still do that, right? A lot of Kauai people that like to come back and forth for
It's
the season.
amazing how history continues.
Right? Parallels. We had a lot of Kauai surfers in this event today, in fact. But Kahiki Lani was one of those brothers, like to come back and forth. And when he was surfing in Paumalu, there was this beautiful woman who lived up in the hills behind, bird maiden, because she lived with birds, and somehow she had this ability she had these pet birds that would communicate with her and stuff. And they told her about this handsome guy from Kauai, this amazing surfer, and he ends up meeting her and falling in love, and they live up in the hills behind Sunset Beach, Paumalu. And eventually, he wants to go back to surf. And she's like, okay, just, don't forget me. And as we were talking yesterday, Rocky, you mentioned that sometimes courtship and surfing go hand in hand.
Right.
So sharing waves with women can lead to other things.
Mm-hmm.
And so his new girlfriend was, concerned about that. He said, no worries, sister. I true to you. Well, there was, a girl in the water that came up, and she, he caught her eye, and she came and gave him an ilimale.
Okay.
So, this orange, beautiful lei that she gave to him,
which is the lei of Oahu,
Right.
as it turns out.
And so the birds nearby see this happening, and they fly up and alert their master, and she finds out, and he sees the birds, and he knows, oh my gosh, I'm in trouble. So he already kind of preemptively paddles in, starts
is
running
all
up.
too familiar for probably a lot of our surfers on the North Shore.
Starts running up the hills, and as he's climbing up the hill, his wahine puts a spell on him and turns him to stone.
Oh,
And so in the mountains back there today, there's still a rock that reminisces of Kahikilani. Look at this backdoor barrel.
oh wow.
Traveled, but
Yeah,
not
as
far
soon
enough.
as you said there's a rock, I was looking at the style of that surfer who looked solid as a rock,
right?
grabbing that rail, pig dog style in that backdoor wave. And, you know, I feel like some of these backdoor waves in the last couple of heats have started to really run fast across the reef, making it really difficult. We saw Eli and Nate Florence get outran a couple of times, and there you see, you know, almost prime perfect positioning. And then finally the wave just hits another level of another gear and just goes into overdrive, and then makes it tough to keep up with.
Right. Yeah, so we have many mo'olelos or stories of Hawaiian surfing the North Shore long before even Captain Cook arrived.
Right. Wow.
Condolences to the Knoll family. Greg Knoll passed away recently. He was definitely a legend out here.
Yeah, one of those guys that, you know, understood the respect, but also knew that the way he would convey respect would be the way he carried himself, but the way he would gain respect would be the things he would do in the ocean.
Right.
And always struck me as a guy that let his surfing do the talking, but still really was fully aware of how important it was to be respectful to the place and to the people here.
Right.
So, yeah, that's news that sends shockwaves through the surf community of such a legend passing on. And, you know, it's just one of those things of life where, like, man, it sucks getting old because your body, you can't do the things you used to do and this or that. You know, there's so many parts of it that we complain about, but the hardest part about getting old is, you know, you're always going to find out about somebody that, you know, has passed on, and that's just, you know, the nature of life. But yeah, prayers and condolences for the Knoll family.
I had a really cool experience that really opened my eyes to Greg Knoll. I'm good friends with K-Boy. K-Boy is the son of Kealoha Kahino Sr. from Laie, who's a legendary surfer who surfed out here with Greg Knoll. And even though Greg Knoll, you know, was pretty popular in amongst, you know, surfing historians, and then not, you know, Kealoha Kahino was a more quiet, humble person that didn't really get the spotlight. But Kealoha surfed with them at Waimea out here, big outer reef waves, and
he was right there doing
right
that
there
whole
with
time.
them. And K-Boy invited me, said, hey, they're having this dinner that Quiksilver's putting on, where they're honoring old timers, and Greg Knoll and his crew is going to be there, and Greg wanted me to be there because my dad already passed away. And you know, he's kind of like, bro, I don't like talk stories with all these holy, you know, like, I'm not really used to the spotlight. You like come with me or what? So I was like, yeah. So I was like his plus one, and I sat at the table, and I didn't realize I was at the table with Greg Knoll and his son and the family. And anyway, we had a lot of cool stories. We're going to continue on with those stories, but sorry, I thought we were going to a break or something.
There was a little
There's a little
flash of
music there.
but I think they're just keeping us on our toes.
All right.
Yeah, a little bit of a lull in the action here as this swell mellows out a little bit, but that is some of the intense pipeline backdoor that we saw yesterday. And these shots from Hawaiian Water Patrol looking into these huge barrels are some of the most unique views that you'll get, and it's all thanks to Hawaiian Water Patrol and the Hui Backdoor Shootout. The way we're able to bring you these angles.
Amazing, the slow motion and the quality. We've come a long ways over the years, and so have the surfers pulling into backdoor waves like that.
Yeah, you really get a sense of being right there with them, but in the comfort and safety of a dry chair and table.
So awesome that John Florence is able to surf with his siblings on their Florence team. He scored a lot of good rides. I think he's probably leading the individual scoreboard because he's got a 10 and 2 9s.
Yeah, and I'm sure, I think we're going maybe down to even the top 4 waves. So he's got scores that are, I mean, he's probably throwing away some 8s.
My guess is Eli's not far behind as well. Eli Olson had a couple really good waves in that last heat.
And had the 9.5 from day 1 yesterday too. The Quiksilver team, maybe putting together one of the better team performances. But Mason Ho had a couple of great waves today and yesterday. He might be up there in the runnings, and nobody can forget Balaram Stack and his 11. It's just a matter of him being able to back up that big score with other scores. So he's right there. He's, the goal is to get at least one, packing in the double digits, and then if you can get 1 or 2 of those and then back it up with some 9s and 8s, you're looking at a pretty good solid position.
Right. Yeah, we also had, Zeke Lau had a 10 this morning.
Yep. So he kind of put himself right up in the mix too.
Yep.
I think he had a couple of scores yesterday in that 8-point range.
Yeah, I'm glad you reminded us of the 4-wave total, because we've talked a lot about Keito Matsuoka's wave. He got a 12-point ride. But it was Tyler Newton who ended up winning the event in 2019 because he had a combination of 4 really good scores.
Yeah.
So that's what you'll want.
Breakout performance for Tyler.
Rocky saying 4 good rides in order to take this prestigious first place award home. So sorry, I was at the table with Greg Knoll and with these legends there, Kimo Hollinger.
Oh, wow.
Many others. And, when this moment where Greg Knoll, and he had quite a few drinks on him at this point in the dinner, but the whole time he was sitting right next to K-Boy, the son of Kealoha Kai'io, who K-Boy is actually a really good surfer as well, but the whole time Greg was just like hugging K-Boy and saying, "Bro, I miss your dad. I loved him. He was out there with us charging the biggest waves, and just so much aloha he had for this family." And and K-Boy would refer to him as Uncle Greg. And so just, you get a lot of, people come here. We talked about like some of the clashes that have happened over the years, but I guess it's important to also recognize that there are a lot of really good relationships that that are established between Hawaiian folks and folks who come from the outside, right?
Yep.
And it's really about, that aloha and respect, and, you can make friendships for life.
Yeah. Well, I see our longboarders getting ready, and you see some of them in the water right there too. So I think we're, getting ready to shift gears once this final heat of round 2 is complete in our team shortboard competition. We're going to transition and watch our skilled professional longboarders take to Backdoor. And Pipeline has been part of this event for a number of years now, the longboarding and stand-up paddleboarding, and giving our other alternate wave riding vehicle surfers a chance, as almost had a chance at that pipe exit but couldn't quite thread the needle. Here's another opportunity, this one for our regular foot competitor, grabbing rail, threading through. Really nicely done there.
It's interesting, our Peruvian team opened our event and then is closing it today.
Yeah, so what I heard this morning
division,
was we just did a
mirror.
direct reversal of
okay.
the order of teams
Gotcha.
yesterday. Instead of picking another round out of the hat, they just went right back up the scale and started with our wahine and into these heats that were
quick
in the beginning of the day yesterday and towards the end today.
Right.
Yeah, that was well done. Good wave, smaller wave, and just in this last heat, we've been seeing the evidence of the diminishing swell,
right?
Which we knew, was slated to happen at some point today. As we head into this Friday afternoon, it's going to continue to wane, and then we should see indications of that next big swell starting to pump, which could potentially take us into the range of being too big for pipe competition. There is a size and a point in time where the swell is too intense for pipeline, and it just ends up being this one big closeout, or
wall of white water.
A lot of white water, just victory at sea, survival mode, and that's not the quality of conditions that we're looking for. But we will have to wait and see. We could squeeze in a little bit of surfing while it's on the way up before it gets too big. We could be riding it out and then trying to squeeze in something on the tail end when it's on the way down, or the forecasters could be a little bit, not off, but talk about the most unpredictable genre or area of Mother Nature is getting these swells predicted, exactly to a T. So we could see the swell not reach that, height or level, and could be on. So we'll just, react and adapt.
Boy, that drone really putting us in the lineup. Felt like I was out there with those guys.
You see a little bit of texture on the ocean surface too, which could...
At about 11 o'clock, I thought it was going to start blowing strong because you could see that texture, but we're fortunate that it didn't blow too strong, and it's still really light. Here's a left, dropping in, pulling in. It's covered up.
The pipe does have the wherewithal and the capability to still offer a barrel even with some of that sea breeze that comes on shore. And if there's any surf spot that's still going to offer some tube riding even with a little bit of sea breeze, this spot's one of those places that can hold to a certain point, and we'll all do our best to exhale at the same time and blow the wind back offshore.
Right.
But
blow hard.
Yeah. Oh man, it's starting to move the leaves a little bit.
Yeah.
You see the texture on the ocean. I hope, for the sake of our longboarders, that it still will provide. We just saw a wave have a little spit, so the hollowness is still there.
Here's a backdoor nugget.
Oh wow, charging.
Oh. Yeah, because that extra texture does make it a little challenging to stay open in that barrel. Here's another backdoor attempt.
Oh, back-to-back backsiders at backdoor. And
makes it.
What a great backdoor wave and tube ride for Team Peruvian Tubos. And you talked a little bit about the the rich surfing history of the Peruvians.
Right.
And, we've had some great surfers. Look at that technique right there. That was side slipping in the barrel, holding the line, and really just, you see his foot positioning too, way over on that inside rail. So his heels could really help hold that rail, keep that line, and that was crucial to making that wave.
Yeah, that was a really well-ridden wave. There was that moment, that wow factor that you talked about yesterday, Rocky, of, kind of, it was ambiguous if he was going to come out or not.
Yeah, some doubt.
But he was able to pull the rabbit out of the hat and come out of that one. Looks like it's counting down. Well, our team divisions really scored some good conditions, and the Mother Nature cooperated with us here this morning, and we had great waves through this entire morning. Like you said, it's getting a little textured out there, but nonetheless still really good waves for our longboarders that are coming up next.
Okay, bro. Ezra Rodriguez coming true with some new gear.
Right.
These backdoor shootout hats. Whew, I'm telling you, bro. Go to defendhawaii.com. I know you can get the T-shirts. These might be in, shorter supply, but we've got these brand new hats yesterday. This brand new hat here. It is Christmas in January.
Bro, what are the perks?
Always.
Come in here, you get all these stuff.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because I have so many kids, they're already eyeing them up already.
It's all gone.
People ask me, how many kids you get? Too many.
Too many.
Nah, it's joking.
He loves them all equally. The 5 finger special.
5 finger.
See him. Ezra's checking out my shirt right now.
Yeah.
Cool designs and, collectible for a good cause to support the Hui Club that does so many great things for our community. And some beach goers, nice photographer getting some shots there. Got everybody, the kids, the 4-legged kids.
Somebody
beautiful
throwing
day.
their kid around.
Yeah. You know what that's about, bro. The energy level that you got to sustain to be a parent.
Training them for wipeouts at Pipeline.
Yeah. Get tossed around on the beach before you get tossed around in the ocean. Get your body used to it. How old is your youngest?
Youngest is 7.
Okay.
Makamai.
All right.
Makamai ola ho'opo mai ka'i o kahinano. First name.
Okay.
Boy, they're going to love that when they get their driver's license.
Do they, we're watching the back door right here with more grab rail and amazing Peruvian tubos action. But we decided to keep my middle name going with both of our daughters.
Okay.
And your kids all have different middle names?
They do. And it is important to keep them grounded to their kupuna. So we put family names into our children's names so that they can continue the memory and legacy of those who preceded us.
Well, we just had the end of the second round. The Peruvian tubos team rounding out that last heat of the second round, and they really put together some quality, backdoor, backhand barrels.
Yep.
Probably some of the tougher conditions we've seen of the day so far, and there we have a beautiful pipe barrel. But this one definitely was the wave of the heat that had that, smidgen of doubt of whether he would make it or not. And we'll be right back with longboard action right here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2022. Stoked to be here today. We've had some great, actually 2 days of competition, Ezra, and mostly with our shortboard division and our team categories. We've had some great teams, total of 8 teams that got a chance to surf twice. And we'll show some waves. Now we have longboard division.
Nelson Ahina out in the first heat. He just swept up shop at Melvin Pu'u's Waterman Challenge at Makaha and 12-foot surf. He won that. And now he's sitting in the lineup with Rusty Kealana. And I believe that's Ned Snow. There is 7 men in each semifinal. And then I believe 3 advance into the final. So this is the backdoor shootout segment of the longboard. And I see, because I can't miss it, he's one of my favorites, Rusty Kealana, 3-time world champion. He's out there along with world champion Bunga Perkins. Not in this heat, but I've seen him around. You got Kanoa Darling. You got guys like Lance Ho'okano coming out of retirement, ready to get packed in the back door. And, you know, Isaiah, you as a surfer, you know all of us longboarders. You know all the characters.
No, it's awesome, especially I have my oldest son prefers riding longboard. And, you know, what's awesome is that our Hawaii longboarders have a tradition of being able to do it all. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's not just the classic riding logs, doing nose rides, which they can do, but also the ability to do stuff like riding backdoor, hitting the lip, high performance mix. So long history of talented longboarders from Hawaii to compete.
Huge history, and a lot of these guys grew up raising a lot of us younger longboarders, like, you know, Lance, Rusty. Dwayne DeSoto had somewhere to go up in California, so he flew out late last night, but he's also a part of that pioneering modern Hawaiian longboarding, something that, you know, talking to a lot of people and all the shortboard fans, they really love the progressive side, but I still admire both sides, and I still believe it could live under one roof with really good judging, you know?
Right.
And, you know, I just feel that when you're going to elevate a sport, you need progression, you know what I mean? But you also need to take a look back at the traditional side, but we do not need to get biased. And, you know, like, that's why, you know, like talking about Duke, some of that bias stuff that happened to him, it's happening to modern Hawaiian longboarding, but not just modern Hawaiian longboarding. My Australia friends, my South Africa friends, worldwide, just to name a few, these guys are benched out of the WSL because they want to go one direction with the single fin. But, you know, enough talking about that. We're at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and these guys are the high performance side of longboarding.
Right.
And they don't knock any discipline. These guys ride logs or whatever, but today at Pipeline, you're either going to ride a quad or a tri-fin because, you know, I think it's, you know, what conditions and monstrous surf offers, you got to ride the right equipment.
Speaking of monstrous conditions, we're seeing some sets come in. It's been a long lull through the heat with the Team Peru, but here comes some sets.
I see Rusty getting in position, and I believe that's Nelson Ahina out beyond Rusty as we have someone turning on the inside, a little bit too far out to paddle into that. Like you guys said earlier, you never want to get caught like that, snap your neck after you turn around and notice there's a bigger one in the back, but he's in position for it.
Here's a bomb.
Nice bomb. Looks like Keegan Edwards. Ooh. Little bit of a slip, getting his foot in the wax. Now, some of this brown, and I recommend to use the Hui Wax. If you don't wax up, you know, some of that soot gets on your board, and I think this is what happened to Keegan, just setting his foot in the rail, looking to grab, and then just slipping right off.
Right.
So he's got tons of time. 35-minute heats, I believe.
Yeah, a lot of talent in the lineup and in our division here today. A lot of, as you mentioned, Ezra, a lot of former world champions. And so cool. I mentioned this briefly yesterday that even though Hawaii is a small place, you have champions in surfing, but in all the different varieties of surfing, right? Shortboard, big wave, longboard, stand-up, all these different categories. Hawaii seems to excel in it, even, I mean, with our wahine, which I'm always excited about because, you know, as I mentioned, in our mo'olelo, a lot of these stories are about Hawaiian women.
Yeah.
Right? And it's so cool that we have, I mean, right now we have, of course, Carissa Moore is world champion on the WSL women's shortboard.
Amazing.
But Honolulu Bloomfield, who's native Hawaiian, is also
what has she got? 3 titles, huh?
3 times, right in a row.
Love it.
So, a lot of talent.
And our amateur talent, they
Right.
go up to the Huntington Beach and whatnot, and they swept up shop. They brought home some serious hardware.
Right.
And that's exciting.
Also in the ISA World Juniors, for, you know, many years, Team Hawaii would go up and, you know, win gold.
Oh, yes. And that really lines you up for a great career when
Right.
you're an ISA world champ.
I mean, bodyboarding has also been a tradition here, especially at Pipeline.
Yeah.
And I think we were talking yesterday, Kainoa McGee, one of our announcers, was very accomplished out here.
Oh.
The bodyboarder.
And when you go on Kainoa McGee's page, there's people sending him stuff from his era, and that guy packs some serious barrels drop knee.
Bro, I found something the other day. I got to bring him. It's a POG with Kainoa McGee on it.
No way.
Bro, I gotta bring
Does
him
he know about it?
I was going to surprise him.
Because he's going to take it from you.
The Kainoa McGee POG.
Huh? Yeah. I loved his son posted him too because Rocky posted him, Mr. Enthusiasm, and the son reposted it. Like, we love Kainoa McGee. Guys got so much history out here with everybody. And then, as a Grom growing up at Bulls, he grabs a shortboard and starts, you know, I watched his transition into surfing, and I wasn't going to tell him, hey, I was wondering when you was going to stand up on a surfboard, but he's good at that. And we're going to see him come up in the SUP, the stand-up, because he packs barrels with his paddle. And you're currently watching the Pro Longboard segment of the Backdoor Shootout. Dahui Backdoor Shootout into 2022.
Here comes a set. Our competitors trying to line themselves up in the right spot as these swells start to make their way into beautiful pipeline.
Yes, and currently on my screen, I just see 3 longboarders. I don't know if that changed it up, but here's 3-time world champion Rusty Keaulana up to his goofy foot stance, trying to look for some as some of that crumble. Wasn't a good decision to go on that one, but there is those sea breezes that you were talking about earlier, but they come in faint and they disappear.
Right. Looks like he broke a leash, or maybe he's not wearing a leash.
Oh, that 12-foot contest out at Makaha, paddling. After we get off the jet ski, we're by the buoy. The thing sucked us to Clausmeyer's. I noticed Rusty Keaulana in 12-foot Makaha surf. No leash, no problem. Didn't swim once on that monstrous whitewater. So these guys are no joke. There's Hawaiian Water Patrol. I think in Russ's generation, and you know, some pipe surfers back in the day, didn't they not wear a leash?
And I think that's also to save your surfboard, right? I've heard that. I don't know true, but
yes, but
if
I've
you have
seen
a leash, the leash sometimes pulls the board closer to the lip.
Yep.
And these longboards,
and
they
3
snap.
feet from the tail, and that's why me being a longboarder, we've snapped boards for so many years, 3 feet from the tail, because of the leash. But when you don't wear a leash and you don't swim to get your board fast enough, sometimes the shore break helps out with that break too. So that's why we're in 2022. New technologies out, more strength, eco-friendly glass, all kinds of stuff.
I love Ezra. You said, oh, Russ K with the goofy foot stance. The reason why you say that is because Brada can go either way.
Oh,
Regular,
yes,
goofy.
ambidextrous. But he is a natural goofy footer because I'm a fan. But in extreme sports, like in the X Games, when you skateboard regular foot and then you surf goofy, that is called a dumb footer in their translation. And that's kind of what Rusty is. He can surf regular better than no other, but then his natural stance is goofy. But it really throws guys off, Isaiah.
No, and I think that's kind of an older art too. Like we look at surfers from the 70s on the North Shore. It's very
I want to
common.
ask, who was the switch guy, cultural around, you know, your
Brothers
studies?
Choke. I mean, you had Uncle Chuck. He was here as shaper.
Andres, yes.
It depends on where he's surfing. He's surfing Sunset. He's going regular foot.
I didn't know
surfing
him.
pipe.
I mean, I know him, but I didn't know him as that. So
Right.
that's interesting.
There's many others. Buttons, Larry Bertelman. Maybe you have somebody in mind.
Huh? Shoot, Rusty. I grew up traveling the world with him, so it was him.
Good fun.
Jamie O'Brien, Kelly Slater can surf goofy foot. Aloha, gang.
Aloha.
Right on.
All right. Glad you're still with us here at the Backdoor Shootout 2022. We're here at the Volcom House on the patio. Grateful for them allowing us to be here. And beautiful Hawaii. We're watching the longboarders right now. And Ezra, you grew up in this division?
Yep, I grew up with all of these guys, and you're going to see some awesome surfing. Like a lot of these guys, we haven't done this in a while over at Pipe. I remember growing up watching Bunga and Rusty do a sunset segment and some in the Pipe Masters, but Uncle Eddie always thought of us pro longboarders and always made a home and a place for us in his contest, and you are watching the longboard division.
Oh, I love that. And the Hui Backdoor Shootout has always made room for other disciplines within surfing.
Yep.
I know in the past we've had body surf, stand-up, longboard, and that's important because culturally that's how it is. It isn't just one style of riding, but multiple forms. You also see that, of course, at Makaha, the Buffalo Classic, they have all kind of divisions from
coming up soon,
right? Even riding on canoes. So it's celebrating all the various forms of riding waves, and it's cool that the Backdoor Shootout we do that as well.
Yeah. Growing up, competing in the longboarding when we were all young, and Eddie's son was young, Makua Rothman. as we're surfing the amateurs, all these guys were told to jump on the longboard, and they would do 15-minute heats with us too. And a lot of my shortboard brothers around here, when they jump on a 9-1, they're a threat. Another guy I like to say that longboard's good that nobody knows is Julian Wilson. Tour. Right. But his brothers have toured on the longboard tour, Seb and Bart. If you're watching, what's up, brothers? They're also Julian's managers now, but Julian has a longboard game. Wow. Aside our local brother, Bruce Irons, you give him a longboard, he can retire some guys, wow. So, also Jason Shibata, coach and old Volcom coach and amazing shortboarder. That guy had longboard game all through my amateur career. It's like, you shortboard and you longboard, you try to do it all here in Hawaii.
I think it diversifies your talent too. Like I remember once talking to Clyde Aikau and he was talking about, I forget how it came up. It was like, when did you start surfing? Maybe he's talking about one of his kids start surfing. He says, they start surfing as soon as they're babies and they just touch the shore break. That's part of surfing. Mm-hmm. And then you go from, as a little kid, getting rolled around in the shore break to sand sliding and sliding on the sand and working on your balance there. And then ride a boogie board, a body board, ride a long board. You ride everything and it diversifies you.
Here's Nels.
Nelson going backdoor.
Ahina. Giant human being. With his long physique, this guy really knows how to pack it in as he jumps on the nose after a cutty. He got a nice little barrel as he came out. Little slice to nose ride. And this is the young man that you told me about, the Duke animation. Right. They did it around him, and I always thought he resembled Duke a lot, He's very soft-spoken, very humble.
Yep, that animation short called Moho. You can check it out online. Here we have Ryder.
He knows how to compete. And I believe that was Keegan Edwards kicking out the back of that midsection back door, not giving him what he wanted. As you left world champ out there, Rusty Keaulana, and you can see all the different shades of corduroys of the Pacific. This is Keegan's replay. Doesn't like what he sees. But Isaiah, look out the back live over the balcony. There's different colors of greens and blues, and we got something coming in.
Yeah.
Ooh.
See if these guys get in the right spot. It's a good wave right here. Again, this drone is a little misleading because its vantage is up high, but from the
water
shore,
is a lot browner than earlier.
There we go, Russ K, Makaha's finest.
Oh, massive wrapping cut back into the big foam ball of pipe. Kicks out of that one as there's waves approaching Keegan Edwards and Nelson Ahina. Looks like a nice teepee so far, Isaiah.
Yeah.
But doesn't look like they're interested in it.
I know Nelson, I think, is from the Kalihi area. I'm not too sure. Yes, he is.
And like you were talking about his beautiful family yesterday, there's Rusty's wave as he notices it's not going to barrel, so he just wants to cut it right back into the energy source. Rusty Keaulana, so good to see this, brother. That is an absolute legacy waterman over here.
Son of the great Buffalo Keaulana and brother to Brian Keaulana.
Yes.
Right. The Chiefs.
Uncle Buff is like a living king, kind of.
Right.
It's amazing the way they operate, everything.
A few years ago, I was at Makua, and my family was out there for the Rail Sun event, and we, right before the sun went down, the competition was over, and we're just out there with our kids, and it was the waves were pretty small, and Uncle Buff comes out on like a bully board or something, maybe like a pipo board. At this point, he's an older guy, right? And so maybe he retired his regular board that he'd stand up on, but he goes out, paddles way out. I'm like, oh, Uncle, check him out, cruising out there.
Right to where he sits with Uncle Grant.
Right, and the waves was small. It was like maybe 3 feet, you know.
Okay.
Out of nowhere, it's like the ocean knew Uncle Buff paddled out to his spot.
I love that kind of stuff.
Pushed a button or something, and like this 5-foot set came in right when he got out there. And then he catches this thing, you know, blazing down the face, his, you know, ehu hair flying in the wind, blows by everyone, goes straight to the beach, gets off on the beach, walks back up to his...
Super smooth, and I know
chair.
his walk from a young kid up the beach.
Goes right back 6 down. Pow.
I was
like,
one wave.
Wow.
And it, like the ocean said, okay, Uncle Buff's out. Okay, I'm sending you
exactly
a nice slide straight to the shore break, right back up to the shower.
That's the mana from, you know, Makaha.
Big time.
Also, you know, Nelson Ahina, even though, you know, he's from town, from Kalihi, his family would come out to our side and come and surf
and
on
fish.
our side and fish.
And here he goes, Nelson taking a look. I believe he...
Oh, Nelson and Rusty. Some more sets coming. But his whole family, you know, his Hawaiian family, mom, dad, sisters. He has a bunch of sisters.
And they're a threat in surfing, too. They surf great.
All rippers. And they come out, you know, to our side and Laie and surf. And I was just amazed with how talented that family is at surfing. Here we go, split peak. Keegan going left. Nelson on the right. But kind of, you know, similar to, you know, the Buff story I told you. You know, I was watching this family, you know, the Hina family out at Malaikahana, and they're all surfing. And then I saw the mom jump in to the ocean. She put her board down. She's done surfing. She grabs a spear and this really old school mask, like the kind from the 60s or something. Yeah, the circle. Goes out, no fins, nothing. Just jumped in the water. You know, older auntie, you know, grandma kind tutu.
Yeah.
Comes up, this huge he'e squid.
Wow.
Brings it right back to shore, and I was like, wow, that's...
But brings it effortlessly back to shore. I mean,
like,
those things, they can put up a fight when they're pretty big.
I was like, that's Hawaiian right there.
We got Rusty taking a look at this one as the conditions kind of change. There is a slight breeze. He's going to drop down into this one. He's going to take his time as he tries to get up into the pit, and the thing just fumbles all the way into the shorey. So like with conditions like this and their paddling capability on the longboards, they're going to try to take some of these waves, but as you can see, not every wave is perfect as earlier.
Yeah.
So they got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, even though the winds are light, it's making it tricky, but it's beautiful nonetheless. You can see Ruske bottom turning, punches out the back, lets his board go into the beach.
Yeah. And for those of you just joining us, we just finished the team surfing of the backdoor shootout, what you're used to, and now we're into the longboard segment. They're not in the team, they're competing individually. So you got Rusty, Nelson, Ahina, and Keegan Edwards, and you just had Nelson hanging over the cliff. Good decision not to go, Isaiah, because that wave didn't materialize into anything.
Yeah, that one closed out. I wonder, there is some relation, but you know Pocho Ahina?
Yeah, I do. Are they related?
I don't know.
Okay, that guy grew up with me
Hawaiians
when
from
I was
town with same last name, likely.
Yeah. He was a hammer surfer.
When
I got into the Hawaii Amateur, he was in the open men's just backside attack, goofy footer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pocho Ahina.
I wonder if they're related.
Yeah, he's a little older than me, but definitely looked up to that guy and others of that generation.
I haven't seen him in years. That's right. Great surfer.
Yeah, a lot of talent came out of town in 80s and 90s.
Yeah, you know, growing up in Waikiki, you got Lance Okano, Joey Valentine, Bunga Perkins, just to name a few. Longboard, Dino Miranda, world champion. I'm really surprised. He's on the roster here, but he might be. He's also a Hokulea Voyager now.
Wow.
Yeah, Dino just.
Awesome.
Yeah, we just seen him at Uncle Mel's, so he was telling me he's been doing a lot of that lately. So maybe that's where Dino Miranda is. And if you're watching, aloha Dino, world champion Dino Miranda, one of our pioneers here for modern Hawaiian longboarding.
Yeah, there's been a lot of overlap with our voyaging community and the surf community, right? So, of course, Eddie Aikau voyaged with Hokulea from the start in its early days, but then many others, even today, right? Like Dwayne DeSoto has been on several of the worldwide voyage legs.
Yeah, amazing.
And Haunani Kane from Hilo.
Yes, Haunani.
Right? And Cliff Capono, many others have been part of that. Kalani Kahaleoumi, a good friend of mine, is one of the watch captains of Hokulea, has his own canoe.
And I really miss Uncle Boogie, you know? But I love seeing his legacy, his grandson and his son, and he'll be coming up, too. We have Ikaika Kalama down here for the stand-up paddle.
I saw Tamaroa on there, too.
Oh, Tamaroa?
Right.
Oh, that kid, he's awesome. That's good. I haven't seen the Kalamas yet, but I know they're near because he took Uncle Boogie Kalama's canoe for a spin at Uncle Mel's, and that was awesome.
Did you see the footage of them charging Waimea?
Yes, I did, and I love it.
Oh, my goodness.
I like to read the comments of people that have no idea. They live on North Shore 2-3 years. They're talking smack. No, get out of the way. Pack your bags and leave. That is a culture, what we talk about. That's Boogie Kalama's son. You have no idea what happened in this island so long ago and so much stuff that you just leave that piece be.
Clear the runway, bro.
Yes, clear the runway. That's a waterman. The ocean is working with them, you know, never against them. And they will save your life.
Right.
Any time of day. All of these guys over here. You know, you don't just got North Shore Lifeguards Finest watching from their towers, but, you know, all these athletes here in the yard, everybody, we're always watching.
Well, it's cool. That tradition of surfing with canoes goes way back in the ancient times. I believe yesterday I was talking about the story of Kelea. She's one of the more, you know, surfers of ancient Hawaii that was celebrated through Mo'olelo. Well, there's a guy named Kala Makua that she eventually marries, but she ends up falling for this guy because he was such a good surfer with a canoe. Went over to Maui, and she was surfing on Maui, and then with his canoe, he was able to ride waves, and he was from Waikiki. Okay. So it's so cool, too, that today the tradition of surfing with canoes is still part of the Waikiki experience, and you have to be very skilled of a captain to surf a wave.
I'm glad it's utilized out there at Waimea.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Because there's not much canoe surfing on the North Shore.
Yeah, I mean, it's challenging, right?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, you're going to break your canoe, and those things, you know, they're very authentic.
Right. So it's cool to see Kaika, you know, perpetuating that tradition. But Kalamokua caught waves on Maui, and it caught her attention, which was interesting because she had no interest in dating anybody at that time. She was a chief from Maui. And so anyway, but it was that art of riding waves with a canoe that turned her eye and ended up changing her, and eventually she marries Kalamokua.
And that ended our longboard heat. That's longboard heat semifinal number 1. And we're going to recap this, Isaiah.
Yeah, you can see in the recap we had Nelson Ahina.
Probably the best wave of the heat, I believe, right in the beginning.
Right, you can see him dragging there, doing the pig dog stance, trying to get behind the curtain. A little challenging to conditions in this heat. Keegan
Edwards.
Edwards.
Hard to slow the longboard down, so they're trying to. That was the wave, yeah?
Right, got a little cover up, little snap, up to the nose. Russ K had a power turn here. We'll be back with more longboarding Heat 2, Backdoor Shootout. Stay with us.
Aloha, gang.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Day number 2 of the 2022, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Rocky Cannon and one of our main sponsor with Keiki Bungalows, Greg Gerstenberger right here. Greg, how's it going, bro?
Everything's good. Thanks for having me.
Hey, well, thank you for being such a great sponsor this year. We're into our longboarding heat number 2 right now, so we'll keep you posted on that action when it's happening. You know, the waves have turned a little bit, into a little bit more, crumbly onshore, slight sea breeze, but Pipe is still doing its thing. It takes a lot to really affect the waves here at Pipe, so still holding up. There you see our competitors in the lineup. But Keiki Bungalows been a great place to stay over the years. It kind of flies under the radar sometimes.
Yeah,
but
it's a location.
You guys got a special place there.
Yes, it's a very special place, an acre and a half on the beach, and beautiful, right next to Sharks Cove, just down from log cabins. Beautiful place.
And maybe talk about some of the ways that people can find out more about what you guys do and what you have.
On the commercial there at the end, it gives our website address.
Okay.
You can check that out, or just call me up and look for places to stay and dates and the number of people, and I'll hook you up.
Yeah, because you guys have different types of the sizes of units.
Yes.
So you've got like the honeymoon style, just for like 2 people, but then you have the more extensive ones that have room for the extended family.
Yes, we have studios that, of course, sleep 2, and then all the way up to huge 2 bedrooms that can sleep 9.
And then, wow, look at that longboard action. That was, I believe that was Kaniela Stewart. Hard to miss him. He's got a very unique hairdo.
Yeah, just clamp down on him a little bit.
There's a pretty cool shot of the beach, and if you're looking at your screen right now, to the right, if you keep going to the right, another few hundred yards down the beach, that's where you'll find Greg and Keiki Beach Bungalows. Now, you guys also are still doing some events there, or doing?
Yeah, we're starting
planning?
to do some weddings now.
Got it.
And of course, it's limited to the number of people because of COVID. But we're trying to get those back going again. But we had to shut down for 5-6 months during COVID, and then during that time, the owner remodeled all the beachfronts. And looks very nice.
Yeah, it's been a little while since I've been in and around in the units to see it. I've had friends over the years go there and stay, and family members. I believe that's Kanoa Dahlin, one of our North Shore boys, in this heat. But I'm excited to maybe come and check out the new remodel and the new look.
Your mom's been there a couple times since.
Yeah, hanging out with your wife Annie, and well, I'm gonna have to just drop in one of these days, give you a call, and say, hey, I want to check out and see what's happening here.
Please do. Ooh, nice.
Yeah, Kanoa Dahlin was in the right spot, but gosh, I give these guys a lot of credit, because being out at this kind of wave with a board that big, I mean, it is just difficult surfing on longboards at Pipeline.
Yeah, at my age, I'm a longboarder / mini tanker guy.
Yeah. But at your more conventional longboard spots, right?
Yes, not pipe.
And it looks like we have one of our regular foot surfers sliding into a beautiful one at Backdoor. Who was that? Let's see here. Oh, that might have been Ned Snow, or possibly Micah DeSoto.
Got slotted pretty nice there.
Oh wait, I think that was Dwayne. Maybe that's Dwayne DeSoto. We're trying to nail down who is in this heat. We did get a list, and then so hard because they don't wear jerseys in this contest. So having the lack of colored jerseys can be a little tricky for us sometimes, but the good thing is that we have spotters up in the judges' tower. They know exactly who's riding on each wave. And that was Ned Snow. And here's Micah. Micah's got the helmet. Good idea to have head protection while surfing pipe.
Yeah.
And what kind of, because, the North Shore has, one hotel down the road, has a couple other different, types of rentals. But when you talk about being able to find a rental that's in the heart of the North Shore, where you've got pretty easy bike and walk access to Foodland and things that you need there at Sharks Cove, like you mentioned, you get pretty easy walking access to right here at Pipeline, which can be a lot of the focus when you come and stay here on the North Shore. What kind of rates do you guys have there, or different size units have different rates, obviously, but what does something like that go for a night?
Well, starting, our studios start at $295, and our beachfront 1-bedrooms start at $695. 2 bedrooms at $795, and then we have some other garden view 2 bedrooms as well. But they're all remodeled now, and we're getting AC in the beachfronts probably by that summer.
Oh, good.
And the garden views already have they already have AC. And yeah, it's just a great place to come and relax, and the beach is beautiful. It doesn't get the erosion like up north of us here.
Right. That's Kai Salas. That was on that backdoor wave too. So Kai, apologies, but you were shredding at backdoor, and got a little nice wave at pipe. It looks like one of our longboarders losing the board, but there's Kai now at pipe, and didn't quite find the barrel, but finds some maneuverability. But yeah, when you talk about location and convenience of being near a beautiful beach and near all these great surf breaks, and the uniqueness of Keiki Bungalows. First of all, also it's quite secure because it's gated at the front, which adds to your experience, and being able to have it remain nice and quiet, relaxing, like you said. If you're looking for somewhere to come and write a book or
read a book
and just soothe out to the incredible sounds of the ocean right there beachfront, Keiki Bungalows, definitely something worth for you guys to check out on your next trip here to Hawaii. So now they're calling up the stand-up paddle surfers to check in for their heat. So we're going to switch it up a little bit, transition from our shortboard competition. This is the second heat of longboarding, so we'll have the traditional advancement type of format for the longboarding and for the stand-up paddleboarding. And if you guys could just drone a little further down, we could see Keiki Beach Bungalows.
Yeah, Patrick is our man at Keiki. He did our website as well.
Oh, yeah. Pat Myers does great work.
Yes, very good.
And there's looking down right where we are at Bonsai Pipeline for the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
On the screen, it looks like a beautiful, easy day.
Yeah, a little bit of that, discoloration from the heavy rains we had. And, how did you guys do at the Keiki Beach Bungalows with all that water coming down?
Well, Keiki, since there's no river mouth very close, it's one of the last places to get dirty. But we still got some discoloration, and it's still a little bit California looking-ish.
Right. Yeah, it does have that West Coast look to it with the watercolor, as we watch Kai Salas almost stroke into that one there. And how have you guys been on, this past holiday season? Were you guys pretty booked up?
Yeah, pretty booked up. We maybe were at 85, 88%. So yeah, we did okay.
Okay. And naturally this time of year after New Year's, we all experience a little bit of a slowdown just because everybody's back to school, back to work. Yeah. But I bet you guys are looking forward to a good, solid, busy spring.
Yeah, and when it's really cold on the mainland, we seem to get a lot more calls and a lot more people want to come out. Not a whole lot of surfers stay down there, as there's no surf spot right out in front.
Right.
But walking distance to logs, walking distance to pipe, it's still doable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if you guys are thinking about escaping, I know a lot of you are watching from places with temperatures that are in the teens right now. And you're looking at us saying, yeah, we're in short sleeves right here on the beach in January.
I got a call yesterday from some people from Virginia, and they're digging out of 15 inches of snow. And he was just dying to get a place, and unfortunately I was booked at the times that he needed.
Yeah, because right now, you know, through the end of February, you know, you're talking about bone-chilling cold weather that some of our folks have to deal with over on the North American continent and different parts around the world. So you guys could see a little influx, you know, possibly in the end of this month and then into February. And we've got 2 more events that are happening. We got the Pipe Masters.
Right.
Or the Pipe Pro that's coming up to start the season, and then Sunset right after. So we could see even some of our, you know, surf crew, either surfers themselves or the entourage that follows, possibly hitting you guys up.
Yeah, we still have openings for the end of January, beginning of February. So just give me a ring and I'll do my best to hook you up.
You saw the commercial. Is it keikibeachbungalows.com?
keikibeach.com.
keikibeach.com. So KEIKI beach.com. So keikibeach.com is where you can find Greg and the crew there at the bungalows to give you a beautiful North Shore hospitality experience. How about, you know, we have a lot of folks from this island and other islands that want to come experience the North Shore. You know, how has it been seeing any of our Kama'aina come through? Have you seen some of those?
Sure, I get a lot of people from town, a lot of people from Kailua.
Yep.
And then I just had some people from Maui come over and for work and spend a few days, and I have a friend coming over from Kauai, going to the golf tournament next week.
Yeah, the Sony Open is going to be happening here, so that'll bring in that golf crowd, and we've got a golf sponsor this year, part of our support team as well, Oahu Golf Apparel.
Nice.
And I know you get out there and swing them around from time to time.
Yeah. Yeah, Kahuku's looking really nice lately with all this rain.
I bet. That's a place, if you like to golf and you come here to the North Shore, you have to play that course. It is, you know, kind of almost like a rite of passage.
When I first moved here in the early 80s, it was $1 to play.
Yeah.
$1.
Literally.
You couldn't even play miniature golf for $1.
No.
We used to play Kahuku, 9 holes. We'd go to Salt Lake by the stadium and play miniature golf.
For more money.
Yeah, for more money. and we would play, but not the last hole where it sucks up your ball. And we would go back and play another 9.
Make sure you don't get it in that last one and swipe it right before it goes in.
Yeah, we used to have a great time back there. Skill Johnson and Andy Meikle and little golf crew that we had.
Yeah, I would remember seeing you guys out there as a kid when we were running across to go surf some of the spots there, and would watch Skills approach on the 9th hole quite a few times.
Yeah, Skill Johnson, one of the legends on the North Shore, and he used to be an announcer for different surf events, especially Haleiwa.
Yeah, that was a great days of the Menehune Surf Contest there, and I'm hoping we can bring that event back to live and proper competitiveness that we've missed the last couple of years for obvious reasons. But you know, that event was something that part of his legacy was getting that event going way back when, and we're hoping to still carry on that tradition. Here's Lance Okano. Speaking of tradition,
hey,
he
Lance.
has been
Good to see
shredding
him.
for years.
I love Lance. Now, Skill Johnson, he, wrote a letter to the city and county back in the 70s wanting a skate park on the North Shore. It only took, 30 years? But he started it. He started the ball rolling.
Yeah, you guys are, that's right down the road here. So another little feature and fun thing that's not too far down the road. And that's where we're now getting into your neighborhood. And
yeah.
Greg, you've got one of the greatest jobs on the North Shore, being able to be
we're right there
right
on
there.
the left where the palm trees are.
Yeah, so you see those coconut trees there. That's Keiki Beach Bungalows. And see the
Good
beautiful,
job, Patrick.
expansive, sandy beach. Just be aware of that shore break. Always keep an eye on that shore break. It is some of the most beautiful but dangerous waves that you'll ever see. So when you do come out here to the North Shore and stay at Keiki Beach Bungalow, check in with Greg. He can give you a daily synopsis. There's a lifeguard tower right down the beach there too that can give you some information. But just the main thing is we want you guys to enjoy safely as we watch the great Kainoa McGee head out for his stand-up paddle heat. Looks like Kyle Pa'o operating there for Hawaiian Water Patrol with Bloomfield Foster as his assistant and grabber on that particular jet ski for Hawaiian Water Patrol. You see the camera ski back there with Larry Haynes doing great skillful work.
Yes,
Looking
Larry's
into the barrel.
master.
Yeah. And that is Ned Snow. He's originally from the Big Island, now resides on Oahu, and has been a pretty amazing talent on the longboard, Ned Snow.
Yeah, I think Ned used to ride for my old shaper on the Big Island. His name's Dean Edwards.
Okay.
I think so. I'm not positive, but
you know, if he makes longboards, wow, look at Caniella Stewart sitting on his board,
nice.
And he's going to come out.
Good job.
That was well done and very entertaining.
Yeah, I like the little style claim at the end.
There's Caniella. Super stoked, and it's, you know, it's almost like when you're playing basketball and you make a shot, all of a sudden you're like sprinting to the other side of the court. When you come out of a barrel like that, your paddle stroke is just like got a little bit extra in it. You're feeling good and looking around like, oh, you guys seen that?
Yeah,
Well, how's everybody else in the family doing?
Everyone's good. My daughter's at Palm Springs now.
Okay.
She works for T-Mobile, and my son works for me at the bungalows, and my wife, Annie, she's works at the bungalows and does catering and cooks for people, and
she
blesses people with her food.
Has the most amazing culinary talent that
there we are.
Keiki Beach Bungalow right there. Check out keikibeach.com as we watch Kai Salas battle with a closeout. But, you know, there's some sauces and dishes that Annie has produced that still proliferate the North Shore to this day.
Yeah. Holly V. Joe still uses a few of her sauces.
That's kind of the what I was hinting at is that, man, she has got her fingerprints on a lot of culinary arts around here that we enjoy still, even if you're not directly getting served from her, which is always a treat.
Yeah.
There's somewhere along the North Shore, you're tasting a bit of what she's brought to the flavor of the North Shore, which is so cool.
Yeah, yesterday my brother and his wife came over from Kailua, and my wife was just so happened to be making my favorite beef rendang. The beef curry is like a blackened beef curry, and it's my favorite.
Okay.
And so they scored.
Yeah. they just showed up at the right time. Huh?
Yeah. But they drove here in their truck, and they had their bikes, and they unloaded the bikes, and they came here and watched a couple of heats.
Okay, went for a ride on the bike path.
They were happy.
There's Kanoa Dahlin on a replay. Yeah, that's been a really cool addition to the North Shore, is that bike path that's connected so many parts of our community. As we watch Lance O'Connell probably still get the layback out of guy. And I would like to see more bike path added, you know, between Waimea and Haleiwa would be great, you know, Velziland and Turtle Bay and Kahuku. I really like the connection of Kahuku to Laie that they've put in there, but we still got some work to do to get us completely bike friendly.
I would really, really like the city and county to come in and repave pretty much Lonnie's to VLAN.
That too.
That road is unacceptable now.
Yeah, it is. You know, I'm almost like, if you really want to come out here, we're just going to take it all back to dirt roads. And you got to drive, you know, 20 miles an hour. You got to be committed to get out to the North Shore. But as it stands right now, I mean, we've got some of the most terrible roads on certain stretches, like you mentioned, that anybody listening with some influence politically to get us some better roads, because, you know, we're an attraction and we're expected to be able to host all these visitors, but we need the infrastructure to be able to do it. So powers that be, listen up. We hope and pray.
Hopefully some of that Biden infrastructure plan is going to be filtered over to Hawaii.
That would be great, you know, at least for the quality of our roads. But digressing back to surfing, we'll kind of wind down the last few minutes of this heat. By far, probably the most entertaining and best wave we saw was from Kaniela Stewart, but Micah DeSoto is not done yet. He's going to get one and kick out right there. Yeah, how has Keiki Bungalows been doing with, you know, attracting different types of visitors? I know you get folks that, you know, just are escaping cold, but do you get surfers, water folks, those kinds?
Yeah, we do on occasion. We, of course, used to way back when Quiksilver rented it in the 70s. And then we, on any given, say, week, I usually have a few units that surfers are renting.
You know, you can tell the guys, they come with board bags on top of their car. They're here to surf. That's, you know, their planned surf vacation.
Yeah, and every once in a while I'll give them a little bit of a heads up of maybe where to go, what would be pretty good surf and a little less crowded.
Right. Oh, there's Kaniela Stewart at Backdoor, and he just gets upended by a fast breaking wave there. And a Micah boy DeSoto. His fellow competitor there, Kanoa Dahlin, getting into a nice little barrel. And Kanoa kind of fades into the Naupaka. So just about a minute 20 remaining. Greg, thanks so much, man. It's been a pleasure having you.
Thanks for having me, and thank you, Mahini, for the swag.
Yeah, and obviously mahalo for your sponsorship with Keiki Beach Bungalows. We'll send as many people as we can to keikibeach.com. Check out Greg Gerstenberger at keikibeach.com and find out about one of the hidden gems on the North Shore at Keiki Beach Bungalows. Greg, thanks so much.
Thank you, man.
So we're going to wind down this second heat of longboarding, and you know, throughout the day, the rest of today, we'll be kind of checking in with some of our sponsors. That was Greg from Keiki Beach Bungalows. We'll have the brothers from Defend Hawaii come up, and brother Chris and the crew, they'll be checking in with us too. But what a really fun surfed heat for these longboard riders. We saw Kai Salas get a great backdoor wave. We saw Kanoa Dahlin with some fun rides. We'll get to that recap here in a second as our assistant beach announcing MC has taken over, and that is Pua Makamai DeSoto, I believe. But checking out Kai Salas, one of the backdoor clean cylinders we saw come through. Micah De Soto was surfing at Pipeline on this wave. And Kai with a pipe wave going for the rail grab, but then opts for the maneuver surfing.
Thought that was Kai Salas riding his Thunderbolt technology.
He's putting on a good show. This guy, Kaniela Stewart,
Tsunami,
had a couple of great waves. That one at Backdoor. Lance Okano, the legend, still going, but this was Kaniela's show stealer right here.
How styling was that? That was really buttoned
styling
with his own Kaniala. That is Ayala's brother, another amazing pipe surfer.
And Uncle Lance still going. We'll be right back with stand-up paddle surf action here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. All right. Oh, yeah. Check it out. Pipeline for the Hui Backdoor Shootout right there, live and direct. January weather on the North Shore means sun and surf and a little bit of sand right there and some skin also. But, we're having so much fun bringing you this action right here from the OG Volcom House. Looking at ground level, first front row view, stand-up paddle, surf action happening in the lineup right now. Rocky Cannon, Ezra Rodriguez.
Aloha.
Kainoa McGee front and center on your screen. He's been exercising his vocal ability as our beach announcer on the mic. He handed it over to another legend in the making, Pua Makamai Tesoro.
Yes, she knows.
And he's taking his turn at pipe on the stand-up paddleboard. A little bit of history about brother Kainoa.
Big time.
He is the only guy to have been barreled at pipe on a bodyboard, on a regular surfboard, and a stand-up paddleboard.
Oh, my gosh.
Nobody else has done it.
And he almost took first blood, but here we go. Rider up and riding.
That's Z-Dub's Zane Schweitzer.
Yes, I just met him this morning. I've overheard his name a lot because there used to be a stand-up tour for these guys and a lot of awesome talent that now that the tour is not there, that's really good that Hui still gives them a playing field, right?
Yeah, we got a platform for these guys. Zane, he's got energy for days, positive vibes. He's one of those guys, like we said yesterday, you know, with Mason Ho having so much fun, Kai Lenny having a lot of fun. Zane is always having the most fun, too.
You got it.
Comes from the Maui contingency.
Yes.
Yep.
Along with, I see a name here, Mo Freitas, but he's also resides here on the North Shore. And he's also an awesome stand-up paddler. So I see our infamous Kainoa McGee in his yellow singlet going for the gusto on this bomb left. Not too bomb left, little mid-height one. He's going to go snap it into the lip. Ooh, he wanted to do a projection floater, but just fell off just a tad. Kainoa McGee, such a big power surfer. And I remember winters ago him just standing tall in pipeline tubes over there.
Not a small guy, too, you know, to fit in some of these barrels. So you know the waves that he likes are huge and gaping. Just a strong guy, like you said. And, you know, all of us, you know, sporting a few more gray hairs in the beard and little extra, you know, here and there. But, hey, nice to see brother Kainoa still attacking, getting out there. He was one of the guys that really inspired me being a pipe surfer because of the different talents that he had. But also, if he was calling your name into a wave, everybody just stopped paddling, and it was like, go rock! And it was like, okay, I felt like a little extra enthusiasm to, you know, the adrenaline to push myself over the ledge even harder.
Yes.
And thanks to him being there to be, you know, that kind of mentorship voice that was
He's
calling
like
us into waves. Like
know?
a big brother.
Mean, same for me, Rock. Growing up at Bulls, when he started surfing, it's just like, go! Everybody stops. You need a guy like him at every spot, and he surfs everywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he's currently living up on the west side now.
He is everywhere. You wonder if there's like, are there more of you? Because I just seen you over there, and then I seen you over there.
But as a local guy, like say you get some localism, like, hey, brother, where you from?
Yeah.
You know, I can be wise. I live 15 minutes down the road, brother. I mean, you're on an island.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
And Kainoa McGee, you know, he's got that enthusiasm. You can hear him from far away. This guy had an amazing career and still doing it today. The guy is extra frothy, big grom.
I think that's, it might be Tehotu Wong in the background right there.
Awesome.
Which is part of our husband-wife combo, which is another historic little tidbit that we'll bring to you this year. Moana Wong competing for the women in their historical presence of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And then she and Beratehotu tied the knot.
Yeah.
Not
they're
too
such
long
an
ago.
Awesome husband and wife.
And, you know, they're both competing, cheering each other on. We saw Tehotu helping out Moana with some direction and some coaching. And I'm sure she's somewhere down on the beach or within view to help hubby find the good waves. So it's a family affair, ohana occasion.
Oh, yes.
And good community vibes here.
Two athletes that love pipeline.
Yeah.
And stand-up's not easy out here. I mean, I've never done it out here.
It's not easy just in general.
Yeah.
And then you try to apply it to a treacherous wave like pipeline. It's definitely getting up there on the risk factor. Swell is diminishing a little bit. We're not seeing the huge bombs that we saw earlier today, and we expected that throughout the day here. So just to...
But what was exciting is it gave us a whole 8 heats of our backdoor shootout shortboard. You know what I mean? So that hung on for that. And I also, when I had a break, walking around the tent, listening to Billy Kemper, Eli, and everybody kind of discussing the swell and the conditions with Uncle Eddie and Mahina, that's really interesting to listen to everybody's takes. And, you know, you got to always listen to the surfers. That's what it's all about at this contest, yeah? Uncle Eddie wants them to have premium waves, a good go. Everybody needs to be on board.
Yeah.
Schweitzer trying to get into that small one, but not quite. He's going to paddle back out as we got some waves approaching, huh, Rock?
Yep, you can see on your screen right there. Yep, some waves coming.
I almost thought he was going to spin for that, but he decided last minute, no go. Kainoa McGee, so much fans out there tuning in, watching his heat. Big brother to us all. Zane Schweitzer in a foamy closeout cavern. He is just going to stand firm in it like Sion Malowski used to do. That guy used to pull into closeout pits, used to blow my mind.
No skid.
No scat him. Go get him. Yeah, like, you know, in that movie, In God's Hands, don't be gun shy, be gun ho.
Well, on the list here, we got Zane Schweitzer, Tehotu Wong. We just saw Zane. And we've also got Kainoa McGee. Not sure if Kolaya Campbell made it out there. I don't know. I don't see Ikaika Kalama or haven't seen Ikaika yet.
Yeah, I haven't
His
seen
name's
Ikaika.
on the list. Aaron Napoleon.
Tamaroa Kalama would
list.
be right up here on the deck with us already, Uncle Rock.
And Dave Calvin.
Yes,
the names
Dave.
on the list for heat number 1 for this stand-up paddle division. This is when we transition more to the traditional format of scoring and advancement. So top 2 waves will count for each surfer. I believe they have 30 minutes of surfing in these preliminary heats. And then for the final, we'll bump it up to 35 minutes. But right now we're checking out one of our competitors.
Quick up and down, wave closed out up on him.
Hawaiian Water Patrol checking him out. He says, oh, no, bro, I'm okay. I get him for right now. Maybe spin around and check on me again. But going on the backhand, that wave just ran away. Sometimes with these big stand-up paddle boards, it's hard to set the rail because they're just so thick.
They're buoyant, right?
And they're really buoyant because you have to be able to paddle on it, you know, while you're standing as Zane.
Oh, textbook.
Yeah.
In and out. Schweitzer putting that score on the board.
Oh,
Good
wow.
stuff.
Beautifully done.
And a nice calm paddle back out. Shaka, brah. Awesome.
Yeah, I believe the Schweitzer family goes pretty far back into board sports and water sports with his grandfather inventing windsurfing. I want to say is this what the
That's
legacy
a piece of rich history
of his family is. And, you know, I got a chance to do some of the announcing with the stand-up events and go to different locations around the world. And Zane was always one of the top guys there, but also got to, hang out, talk story, and learn a little bit too from, where his family comes from and the contributions that they've put in over the years. And, he carries himself really well.
Yeah.
Really talented, but humble and a super nice guy.
When I was introduced to
but
him this
really
morning,
competitive too, though.
Yeah, I almost, with his stature and his build, I almost thought he was a big wave surfer. He probably does charge big waves, but they also were on the stand-up tour.
Grabbing the rail.
Oh, nice. Did he still have his paddle in his hand? That was a nice, he was going for the barrel.
That's part of the criteria with stand-up paddle surfing is you got to have the paddle in hand for anything to count. So we'll see. We'll watch on the end here.
Oh, yeah, he does have it in hand.
He pretty much held on to it the whole way.
Yeah, and, even this sport, it's still innovative. They're still creating stuff, even though they don't have a tour playing field. These guys, when they're pulling in and stuff, there's still a lot to unlock in stand-up paddling.
Well, and a lot of folks, these guys are riding small boards. You see how they're sometimes losing their balance when they're stationary because these boards, they're scaling them down so small. I mean, Mo Freitas rides one that he can carry under his arm, which is just Looney Tunes.
But to stand still and paddle out on equipment like that, that is just straight core, legs, gymnast.
It's a full body workout.
Oh, big time.
And you feel the burn after you get on some of these boards. But, the sport itself for the more leisurely, recreational type stand-up paddle surfer, it's been really great to see the guys that either have neck or back issues and it's hard for them to lay down and paddle on a surfboard, but they've now gotten able to be back in the water because of the stand-up paddle posture.
I'm really stoked on that.
It's really cool to see guys getting back in the water because they have a way to do it now.
Yeah, because they can't lay down in their neck. Oh, Schweitzer.
Super late.
Late, went around the almond tube. He's going to cut this thing up. Coming into the closeout and schwap.
Yeah, he's making a statement in this heat with a nice barrel already and that kind of carving and maneuverability. He's going to be probably in the lead after this score comes in because
beautiful drop, Rock.
He was right under the lip, kind of stuck it.
I know he wanted to splice that sucker, but he knew he might have slipped out. So,
but he's one of the first guys, maybe the first. I saw a video he showed me. Because his brother Matty Schweitzer does a lot of his filming for him, so they've got like this pretty cool brother combo of athlete and video.
Good to have.
And launched in air with a stand-up paddleboard. Completed. This was some years ago.
Wow.
We were in Florida, and he's showing me the video. I'm like, dude, that was sick.
Like a real air
real air out of the water, and he'd been working on it for a while and finally was able to complete one and got it on the footage. So, the evidence is there. So I'm still claiming Zane is the first SUP air guy.
Wow. We got about 10:50 on the clock in this first stand-up heat of the Hui Backdoor Shootout, Rock.
Yeah. Saw the next heat getting ready, and pretty cool to give these guys the opportunity to show their stuff at a renowned spot like Pipeline, as looks like Kaileni is going to be one of our first dual competitors in the shortboard and in the stand-up paddle.
Everything he does well, stand-up paddle is one of his things too. He's got his Formula One traditional airbrush, Kaileni.
Yeah, and Kai's on the list here with Mo Freitas, Riggs Napoleon, Tamaro Kalama, a couple second-generationers.
Riggs.
Zane Sands and Bullet Obra and Pomai Ho'opili.
Bullet Obra, I believe, is from Big Island.
Yep, representing FBI from Big Island.
So awesome.
He's had some really cool performances here over the years, and being a goofy foot, he likes the Pipeline, and we've seen him get just some super deep barrels. And then his name is like the logo for the Shootout.
Yeah.
Bullet.
Yeah, Bullet.
So
exactly
he fits
that.
it very well.
When I was up doing houses in the Big Island, I got to meet Bullet at a young age. Iko and June, what's up, brothers?
Oh, yeah.
Hui Brotherhood. Those guys are always doing good things up in the Big Island, June and Iko, and good stuff. Also, Riggs Napoleon, that's a big legacy in canoe paddling.
Yeah.
You know, his grandfather, Nappy Napoleon. Those guys, hello to you guys. You know, Riggs' dad is also an awesome stand-up paddler, Aaron and Darren Napoleon. What's up, guys? Those guys are some full-on watermen. I've seen them surf some big waves. So, yeah, we got some. Oh, he's on the list, too, along with Mo Freitas. And I yet to see the Kalamas. I haven't seen Ikaika or Tamaroa in these last 2 days. But,
you know, those all of those guys, the Napoleons, the Kalamas, they all keep themselves so busy.
Yes.
They got a lot of things going on, so I'm not sure, you know, if they make it, awesome. Like, always a pleasure to watch them surf here. But if they're not here, you know they're off doing something else.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they cannot sit still.
But they're also on Hawaii time.
And Hawaiian time.
I mean, you know, you grew up with Ikaika Kalama. That guy shows up to the second. You know what I mean? So, and as I was saying that, I'm looking towards the Volcom fence with Isaiah. That was funny, but he didn't walk in right then. But hopefully he's near because that guy just got a win up at Makaha.
Yeah, and I seen him. We were shooting a commercial one day. This was some years ago, back in 2009, and I was surfing on my regular pipe board. He was surfing on his stand-up paddleboard, and we were all out there. We were with some other Wahine surfers and bodyboarders that we were kind of blocking for, too, to get this commercial shot with Uncle Terry and Kavika on the skis. But in between, we were getting our own waves, too. And he was really pushing the limits of what was possible on a stand-up paddleboard here at Pipe.
Yes.
And some of the way, it was solid 8 feet, cranking, maybe a little bigger on the sets. You know, I was doing my normal pipe thing on my board. He was on his stand-up paddleboard. I remember paddling over some of those, looking down at him where he was with his paddle backside, just in awe.
I'm there with you.
Of what he was able to do. I was tripping, and he was kicking out, like, with his hat on and a smile, like, you bugger. You are pushing some boundaries today, bro.
Yeah. Oh, Schweitzer, is he going to go on this thing? Oh, Cliff Hang assesses it.
Of course, I used a more adult word than bugger when we talked to each other, but I was so proud of him because that was like, you know, to see someone putting themselves in that position and really, you know, taking it to that next level with this kind of still new equipment or Renaissance equipment that nobody else was riding out here.
Yeah.
And he was just owning it.
Do you teach that when you teach surfing? Do you also offer that stand-up paddling?
Yeah, so we do more flat water stuff,
good,
you know,
good.
in Kavela Bay. But
sometimes
it is
people want that.
Yeah, it's a more mellow activity when you draw it up that way, and
it's great for your body.
Yeah, it's just a matter. If some people, when they come out here, that have very little intention of putting themselves in too much of a dangerous situation, but they'll get on a stand-up board and paddle around in flat water, which, you know, and for them, like, they're on top of the world. They never thought they would do that.
It is a great, fun water flotation.
It's an alternative to our conventional surfing style that can sometimes leave you feeling a bit vulnerable, getting pounded and underwater or hit by the board. So it's good having that alternative.
Yeah, but once you take off on a wave, it's like being on a canoe. The whole concept changes. There's Schweitzer. Going to travel around this crumbly section because it isn't barreling. And he's going to see if he can find an inside pocket. And no, he will kick out and paddle back out to the lineup. There is another big wave approaching. That's not on our screen.
This is a healthier set than what we've seen in the last, hour or so. So there's still some energy that's pumping through. just not as consistent as we saw, earlier in the day and, into the midday portion, but still plenty of waves to be surfed, a lot of energy left, and we're going to allow these stand-up paddle surfers to show us what they've got.
When he takes off, it almost looks like he's riding like a 7.8, 8.0 gun kind of, and then you see the paddle in his hand. The smaller the stand-up paddle gets, the more narrower, the more high performance it gets, but the less stable it is. So, when the water isn't glassy or malie, you really got to use your core strength, keep your feet together, sit on that invisible seat, and paddle like a guy like me, 215, on a board like that. If I stand still, there is no standing still on that
you're
thing.
not a small guy, bro.
Yeah,
you
no.
got height, you got the poundage.
No, but the warbles you can get in your legs, because I remember when it was introduced, I did the Buffalo, I tried a heat, I got home, I was cooking something on the stove, and I started going, back and forth.
Kala, Stone Garcia.
Yep.
Kala Grace, Stone Garcia, checking in, checking out. They
checking in, checking out.
Cruising all day, watching everybody, and they'll be back for more action.
It is 2:11.
Checking out the back door. And Tehotu.
Is that Tehotu?
I believe that was Tehotu Wong.
Cool. I got to meet that awesome young man yesterday. And Kainehe McGee, let's get barreled McGee. I know a lot of fans of him watching at home. Derek Lionswolf, you watching Uncle Kainehe McGee over there at home? I know you're probably watching from your laptop at Makaha, but there's definitely some surf to be had.
Check it out. Putting it on the rail, trying to slide in there. A lot different than the boogie board or the conventional surfboard. Trying to get this big stand-up paddleboard, on a rail, into the barrel. Not easy stuff.
Wow, it just smells like the old Wee Maps house.
Yeah, we're getting some lovely aromas. Coming into our area here. Zane just gets...
This guy's ready to pack one.
Shut down. But he packed one earlier. You saw him scoot up on his board too, right when he was in the barrel, like that old school style.
I like that.
Yeah, that little foot shuffle. That's fun.
But you don't want to overdo it.
And no, he totally made that first one. That was epic. But this one, he got a little bit excited at first, and then saw that whole section was just going to come smashing down on him. So he wisely got out of there quick enough to keep his board in one piece and keep his body in one piece too.
Who's this rock?
I believe that might be Dave Calvin. It's someone I don't recognize right off the bat. And just taking a look at our list,
there's our Pua.
We know
DeSoto. She just called out the name. I was just trying to listen.
It's not Aaron Napoleon.
Clay.
Oh, that
Clay
might be
riding into gumballs. Stretching the ride. Next heat, you can paddle out. We got another heat of stand-up paddling.
Grabbing the rail, trying to see if Pipe would offer some kind of barrel, but not much happening. Oh, I wonder if that was Clayton Everline. He's one of our medical staff.
Oh, okay.
And Clayton from competing in Haasas and stuff.
Yeah, I do.
He does stand-up paddleboarding, so that might have been the Clay that she's referring to, possibly.
Gotcha. Yeah, being here the last 2 days with you guys, I haven't got to say hi to everybody, but definitely A lot of cool cats down here at Pipeline today. Watermen, wild things.
Yeah, it it just feels nice and good to be having events again.
Good vibes,
and to be here, despite what's happening around us and all over the world and the island, we're just doing our best to stay in our lanes, make sure we're safe and healthy, and it's great to be here.
Feeling
Look
normal.
at Zane Schweitzer. He's happy to be here,
Yep.
grabbing the rail at Backdoor.
Busy getting his job done out there.
And this is traditional advancement style, so that one right there has
Was the
got
wave
to
of the
be
heat.
the wave of the heat. You're
Yes,
right.
sir.
And then he went to his maneuver and shrouping game, showing off some of the
Yeah, you
skills
can
he's
tell
got.
this guy got action.
Yeah, and he has a hard time sitting still. He's
Yeah.
got one of those energetic vibes. Kainoa McGee, hopefully he's okay after that one. But we'll be right back with more stand-up paddle action here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Aloha.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. 40 to 60-foot faces and exposed spots.
Aloha gang, welcome back to the Backdoor Shootout 2022. I'm Ezra Rodriguez, along with me is Isaiah Walker. How you doing, brother?
Doing good. Yeah, it's been a great day of surf, and we started early this morning, 8 o'clock, and the surf was pumping, and it's still surging out there. It has dropped a little bit, but we got the stand-up paddle crew out there in these heats and saw some pretty cool barrels. So we got Pomai Hoapili. Maybe we'll get to some replays because during our break I saw him get a barrel. Bullet Obra, Zane Sains, Riggs Napoleon, Mo Freitas, Kai Lenny. like 5. Okay, we're going to show you some of those waves during the break.
You familiar with Bullet from the Big Island, Isaiah?
You know, interestingly, he's young, so I didn't cross paths with Bullet, but I know who he is. This is Kainene, however.
Kainene.
Backdoor.
Wow.
Sick.
I fancied that turn on a stand-up board.
This looks like Bullet. Up and out.
Wow, Bullet has grown.
Nice turn under the hood.
Wow, Kainene looking like he's getting super dicey, slicey on his stand-up Formula One. His traditional airbrush, you can tell that's him from far away. His equipment all looks the same, all different kinds of gear this guy rides, from windsurfing, kite surfing, tow boards to stand-up paddles. I haven't seen him longboard, but Dwayne DeSoto said he'd get action.
I mean, why not? He does everything else.
Kainene, man. One of a kind.
Yeah, Kainene's
Also
quite a diverse athlete when it comes to water sports.
Actually really getting there, really wants to win one of those Jaws titles. I've been seeing him all winter working with Doug Silva on his shortboard game. And yeah, the kid froths hard. Also, you got Hawaiian Water Patrol out there, and Hawaiian Water Patrol has one of their very own in the lineup, Homai Ho'opili.
Right. Pomai from the North Shore, Hawaiian family, been around for years. Check out this wave.
Wow, nice pit stall. He's going to get locked in. He's going to make it through that chandelier and kick out as a completion.
This looks like a replay of Bullet going left.
And Kainene, here's his tail turning wave. Absolutely 12 o'clock with a tail throw, and then back into it with a big old forehand gaffer. We're at the backdoor shootout. The trick is to get barreled, but when there's no barrels on offer, these guys are going to surf it up.
Right, it's interesting how they're adapting to the conditions, and they're doing a lot more turns in this heat.
That was Zane on the right, I believe. They're going to show a replay of that one. Zane Cyans. They split the peak. I believe that's Bullet. Oh,
big turn.
Nice snap in front of the cameraman. And wow, they get jet ski assist.
Nice.
They already have a paddle.
Great shot from the drone.
Yeah, Mo Freitas, I met him this winter. I'm familiar with hearing his name, and I'm excited to watch him do his thing out here today. Pipeline, wake up for us. We're all frothing.
All right, so stand-up paddle division here at the backdoor shootout. Kind of cool. We saw the longboard division. We have, a lot of diversity today in the water.
I think some standouts in the longboard division that I seen was Kanoa Dahlin getting spit out of a back door. Kaniala Stewart came out and with that awesome afro hair flick. I mean, he busted out of that thing with style and fashion.
That was a good barrel. Yeah. It was a deep one.
Nelson Ahina also got a barrel, and I seen Micah DeSoto. He chose to wear his helmet today, and he came out of a nice one, just to name a few.
Saw that one. That backdoor wave was sick.
Super sick.
Handsome kid. I think he models.
Yes, he was. Yes. I used to tease him like, "Oh, you look like Edward from Twilight."
Hawaiian version.
Tanaka, yeah. Awesome. Super tall, handsome boy. Micah DeSoto.
Definitely had a baby with him
game.
Too.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Right. Young family.
Rips longboard and shortboard. His dad's a world champion surfer. And yeah, definitely a big piece and a student of our culture and tradition. And he speaks fluent Hawaiian.
Right.
Along with all his brothers and sisters. That's a big wolf pack of talent there. I haven't seen that since the Moniz family, you know?
Right.
So,
although we've seen a lot of family connections in this event, we talked quite a bit about them too. With the whole family, of course, and many others. The Florences, of course, they've got they have their own team.
Legacies upon legacies.
Kind of cool that families and surfing just go together.
Yeah, and then once, you know, when you're a big family and once you break out of okay, they're looking at us, we're an Insta crowd, you know what I mean? You got to overcome that because, you know what I mean? We're all out there to play. And, you know, nowadays, and, you know, with COVID and everything, we got some new people involved in surfing and, you know, not everybody has the right etiquette. Well, hey, man, let's get educated. I don't come into your sport and just take, and here we go, bullet up and riding. Into a closeout barrel. All these things have been going on for so long, and we all know how to play together. And Kaileni
looking for the barrel on the
by
left.
This left. No barrel on offer, huh, Isaiah, on this one?
So we call these light sea breezes. Usually we have variable winds in Hawaii. You call the variable winds when the trade winds turn off, and you get this texture in the evening that, especially here on the North Shore, when you got those variable winds, and it keeps that barrel a little closed, so a little challenging to get into that wave, pull into the barrel. But Kai's going to get right back out there and find something else to ride. Great shot here. We're looking here toward the northeast corner of Oahu. You can see the Sunset Point in the background.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Looks like there are some waves way out there at the point too, huh?
Right. That's one reason why they call it the 7 Mile Miracle. Is it's just break after break along this stretch. So we have seen not just the wind conditions, but also the waves have slowed a little bit since this morning. And I think that's pretty common on the North Shore, is where swells rise quick, but they can leave quick too.
Yes. I just got word from our Wahine announcer, Pu'o de Soto, says that we'll be into the longboard final next after this 30-minute heat of stand-up paddle semifinal. And then 3 will come out of these 2 semifinals, and we'll make a stand-up final. You are watching the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And thank you to all our sponsors, Sinaloa, Aloha Salads. I just seen somebody eating this amazing salad. That must be from them. Body Armor, Kona Brewing, Hawaii, Monster Energy. Thank you, Keala Iwohi. I just seen you stacked it up underneath the scaffolding. Thank you very much. Right on, brother. Defend Hawaii, Chris and the crew. We're going to have an interview with them soon. Oahu Golf Apparel. Thanks for all the killer gear. Himiku Organic, Kenui Kitchen, Kono's Hawaii, Pupakea Grill, and Two Thumbs Tattoo. And here we go. Kailani, Isaiah.
I'm seeing he's looking for that section to hit right here at the end. Throws it up, but a little too much board for that tight of a pocket.
I hear Big Island's Bullet Obra went on a left. We're going to get a replay of that.
You can see this replay of Kai's pumping down the line. It's amazing how he's riding this thing like a shortboard. Yes. Waiting for that section to stand up, but it doesn't really cooperate. And then here's the one he was looking for, but unfortunately got a little too steep in the nose.
You see when he faded, he really wanted that belly to just jack up, and then he just went, okay, I'm just going to put on a show and go for a snap because this thing isn't going to barrel.
Right.
Kailani, a showman.
Getting the Uber ride back out.
There's the young Foster.
That's hot hell, huh?
Yep. So good to watch him follow in the footsteps of his dad. He's also an amazing surfer. I was wondering why he wasn't in the longboard.
Yeah, he's very smooth longboard surfer.
Yeah, really smooth. 15 minutes remaining, gang. 15 minutes remaining in stand-up semifinal number 2. Then we're going to move on into the longboard final, Isaiah.
Okay.
Hopefully it brings some awesome waves. We got some world champion longboarders.
Yeah, exciting. Well, we have more competitors than usual in this heat, it seems. There's 5 or 6 guys out, whereas most of the day we've had 4, which
almost
make it a
could have
little more
subbed one
challenging.
into the other round.
Yeah, and you can see the difference too in the earlier rounds. We were, we're surfing in team divisions where there were sharing waves, but this is more traditional where we're having eliminations in this heat. So these guys are battling each other for positioning on the wave. Like Zane going for an inside wave here. The yellow helmet. Bottom turn. Not much to offer, so he kicks out. Zane is a senior at Kahuku High School.
Oh,
still
good
in
stuff.
school. He's a really good kid. On our side of the island there in Haula. And very nice mannered young man. Great surfer. Kicks out on that one. Does the stand up and also the, foiling. I don't know if
Yeah, looking a little busy, seeing who's going to turn.
Oh.
They're bigger wave riding vehicles, so.
Right.
Different technique of getting into position because it is easy to fall over like a domino. Here we go. We got a paddler taking committed and a little bit too far out for this backdoor wave, and pipe is kind of crumbling over itself at the moment.
There's some waves. Hopefully they'll be in position for it. Looks like Bullet is looking at this one. Oh.
Ooh. I know how
That's
that
Briggs
feels.
Napoleon. So there's 2
Brother
goofy-footed rigs that look very similar. So we got Mo Freitas pumping down the line, getting lots of speed.
Mo Freitas. Could tell he was ready to fly through a backdoor pit, but it didn't offer it to him. Also, he split the peak with somebody on the left. Zane again. Up and out.
Now, Bullet and Riggs look a lot alike to me from this angle.
Yes.
Hopefully we aren't mixing them up.
Yes, 2 young men are almost maybe around the same age.
Both goofy footers. Talented stand-up surfers.
Also, Riggs is huge legacy in the canoe.
Oh, right. Napoleon family.
1 man, 6 man, you name it. I believe this is Mo Freitas from another angle. Excited to watch this guy live. He's also City and County's North Shore Lifeguard Association over here at the Pipe Tower.
Awesome.
Yeah. With guys like Rob Dorr. How's it, brother Rob? Been taking care of us for years. Doesn't matter what side you're from or where you're from. North Shore Lifeguards to take care, watch over us. Really good.
Well, looking out to the horizon, there are some waves approaching. I guess that's one advantage of being on a stand-up. You can see those sets a little easier.
I know. I just love being right here on the deck at the Volcom Bee House and looking right over the railing with you, right into the lineup.
That's been a great opportunity. Here we go. Someone's looking at this one.
Ooh, he's going to try to slice it. Curtain fell.
That was Pomai.
Oh, my. This guy charges.
And
ooh, that was a quick decision of not to go. Nice pivot turn off the back, the guy.
Right. Yeah, that one shutting down on Pomai.
Ooh, they were looking at each other as gentlemen. You going? You going? No. Love that. You see that a lot in a lot of our local surf events. you know, we all want to win, but we're all going to be gentlemen about it, you know,
Right.
because, you know, in some events you don't implement priority and stuff like that. So, you know, you kind of play the gentleman role. Everybody wants to win, and there's a way to win, but, you know, everybody gets a wave and shares waves. But,
Yep.
you know, there's going to be that time in the heat where you're going to take a wave if you need a wave. So that's why surfing, competitive surfing, it's one of a kind. It's very dangerous, very exciting, very extreme on the body. Like I told you yesterday, you could be sore from surfing and not go to work, but you could go back surfing the next day. Not a problem. All good. One of my favorites.
Right. Well, you can see great angle with the drone. See those sets stacking in the background.
Ooh,
and
I
the
like
horizon.
that shot.
1, 2, 3, 4. You can see 4 lines.
Maybe 5 from the deck.
Maybe.
And which one are they going to pick?
Oh, one fizzling way out there.
Oh, and we haven't seen that in quite some time, Isaiah, so that is a good sign. Will this wake up throughout the end of the stand-up paddle heat and carry on through the longboard final? Let's do this, Pipeline. You are watching the Backdoor Shootout, shooting out into 2022. Later on, I know I've been promising you guys this, but we're going to have Defend Hawaii's Chris and crew. We're going to have them talk about their new movement and everything they're doing for their community and Hawaii. So like to see them soon, and here we go.
Yep, this set swung pretty wide over
It kind of came straight in, huh?
to Gums area, but this one might be something that Kai's looking at.
Mr.
Split of the
Lenny's
peak.
looking for the back door.
There he goes. Kai Lenny getting lots of
Pumping
speed.
it like a shortboard, Isaiah. Looks back. Smart decides to pull out, or he's going to have a massive amount of work to get out from that inside.
I thought he was
of
going to go
eights.
for the floater.
You know, he would.
Right.
I know he's crazy like that.
See all
But
that.
he also wants to get a better wave because that didn't have what he wanted on offer.
Boom. Kicks
He might
out.
have landed that floater
Might
as
have.
well.
I
Good
think that was a-
performance by Dahui's own. Kainoa McGee back up on the scaffold. Our announcer, Beach Marshall. An awesome ocean legacy.
Kainoa, yeah, we talked about how he does stand-up and bodyboard and surf and a bunch of other things. One thing I didn't know about him until I bumped into him in a swimming pool wearing a gold Speedo. was
No.
that he plays water polo in a gold Speedo. It was beautiful,
Oh, well, he loves wearing his gold Kainoa McGee jersey.
right?
Yeah. And, yeah. So a lot of the stories you've been sharing with us and culture and stuff like that, I just wanted to thank you.
Yeah.
I now have your book, Waves of Resistance, and I'm very excited. So you guys go check that out from Isaiah Walker because,
Oh, Zane.
oh, he got deep and clamped. But, you know, this book is all these stories that he was sharing. And, you know, after I was off the mic sharing with some of my friends, some of these people, some of my friends have heard some of these stories. It's all in the book, and I'm very excited to read it. Is
Wow.
that Mo?
That was Zane,
Zane.
and he was stalling, but unfortunately that wave just closed out on him. It's cool how you can use the paddle to help you turn, to stall, and redirect.
You know, when I'm playing on mine, I try to copycat, but there's so much you can do with the paddle. You can cut back and lean on that paddle, and then you watch some of these guys, they have it on their other side when they cut back, and they just jab it in like almost like a third, fourth fin. Well,
Right.
you have a third arm. Also, when you're ready to tip over on a stand-up, you can also recover yourself by jabbing the paddle in the water and taking a stroke. It'll also correct your body structure back up to standing.
Yeah.
Stand-up paddling is very fatiguing if you don't sit and bend your knees on this invisible chair. I know it looks like they're just standing up, paddling out, but when you go try it by yourself, you're definitely going to call Rocky or somebody to give you a stand-up lesson. It isn't easy. And for those of you who never tried it, when you come to Hawaii, you know, ask your local beach boys. Ask somebody that knows the water. There's tons of people that teach. And you never want to go paddling out all the way out with the wind because you're going to have to paddle back in. And that's a Rocky laughs because he's probably had tons of clients like that, you know. I took Nike Oregon all the way out to Pops in Waikiki, and then he told me that, oh, I get boat sick. Is this going to affect me? Oh, of course it is, man. You're on a stand-up paddle. It's like a mini boat.
Well, the boards that these guys are riding, though, are unusually small.
Yes.
Right? So they're really good at what they do, and they're able to ride much smaller boards, which makes it harder to balance on unless you're moving.
You stand up paddle, Isaiah?
I've done it.
Yeah.
It's not something that I do regularly, but
definitely gets you in shape. Like I've done it in the surf, and I don't do it very often, but I've never done it going up Haleiwa with the family, which I'd fancied to do for a long time. I do have a few stand-up paddles from the C4 generation, and I need to dust them off and go play.
Well, this is our semifinal. I'm guessing we're going to have the longboard final after this.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that we
stand
may
up final.
go to the stand-up final after that. So two finals coming up this afternoon.
Shoot, I just got a text from Bunga Perkins. He's back in the Big Island and said he had to work. Beep! Well, Bunga, we love you. I totally missed you. You know you're one of our favorite longboarders. Island chain worldwide. You're one of the pioneers. So enjoy work. I'm on the mic today, so I'm off work. Chee-hoo.
Nice.
But, yeah, thanks for having me, Rocky Cannon and Isaiah Walker, and the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Thank you to you, Defend Hawaii, Keiki Bungalows. Thank you so much. Also, Aloha Salads, Sinaloa Body Armor, Kona Brewing, Oahu Golf Apparel, Monster Energy. Why buy a can that gives you brittle little wings when you can smash like a monster? You can also go find some monsters, you athletes here. Keala Iwohi just dropped us off a bunch. Defend Hawaii, Himiku, Organic, Kenui Kitchen, Kono's Hawaii, Pupakea Grill, and Two Thumbs Tattoo Hawaii. And I believe DTL Hawaii and Po'omai Ho'opili here, Isaiah.
Yep, Po'omai dropping into this left, looking for the barrel.
Oh, so much style. I love this guy, and he just got axed right at the end.
Caught that outside edge as he slowed down, and the wave sped up and caught the rail on that.
Ooh, we got 3 gentlemen paddling for that one. We'll see who goes. Bullet or rigs? Bullet or rigs? Since you mentioned that, now I'm like, okay. There is a bit of a pipeline glare, so, that must be.
No, that's Kaileni and Zane looking at that backdoor wave. What bullet was that? That last wave was bullet. Got the red board.
Yeah, so currently in this heat you have Kaileni, Mo Freitas, Riggs Napoleon, and Zane, Saizen, Bullet Obra, and Po'omai Ho'opili. So I'm hearing 35 minutes of final.
Right.
That's cool, but how was that 55 minutes yesterday? 55 minutes of pipeline surfing with 4 people.
Yeah.
40 seconds remaining in stand-up final number 2.
Oh, these guys Trying to get a last wave in. Bullet on the left and Low on the right. Bullet going left. One turn, closing turn.
Oh.
Gets bucked off.
He really brought that back, huh? Kailani got into his head with all that tail turning.
5, 4, 3, 2, and...
Well, this heat comes to a close.
Not too much barrels in this heat, but they did what they can. They surfed pipeline and backdoor. And recap.
Here we have it. Kailani was pretty busy in this heat. Started off with a barrel. Nice turn.
Yeah. Definite winner of the heat. There's Bullet.
Yeah, Bullet over. Big Island. Zane Sains stalling, trying to slow down, get some coverage. Gets a little barrel there. Bullet over again on the left, catching quite a few lefts, but it was a tricky section to try and keep up with.
Oh,
this
12
is
o'clock. Right into a
and
huge
we'll be back for
wrap.
finals of longboard. Stick with us.
Aloha, gang.
Yeah, here we are, the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2022. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker watching this longboard final. So these guys advanced through their semifinal heat to make it here to the final. Kind of flipping back to the more traditional format for this longboard and stand-up paddle from our team surfing and unique format of that part of it, but now we've got a little tribute back to the original format. So Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker, day number 2, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Man, we're so glad to just be back in action.
Yep.
Having surf contests, having events here on the North Shore. And, you know, today started off with leftover big stuff from Last night into this morning. Kind of trailed off a little bit, but we just saw a pretty good sized set.
Yeah.
That still healthy out there, bombing for these long borders.
Still some energy for sure.
So coming up next will be our stand-up paddle final, and then we'll wrap it up and put a bow on day number 2. Potential big swell on the way for tomorrow. Checking out the Surfline forecast. They're going to call it to be arriving sometime in the morning.
Okay.
So
it's good.
we could wake up to thunderous sounds. Quite
Thundercats.
potentially. Yeah.
So
we got to be here on call at the ready to see if the action's going to happen tomorrow. It could be one of those swells where, pipe gets too big, washed out, or it could be just right. So we'll just have to get here and see what's going on.
Right. Some sets coming in.
You
Rocky, earlier,
Yep.
we're having conversations. You asked me something about bottom turn, and if there's a Hawaiian term for bottom turn, and I said, well, I have to kind of look that up. Well, fortunately, I've mentioned 5 kids that are in Hawaiian immersion, and my number 2 son is actually at University of Hawaii at Hilo, where he's majoring in both psychology and in Hawaiian language. Here we have a Waves Kai Salas, just up and out of that one. Anyway, so Mokani's been watching. He's like texting me. So there is an answer. There's a bottom turn. Kaha mai lalo a iluna.
Wow.
So kaha is the word that's carving something. So kaha is the term for carving. Here's a replay here of Kai Salas just up and out. That was some live action.
So we just heard results of that second stand-up paddle heat. It was Kai, Riggs, and Mo. It'll be advancing to the final.
So kaha. Also, the interesting body surfing is kaha nalu.
Right. That's what I was going to say. I've heard that kaha before, and explaining some kind of wave riding, and it was from body surfing.
So it's carving. So you're carving into the wave, and so to bottom turn, kaha mai lalo ai luna is to carve into that bottom turn up toward the face.
Because luna is up.
Yeah.
So it's that's a very descriptive.
Right. It is. Lalo luna.
Yeah. From the bottom to the top.
Bottom to the top. Exactly.
Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you for sharing that with us, and so it's really cool that you have one of your
a reference at home,
one of your keiki that's helping you
right
do some homework.
So also brings up the point that a lot of terms that come from Hawaiian terms are the use of what we call biomimicry. Biomimicry is where you're mimicking, something from nature, right? So
like Ilio Holo Ikawawa,
right?
The Hawaiian monk seal,
right?
Dog running through rough waters.
The ao ku lohe lohe, which is the natural realm, and so Hawaiians, like most indigenous peoples, they apply much from nature to the present and to the real world, and so drawing from nature to interpret the present. So we're talking about the Hawaiian surfboard. Goodness, it's been a long day.
We're losing them, folks. We gotta keep them reeled in here. The Papa hitting
man.
the
Alaia. Kalamai. So Alaia is like, mimicry of the pattern of the fish. So likewise, a lot of Hawaiian terms come from that. Here we see, oh my goodness, side slipping on the longboard. Sideways, unfortunately, wasn't able to engage the fins enough to come out of that one.
Yeah, I'm surprised that I don't know. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm surprised that a lot of these boards have survived today, because you think about the size of the board with all that leverage to bend and flex. I think that's why a lot of our longboarders opted for maybe no leash.
And as a parent of a longboarder, that caused me much grief in life. Because not only they break easier, they twice as much for replace.
They are expensive because you get more material. There's Kanoa Dolan, he was the last surfer up and riding on that one. Keone Keolana giving him some assistance, and Kokua Kainoa McGee right there.
Wow.
Well, that was Clay Everline out there on the stand-up paddle with the helmet grabbing the rail that we saw for a couple of waves during our preliminary rounds of stand-up paddle surf. Also a physician and doctor, so he's here to help with any medical needs of our competitors. So kind of dueling as the medical staff, and then getting a little chance to compete at some stand-up paddle at Pipeline. So fun for Clay to not only help us out, but also get involved and catch a couple waves.
Oh, it's fabulous. We appreciate all the people from behind the scenes that are making this event happen. Mahina Chillingworth.
Oh man,
aloha, and big mahalo to her for all that she does for this event, of course, and everyone else, from the judges to security to water patrol, and just everyone who's had this put this event together. It's been amazing. I was talking to Mahina. I said, the vibe is really cool today. Just really cool vibe. Lots of aloha.
We got some Hawaiian music playing on the speaker, which always does good to set the mood, set the tone. And then we got the Salt and Air Studios, Mike Prickett and the gang, and getting the incredible drone footage. The cameras that are stationed up on the land here, getting those great shots straight on and from the angles. And, of course, the water cam with Larry Haynes and Hawaiian Water Patrol getting that ultra unique view. Here's Kai Salas. And just not going to be able to work it on that one. It was a little too fast down the line. And if there's anybody who can make these waves, it's Kai Salas. Here's Kaniela Stewart. And he has to kick out. And you see that sea breeze kind of coming into play of a factor, affecting the quality of the wave and the form and the shape of the wave.
Yeah.
So I have to remind myself, or I'm trying to remember the Poina Nalu is the describing.
Poina is like the breaking area. Nalu. So where the wave breaks are at the peak.
And I'm familiar with the deep ocean Moana as we watch. Who is
this? Is Nelson
there?
Ahina.
That's Nelson Ahina.
Straightening out.
What other parts of the ocean are there?
Well, you have, you have the Kahakai, which is the shoreline there. Poina Nalu, Poina Kai, which also is in that same realm, and then I'm sure there's tons of others that Hawaiians would use lots of different. But you have Wai. You may have heard of Wailele. Wailele is a waterfall.
Okay.
So Wai is fresh water, but Moana is that deep blue. So the Moana is the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes we'll refer to the Pacific Ocean itself as the Moana. So Moana Nui, you'll hear that sometimes, is like the Great Pacific. There's a anthropologist, a scholar named Tevita Ka'ili, who talks about the Moana people, like the Oceania is this largest. Because sometimes, people say, Polynesia, or, had some carnage here. But the Moana is definitely that vast ocean that connects us as as an ocean place, right? The Oceania.
Almost like it's its own continent, or it is. It's a body of water, but it kind of represents a landmass.
Right. If you think about it that way, as a geographic space, Oceania,
very good description,
is the largest geographic space in the world. which is interesting because people often refer to our islands as small or limited, but technically it's the biggest place on Earth. Here we go. This looks like Keaulana, Russ K.
Yep. Just kind of holding his hand out to the wave like, can you help me out here? I would like a barrel right about here, please.
Please.
But yeah, and then you go into the different types of ocean conditions, which I'm sure you could just fill a, couple of pages worth of descriptions and different types
and what's
conditions,
cool
colors, all of that.
We talked. You mentioned, Rocky, actually yesterday about how you like to teach your guests about the ahupua'a. And ahupua'a, for our viewers, it's basically this pie-shaped geographic space. It's a village in Hawaii, but it's basically from mountain to the sea. So since most of our islands are relatively round,
right, roundish, yep.
Go to the middle. If you split up the island like a pie,
right,
and
like a Ted's Bakery pie,
Ted's Bakery
chocolate
pie. But some of these slices is like diet-sized slices, small ones,
slivers,
depending on where you're at and depending on how much water is there. So if you look at Oahu, for example, the ahupua'a on the east side, there's they're thinner, they're
very
smaller,
narrow,
very narrow. Whereas you get on the drier sides, they're generally a little wider because they go along rivers, so they're based along the streams. And so we know on the windward side of the island, because there's more water, get more of those streams. But I forget where I was going with this.
Is it true that, of course, so when we're talking about the definition of water and the
I
word,
remember I was going now, but continue.
The word vai.
Yeah.
The Hawaiian word for wealthy or to be rich is vai vai.
Correct.
So would that then translate into the more populous or the more desired areas in ancient times to be on those windward sides?
Oh, that's a great question. Yes and no. I mean, there are a lot of places, for example, Waikiki is on technically a drier side of the island, but it was also seen as a favorite place for a lot of ali'i, and that had to do with just the conditions of the water and the waves, surfing and fishing and other things. But certainly, it seems that there were more people who lived on the eastern sides of the island, which is important to estimates of the population in Old Hawaii. So Captain Cook estimated there were probably 200,000 Hawaiians that lived in Hawaii, but he had never really spent much time on the eastern sides of the island.
I read something like that too, where they described Hawaii as being somewhat dry and arid, but they had only passed the southwestern portion.
And that's because a lot of the eastern sides, because it's the windward side, it's trickier to get in, right? With both
rough.
Not as many harbors and so forth. So
on the lee side, obviously, you're going to get calmer conditions. That makes sense.
And so most experts have later gone back and re-looked at his numbers and realized that, wait a minute, that number is much higher than 200,000. Here we go.
Kaniala.
Sitting on that one.
Yeah, he's trying to recreate his wave from the semifinals where he got that big score for a great barrel, but couldn't quite duplicate it here. Kai Salas, more like snowboarding on that foamy face.
It's cool, Kaniela. Even though he's a Waikiki surfer, has some amazing experience out here at Pipe. I've seen some really cool footage of him pulling into some big backdoor caverns, so he's comfortable out here in the big stuff as well.
Yeah, here's Kaniala, and it looks like he might have broke it. I hear Pua Makamai. It was only a matter of time. The way these guys are charging and what they're doing and the amount of leverage on those longboards and the power of pipe, bound to happen.
Wow.
Kaniala's looking for an extra board like, not my board, huh? Anybody let Kaniala borrow one board? Just got to put some insurance on top of him.
Take him out, just standing there like, please.
It's kind of like yelling, hey, right now, Kaniala. I don't know who's on this. I just grab him from the bushes.
Please. I like borrow. Can.
Yeah, it's hard to travel with a quiver of longboards. You know, that's a big piece of equipment.
Lots of aloha here from our beach
Kainoa's like, bro, you can borrow this board, not mine. He's like, yeah, bro, go.
Like,
no use leash, bro. Bombay gonna broke more easy.
That's a cool image. And we talk about paying homage to the past. It's hard not to make the comparison here with buttons.
Yeah, that's pretty classic. Like Hawaiian one Malo down there too, paying homage to the past and traditions.
So remember what I was gonna say about the ahupua'a?
Yes,
is that
please
each
continue.
ahupua'a had their own names, but they also had their own names for their own winds. So, you know, you're talking about different kinds of weather conditions. Each ahupua'a was known for having its own name of its wind condition, which affects the water and everything. So very in tune with the elements in old Hawaii and aware of all the different types of conditions that we had. So yes, they did have names for different conditions, even specific to where the ahupua'a was. Here we have a going left.
Kanoa Darlin. Haleiwa native.
He's got the Union Jack jersey on.
Yeah.
If anyone's curious about how the Hawaiian flag got a Union Jack, there's a story to that too. Here we have.
Yes, Nelson, huh?
Nelson Ahina.
Yeah, he's one surfer that I really enjoy watching. When he's in his element and on a roll, he is easily one of the best longboarders on the planet when he's in the zone. He's got that, kind of longer, lankier body type that he's really good at using leverage to help him maneuver the big longboard, even though he might not be like the strongest, thickest guy. He's quite thin, but he's got the way to use his body to his advantage and really make it work for himself. And I've seen him do some just crazy, amazing stuff on a longboard. Fun to watch.
Tall guy, long limbs. Very talented. I was talking earlier with Ezra about seeing his family, all of his sisters, his mom and dad, just amazing surfers and watermen.
Yeah, from that, I remember you mentioned the Gotcha Pro days, watching Pocho Ahina.
See, that was my question. Are they related?
I believe so.
Gotta be.
Yeah, that's quite a unique, one of those unique Hawaiian last names.
Pocho, bro, that guy was amazing surfer, goofy footer.
Yeah.
So quick, lightning fast snaps.
Right. Yeah, super fast.
Here we have Kaniala.
On the borrowed stick.
Borrowed board.
Got to be a little bit more careful. So, for the competitors in his heat, they might have a little bit of a window knowing that Kaniala's probably going to be a little more cautious on a second board that might not. I'm going to go out there on a limb. That's probably not his board. The way he was waiting for another board and basically had to be, the damsel in distress down there. And somebody, Kaido McGee, came to rescue him with a backup board of somebody's. And so he might be a little more on the cautious side, which could open up the door for his competitors to take advantage and try to knife one in there and get first place.
So he was just figuring out how that board works on that wave.
Pretty much. Yep.
Like, well, how this board? Okay, ting turn or what?
Yeah. Like, where am I going to go if I put my foot here?
probably not the ideal heat strategy, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, break your board that you're feeling really comfortable on, had that great wave in the semifinals and tried to make it happen again in the final. And that wave had a little more beef, with a little more punch and juice than that smaller wave in the semifinals. So he felt that effect right there. Bummer that he broke his longboard that he was getting used to, and
Yep.
really, looking like he was one of the guys that could be the favorite
Right.
coming into it.
So I guess with these lulls, I can talk about the Union Jack on the
Okay.
Hawaiian flag.
Yep. That was that's
It's a British
Kanoa
symbol,
Dolan's
right?
jersey he's wearing.
So the Hawaiian flag. Here we go. Aloha gang.
So-
Isaiah Walker, Rocky Cannon.
What is that Union Jack representation?
Yeah, we have him behind us here. You can see the flag.
Yeah, we do.
So King Kamehameha came up with the first Hawaiian flag, and this is the first Hawaiian Kingdom flag for the Hawaiian Kingdom. And Kamehameha combined 3 powerful nations into one flag as a way of a few things. First of all, he wanted to kind of pit them against each other as a way of preserving Hawaii's independence. That he had relationships that made with each, mostly with the British though. Kamehameha got into agreement where the British were a protectorate of Hawaii, but they recognized his autonomy as the king over Hawaii, and so with that he combined the British flag with the French and also the stripes symbol similar to the United States.
Okay.
Kanoa Dolan, there we go, in that Union Jack jersey.
Yeah, some folks might either be mistaken or confused when they see the other flag that's flown here in Hawaii with the kahili and other different symbols that would more resemble traditional Hawaii.
And there were different flags that that Hawaii had, as far as like the royal flag, and then you also had other flags that represented the people. But as far as the national flag of Hawaiian Kingdom, that was created by Kamehameha the First. And you can see some of that culture too, of the kind of that British royal culture that made its way into Hawaiian society. Even this morning, I was kind of being a fan and stood next to Zeke Lau and took a picture with him. And he's wearing a Hawaiian pendant that was the coat of arms, the Hawaiian coat of arms.
The crest, coat of arms, yeah.
I know Carissa also, for a while on our surfboard, had like her own version of the coat of arms. Here we go, Russ K on a
Russ
good-looking
K,
wave.
the legend, and doing a huge flyaway. Super fly.
Snooker.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah, that was from the top ropes right
Let's
there.
see that again from the top ropes.
Yeah, with the long hair, everything.
Yeah.
And the thick stature.
Look at
he's
that.
a flying
dive.
Hawaiian. Wow. Oh, so great to see Russ out here. We don't get to see him, all that often. I feel like North Shore and Makaha sometimes are just so different worlds far away, and, being able to see him come over here, surf pipe, get some waves.
Uncle Malo.
Yeah.
Uncle in the
He's
Malo.
rocking it, bro.
Give him Hawaiian. So.
Yeah, it looked like, the colorations on his skin. He wear that bugger often.
Often. No more tan line.
Yeah. You
So
definitely would have to put your sunglasses on looking at me in one malo.
So Malo was the tradition Hawaiian surf shots.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. Connie Stalling up on the nose, in the barrel, side slipping. Chee.
Yeah. Oh, well, he still might have some left in him right there. That was a solid little wave. Here goes Nelson Ahina. He's going to try to grab the rail. Cannot find the barrel, so he kicks out. Just about 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah. How so Steez from Connie. Here you see it again. Sits way up on the nose. In the barrel. Starts to slip a little. Keeps it stylish. Exit.
Yeah, and that was nice drone footage looking down into the barrel at Kaniala. And I'm sure the straight on view, he was
deeper
behind the curtain.
Right.
So the judges are going to give him a good score.
And this is a final. So, first place is on the line here.
Yep.
This looks like Keegan Edwards.
Yeah, that one had just so much bumps on the face.
Right.
There wasn't any chance to set the rail, get the fins in. Kanoa Dahlin a little bit deep down the line, looking towards that pipe section, and realized he was too far back.
With 5 minutes left. And that barrel from Connie, that was one of the better waves of the heat.
Yeah, I haven't seen much else happening. I mean, all these guys had really great semifinal heats. Obviously, that's why they're here in the final, but they're having a little bit harder time, it feels like, finding those ones that got them through that semi. So Kaniala could be turning it on right here and feeling that different board, that replacement board. Not sure if he was all that comfortable on the rail right there.
Gonna have to body surf one.
Water Patrol going to check on Kaniala. Just a couple minutes remaining. This could be crucial if he can get back to his board in time and find one more wave out the back. He could be having enough points to seal this one up. Because there you see, he went to go set the rail, but I have a feeling that if he was on his original board that was his, that he was comfortable riding, that would have been a much different result.
Yep. Look at him standing. This shows you how shallow it is at Pipeline.
Yikes. And if you just frame grab that shot right there, the silhouette, you wouldn't have known if that was Buttons from 1973 or Kaniala from 2022.
I'm glad he stood up there because I don't think our viewers understand how shallow it is out there.
That was a great example. Oh, Uncle is just...
Uncle Malo. Awesome.
Being the guy down there. Helping out with board retrieval.
I think I know that Uncle. If I'm correct, that's the kind Auntie Ginoa Keawe's son, perhaps. I know he always surfs with the Malo on. If you don't know who Auntie Ginoa Keawe is, she's a legend in the Hawaiian music, particularly falsetto music. And if you don't know what a malo is basically what, a loincloth you call it?
That's, I think, the dictionary definition. Yeah. I would say malo is courage.
Courage.
It takes special folks to bust that one out.
It is traditional wear. I mean, especially with surfing in old times. That's what you'd wear.
See all the depictions as we watch. I believe that is Kanoa Dahlin.
Nice.
Trying to get a
little cover up.
Little barrel for Kanoa right in the pocket. But all the depictions and, that is what was worn. And, many times the wahine, was no worried about bikini tops, nobody looking or judging or whatever. So,
especially in the water,
old Hawaii, you got this kind of weather, you don't need wear clothes.
Right. There were different clothing though that would mark people. Interestingly, the cacao or the tattoo was seen as a kind of clothing that would mark you and your identity, and that's kind of a cool way of thinking of it. But here we go, Kaniela.
Oh, man.
Oh.
I wonder what Kai did. If he was able to sneak a backdoor barrel over there, that could be something that could get him a good score. But Kaniela tried to thread the needle, but just couldn't get down that wave, set the rail, and get ahead of that lip. So he gets another closeout. He does have the one nice tube ride, and I believe it is top 2 waves. So if he's got some kind of any little backup, he could be coming away with the win here.
I know the clock is counting down, so there's not much opportunity. We'll see if this wave will count. Unfortunately, no, the horn blows.
Yeah, that's the end of the heat. Kanoa Dallin, this will not count, but still, got to try get barreled at pipe no matter what. Take advantage of only having a few other longboarders out there. So here's a recap of the final. Kanoa Dallin stayed busy. You know, he was by far probably the busiest surfer. Nelson Ahino worked hard to try to fit in a barrel, but not really fully covered. Kaniela Stewart, not this one here, but he had another wave where he was able to find the barrel, and probably the more significant score of the heat. Another closeout for the busy Kanoa Dallin, but this was probably the wave of the final. And if he's able to get any, help from a backup score, he could be coming away with the win. Kanoa Dallin made a late charge with that little slight cover up. We'll be right back with the stand-up paddle final here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Ow!
Welcome back, gang. You are watching the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and we are watching the replays of what just happened in this stand-up final, huh, Rock? That was Mo Freitas kicking out.
Yeah, we're in the last heat of day number 2, the stand-up paddle final. And, oh, bro, just getting some word that that last heat, Kaniela broke his first board he was riding.
I seen that.
But went back out on the Kaisalis Mango Jam. Was the board that he paddled back out
That's
on.
pretty awesome. And, you know, it's really hard to break what they were, him and Kai Salas were riding their slipper models made from Thunderbolt technology. What's up, Yusan Sumitomo, one of the creators of Thunderbolt? It's now Firewire family. These things are full carbon and they're hard to break. So you could tell that Pipeline is big, and this is the Mango Jam, huh?
Yeah, that's the board he was riding to finish that final. And
on a single fin, Connie's talented.
I think he did very well.
Yes.
We'll get the official results here soon, but
I sat out of that one on break and I watched, and Connie looked very sharp and smooth.
yeah, he had another nice little backside tube ride like he did in the semifinal. And checking out this replay of Zane Schweitzer. And just got mowed right there by that little chandelier that knocked him off his board.
But very worth a try, because it is the final and the object of the game is they're competing against each other, because this isn't a team event. They want to get spit out of barrels. So if he forced his way out of that, completion a ride. So these guys are going to stuff into some closing. The paddle just got lickings, Rocky.
He just like fully yard sailed that one. He was like, bro, off the board, let go the paddle.
Wow, and then here we go, rider realizing that there's a rider right there, but you know, you didn't want that wave anyway, buddy. And these guys are going to just try to compress themselves out of crumbly backdoor and pipeline, but you know, the conditions are forever changing, huh, Rock?
Yeah, and that's Clay Everline right there, one of our medical staff and doctors.
I did recognize him. That is one cool brother.
So, getting some time in the water, well-deserved. And thank you for your service as well, Dr. Clay, and helping us out with any medical needs that could be or need to be attended to during the Hui Backdoor Shootout. But look at Kainoa just jumping off the second level balcony.
That was Mr. McGee. I didn't even know.
That was Kainoa.
I know he's been letting Pua Makamai de Soto back on the mic, so boom. He's out there.
Yeah, he's in the final, bro.
Congratulations, Kainoa. Awesome. I hope big barrels come in there for you guys. I know we just got started, but a lot can happen in 30 minutes. 35?
35 minutes, yep.
Roger that.
And that looks like that could be
Riggs. I see the Napoleon in him. Very talented young man. Aaron Napoleon's son. You remember North Shore Underground days. Aaron Napoleon, Shino Katani, all those guys. NSU. Good times.
Well, we're going to be watching the incoming swell overnight as we watch Riggs Napoleon. I like to poke fun a little bit, and Riggs, I know is his name, but sometimes I would call him Wrigglesworth.
Wrigglesworth? I like that. I'm a nicknamer. I know you got the nicknames. You nickname a lot of people here on the North Shore.
So he's really a good sport about it, too.
Well, he wants to get Shaq so he can be Wrigglesworthy.
Yeah. But, man, what a great talent. And
legacy family.
Obviously,
Nappy Napoleon.
So much rich history in the family. Zane.
Oh, I dig that floater.
Float.
He knows he's supposed to get barrel, but he floatered the barrel because there was chandelier in that thing.
Yeah, it was going to kind of be a closeout, and he's the type of guy to be able to make something when nothing is there.
Gymnast type, you know, he bent his knees, he absorbed the shock. You know, sometimes it doesn't go that way.
Yeah,
especially
huge airdrop.
What you touched on. They are riding slender, thinner stand-up boards as Kailani goes, but they're very buoyant.
Yeah.
You know?
And here's Kai. A lot of speed. and just didn't feel it on that one, and hoping it was going to open up and provide some kind of barrel.
Look, he's Hanaho on the inside.
But he just spun around and took that one like a backdoor left.
Yes, I seen that. And you know what? Great usage. He's in the clear. He's paddling back out. He got another score. It may not have been the biggest wave, but sometimes in finals, people aren't really unveiling what they want to do, and then you get stuff like that. That's your score. So.
Yeah, well, he had nice positioning, good style. Didn't really get covered, but could see where he ended up and kind of took that next wave right on the noggin. So he's got some work to do. He kind of came back into the middle of the lineup. So not the best place to be when there's waves coming in. This looks like that's Riggs maybe again.
You know, this guy has been going to Nazare a lot.
I know Bullet's out there too. So there's a couple
Bullet
goofy
Obra made the final. Good stuff.
Couple goofy footers out there.
Bullet, I believe he lives in Waikoloa, Big Island. Knew him since he was a young man. I went up there building houses and got to meet Bullet and everybody that surfs the Big Island. It's awesome. We also got, world champ Bunga Perkins. He lives up in the Big Island now. He's also Hawaiian Water Patrol, but we missed him today because he said he had to work. You know, some of us are all grown up with jobby jobs. All good.
Well, check out Kainoa McGee stroking into that one, but he's going to let that one pass by. It was probably a good
Pipeline,
idea.
Give this beast an 8-foot wave. That's what he wants.
There's a replay of Kai's backdoor. Was patient, kind of waiting for it to redevelop, but it really didn't materialize, and that was either Bullet or Riggs. They've got similar styles, I feel like. Both goofy
that's
foot.
what we noticed in the other heat, but I really could tell that was Riggs on that last wave.
Okay.
As we got two guys taking a look.
That is Zane.
Yep, busy.
He's an animal.
Pumping.
And he's going to slide right through that pit.
Smooth and steezy.
And out the back. And that's Mo Freitas.
We had no altercations in these last longboard heat semifinals and semifinal stand. Nobody clashed. Nobody said, "Hui, brother, get him." Everybody was being gentlemen, all without priority rock.
Yeah, it was community vibes, Ohana vibes, but with,
because you got the Hui vibes.
That competitive edge. Well, thank you guys for sticking with us here at surfline.com and checking out all this day 2 action. We've got some swells peeking up on the horizon. You'll see them at the top of your screen. Just a little indicator of some energy that's headed our way.
And 23 minutes left, Rock. 23 minutes less on the clock as these guys are all taking their positions. Everybody has their different lineup spots and whatnot.
Right. Well, this looks like Zane going back door. And they'll tuck in.
Wow.
Oh, man.
What a backside check snap to
Oh.
pig dog grab, but he just disengaged, Rock, huh?
Yeah, I got hung up. Fins popped out. Like you said, disengaged.
But
Lost
the harder
a little
you
bit
grab, I've seen guys, and then they doggy door out of that. That's, luck of the draw, but it didn't happen for him on this one, unfortunately.
Yeah, looking down the line, that one might have been even hard to make had he did everything perfect. But credit the young lad for attempting backdoor on a stand-up paddleboard and going for that snap rail grab. As it looks like Bretta Brandon operating the Hawaiian Water Patrol jet ski for Zane Schweitzer and grabbing him right there. Beautiful picture from the lineup looking back at the beach. See the super famous row of houses
that
right
is
there.
Nice, seeing the competitors going over that bump.
And I mean, that's
and
one
Mr.
of the most
McGee is looking at
epic,
something.
iconic shots right there. Looking down towards off the wall. You can see some of the properties up at Pupukea, up on the hill, and shimmering, beautiful ocean out towards Kaena Point. Wish you were here, folks.
Yes, I haven't even been on the beach, but I'm sure there is. I heard there's a lot of people on the beach, but I haven't quite set my toes in the sand there yet.
There's been some pretty cool drone shots, and you know, obviously, normally this time of year, we have you know, a little bit of a break from the crowds with everybody going back to school, back to work.
Oh, that's right.
We do have people, you know, running away from cold weather, coming out to visit, but you know, it is going to be a quieter time of year on the beach, but still, we got folks that have made it out today. And, you know, we've been so soggy and wet the last couple of weeks that any bit of vitamin D and sunshine that's available is being taken advantage of.
Vitamin D is so good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Laughter and vitamin D kills COVID, Rock.
Yeah. Laugh in the sun.
Ooh, the conditions changed a little bit. These guys are definitely in a lull, but there is some lines out the back, as you can see. Live on the porch, you can see the lines coming in a little bit better.
So yeah, there's a good shot of the beach crowd with definite spectation going on. Ehukai Lifeguard Tower 26, mahalo to our city and county lifeguards and the great work they do each and every day, keeping us safe on the beach and in the ocean.
Oh, that part of Pupukea to Rockies is just empty, huh?
Yeah, you can see
beautiful.
The you know, the kind of defined line right there of the public park and then all the private homes down the beach. But folks are making it down here. It's a beautiful Friday afternoon. Hopefully all of you watching wherever you might be are soaking this in, and we can bring a little sunshine into your day or evening or what time zone you might be on. I know in California they're a couple hours ahead, and then getting over to the East Coast, they're already 5 hours ahead.
I know they want to get rid of their
3:37 here. It's 8:37 on the East Coast. Dinner time, dark time, but thanks for joining us on surfline.com. There's Kai Lenny. Now, he's had kind of the monopoly on this stand-up paddle surf game for the last number of years, and it seems like, you know, in that competitive arena, everybody's been kind of chasing Kai Lenny.
Yeah.
And, you know,
because he does take other breaks and goes with the big wave riding, the toe-in surfing, and then, you know, watching him right back on here, it's like he never missed a beat.
Yeah. He's definitely still the king.
He's been really working on his smaller wave shortboard gang over there at the sandbar, and he's really giving it to the waves, man. He's slicing it up. And I believe I've been hearing rumors all around this house that, you know, there's some more swell on the way, and the Maui's going to start to...
They're going to be on standby. They're going to be keeping a close eye on it, that's for sure. I'm just going to check out my Surfline forecast here.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, Rock, how are we looking for tomorrow?
So let me take a look here.
Now that we're done with the stand-up and the longboard, it's all about the teams. The Hui Wax, WSL Wahine, Quiksilver team, Snap 4 team, Volcom team, Team Florence, and the Peruvian Tubos team. That gives us 8 teams. They've surfed 2 rounds. They're competing for a leaderboard, not against each other, but there is going to be the iconic overall Hui Backdoor Shootout winner that they have every year. So I'm letting Rock check on our surfline.com, one of our sponsors. Thank you to our sponsors, Defend Hawaii, Keiki Bungalows, the Hui Wax, Adam Corporation, Sinaloa, Aloha Salads, Body Armor, Kona Brewing, Hawaii, Monster Energy, Defend Hawaii, Oahu Golf Apparel. Thanks for keeping us dressed up through all these programs. Himiko Organic, Kenui Kitchen, Kono's Hawaii, Pupukea Grill, and Two Thumbs Tattoo. DTL Hawaii and Da Hui. Thank you for having us. It's me and Rocky Cannon, and I'm Ezra Rodriguez, and we are watching the stand-up final of the Backdoor Shootout, and this is going to be our last heat of the day. And we got a paddler on the inside. He's going to take this small frothy one on the inside. Doesn't like what he sees, so he will kick out. I believe that is Mo Freitas, if I'm not mistaken. We got our contest MC, Kainoa McGee, an absolute legendary bodyboarder, surfer, stand-up, paddle, you name it. The guy can bang it all on the longboard. I was actually surprised he didn't do the longboard division. Kainoa McGee can ride like 5'3s, 5'5s. His seaside's smaller than my daughter's. You know what I mean? And the guy's like 230 pounds.
big
straight
human.
Yoked Hawaiian.
So tomorrow will be, man, we could be on tomorrow. It looks like potentially in the 10 to 15 foot range. I'm curious to know what scale they'll be using for this. So 8 to 12 Friday today, and then in the PM going down to 8 to 10, which is about what we're seeing.
Surfline's got it all, huh?
And then, it's so cool to navigate this site. And
I'm just looking at what you're looking, so I'm trying to find out where you navigate, because sometimes I'm simple and just go look at the height charts. Beautiful drone shot of our 6 finalists in the stand-up.
Yeah, it looks like we could be waiting for this next swell to arrive tomorrow. So we could show up in the morning at 7:30 tomorrow morning, and it'll be a bit smaller because this swell's trending down.
Yeah.
But that next swell is incoming. We just don't know exactly when it's going to start hitting.
Right.
So it would be difficult in the morning to come and see it like this and try to make a call, to start. So we could be experiencing some sort of standby in the morning, keeping an eye on it, and see what time those first 4 runners will start coming in. Hold on, I want to just find out from Kaniala. Kaniala, did you get first? Yeah, you did, huh? That was a sick backside barrel. Yeah. Congrats.
So we just got confirmation
from the winner himself,
Kaniala Stewart, working hard on his game, coming from Waikiki, awesome young man, so humble, so awesome, his family legacy. I've known him since he was a little boy, and you have his brother living over here, absolute pipe phenom.
Yeah, and 2 kids that you could tell they love what they do. They're really focused on elevating their skill.
Yes.
And they let their surfing do the talking.
And changing of the guard. See, Kaniala does the Vans duct tape tour with Joel Tudor. He loves logging. He does it amazingly. But when he jumps off the log, he knows how to fish, shortboard, alaya. He loves riding his little beater sponge board. The kid is just, what Hawaii is all about. And then, he rides his Thunderbolts, and he rides for Kai Salas.
Yeah.
And he rode the log at the end, the Mango Jam.
The Mango Jam,
That's awesome.
But just pure ocean fun.
Yep.
On any piece of equipment that you put under his feet.
He just does it all without, just love that boy.
Well, he's our first official crowned champion of this year's Da Hui Backdoor Shootout. So Kaniala Stewart wins the longboard division. Big congratulations. Of course, we're going to pay homage and give the appropriate awards during our final award ceremony at the end of the entire event. But we can tell you, our first champ for this year's 2022 Backdoor Shootout, Kaniala Stewart.
Yes, go give this kid a follow at Connie Tsunami.
Yeah.
You know, you can find him over at the Ruka house. He's been working hard on his game. The guy does it all well. Log, longboard, loves every discipline, and he's frothing. His career just started, Rock. He's already got some heavy wins under his belt.
Yeah,
the
man.
backdoor shootout. Woo.
Awesome.
Good stuff.
That might
Ooh,
be
Napoleon.
Riggs. Yeah.
Yes, Riggs.
Charging.
Trying to capture those points. You never know if he can bust out of that thing.
So just about 10:55 remaining in this heat, which will have us wrapping up just before 4 o'clock. We'll turn the pipeline surf break back over to the free surfers. And
a lot of action last night. I got to cruise with the DeSotos, and I was watching the sun go down, and little baby girl was here. And then Crosby, Colapinto is his last name, right? He got this big backdoor bomb in front of everybody, and Makua looked at me and said, "That is a 12." It was big, Rock. Like,
wow.
And then, right after I shook out of the fence, Moana just got this amazing wave too, and I think right there, she just relaxed, and, her performance this morning I watched with you, she was just on fire.
Yeah, looking very comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Really putting it out there for the team, because those girls are competing with the men.
Yeah.
First time ever.
Yeah, we could be bringing you one of these historic free surf sessions in the upcoming days
I heard
on
you discuss
surfline.com.
that,
So, stick around. I know Mike Prickett and Salt and Air Studios crew have been in touch with the Surfline crew to see,
Love those guys.
when the possible day would be, as we watch Kaileni doing
you
a couple
see
of
that
nice top
Slaterish
turns.
dagger floater he just did on his weapon? Oh, and then he was going to fall back. That usage of paddle, it's like a third arm.
Yeah.
A safety breaker / speed getter.
Yep. Yeah, nice lip line glide right there, and just so in tune with his equipment and with the wave that Kaileni makes a lot of things look way too easy. Oh, late drop there for Sir Riggs.
Sir Riggsy. He wants that pipe shack, man. These guys are working hard to get it. Hey, when the horn blows and you're out with your friends, a number of things happen to you in competition. When the horn blows, sometimes my left foot just catches a cramp, and I end up pushing it on the tail and just going, why? Why? I mean, everybody's different. But, yeah, some people, when the horn blows, they're amazing surfers outside of competition. But when the horn blows, they get nervous and just stiff as a board.
Choke.
Yeah. Everybody's different,
Yeah, some guys, they had that switch turn on. We're like, who are you?
Yeah.
You
and then you have those, of us growing up, like I say, gentleman heats, when there was no priority. It's like, hey, man. Slow it down. You've caught in 5 waves. I know everybody's trying to win, but
right around me.
Yeah, that's getting ridiculous when you're getting that greedy.
Yeah, some good old competition days. Good fun.
Yeah.
Good fun. Well, we're kind of counting down to the final 8 minutes or so of this heat, and man, it's hard to say who's on top. I mean, Kaileni's been pretty busy.
Yes.
I like what Zane's been doing. He had that huge floater.
Yeah.
And had another little left-hander.
So Lenny and him both traded off those 2 huge floaters, and I think Schweitzer almost got lidded and came out. So those guys are definitely standing out. Is Mo Freitas in this final too?
He is in the final. He was on a couple of rides. He's kind of hunting for that perfect backdoor gem,
which isn't easy today because
you
got Kaileni on backdoor, and he's nailing it with his fins out. So
yeah, and Kainoa did the second story balcony jump off earlier in the heat. So he's got to try to find something to build his scoring. But right now, I think Zane and Kai are neck and neck going at it for the top spot. Clay Everline, obviously he's enjoying his time out there. And the doctor that's getting some water time.
And you never know. There is about maybe 6 minutes, and that guy could get the bomb and just sweep the whole thing with a 9.
Could just drop right in there for an excellent score. Here's Zane Schweitzer. He's got his eye on pipeline, and he's in the barrel. Oh, I thought he was going to have a chance.
It's almost in conditions like this, you could almost move over a little bit, get on the shoulder to make sure that you get lidded and out. Maybe a cutback wrap might fancy the judges. There's Uncle Terry Hui right there walking through the yard, legend himself. And you guys are watching the Hui Backdoor Shootout stand-up final last heat of the day.
Yeah, Uncle Terry's got 3 skis in the water. He's got all the boys finely tuned for big pipe, big backdoor. You know, you get the girls out there surfing and got to be extra on it, watching, making sure that they're staying safe. That's why I like. Oh, yeah, go. Uncle, stay. Go down through the boardroom, back where Prickett them are. There's one back there. Yep.
Down the hallway, hard U-turn left. And waves on the horizon, Rock.
Yeah, here we go. 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
The last hurrah.
I know, McGee. Paddle, buddy.
Waves that are coming in. Here we go. Up and riding. That's Mo Freitas, I believe. Oh, I'm watching him live. Not on your screen. There he is.
There he is.
That one was
Sorry,
just
me
a
and Rock
closeout.
just got the whole Volcom balcony to ourselves.
Yeah, we're cruising. Getting comfortable.
Uncle Terry was up here, but now it's just 2 of us.
Yeah, he said, how's it?
Up on the deck. Yep, the Proving Grounds. Thank you, Volcom, for letting us use this. And here's Mo Freitas. Heard a lot about this guy, watched a lot of edits. I'm excited to watch him surf live.
Riggs could be right there, too. He's in the mix.
Riggs is they are capturing points, even though they're not getting barreled.
Right.
Know? And you would know more than me because you're always at these pipe events when pipe isn't barreling. They go to the tail, and they try their best.
Yeah, and so there is going to be some factoring in of the scoring criteria, watching the maneuvers, scoring the maneuvers, and
Riggs really, almost got in.
He was trying hard for it.
Riggs Napoleon, no stranger to the art of canoe paddling.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're checking out the horizon over the railing here, and there is a bomb, a series of waves out the back that could be putting the exclamation point on this stand-up paddle final with just a few minutes remaining.
Yes.
Yeah, we're under 5 minutes for sure.
And Rock, I mean, how long does something like that far come in?
So that's going to be
that's
about a minute.
Okay.
Be about a minute away.
You're right, just under 3.
So
we have time.
We'll hopefully have time to get this swell filling into the lineup.
I know these guys
start
can't
to
hear
see
me.
It on your screen now a little bit.
Get in position, guys. Someone is going to get an exchange. Pua, tell him, Pua. Our young, talented athlete, Pua Makamai de Soto, up there calling the shots while her Uncle Kaino McGee's out there in the lineup.
Yeah, she had a semifinal performance at the Haleiwa Challenger
Series. I heard
Series.
about that, yeah.
And put on, a pretty good charge, nearly making the final.
Girl's growing up, getting strong.
Yeah,
she knows where she wants to be, and she's working hard at it.
Great talent of surfing, and you could tell she's been really practicing and focusing on getting better.
Yeah.
It's showing.
Yeah, I'm excited. And then she's got 2 little brothers chomping at the bit, and these guys are aggressive, little Hokuvelo and Kala de Soto. I'm excited to watch these kids grow.
All right, well, here the set made it to the lineup. It was not as big as it looked from way out there, but it's still going to be something to contend with. And Zane,
he wants to get on the scoreboard, and some of the same.
Yeah, just a little too stretched out on that.
Riggs.
It really
Up and
flew
down.
the line.
Oh. Whoa.
That was close.
Very close. So that leaves Mr. McGee out in the lineup with Mr. Mo Freitas.
1:15 remaining.
150, I believe. But
And, yep.
Riggs, yes?
That's Riggs. Whew. Just right. Next to Zane Schweitzer.
These guys are all watermen.
Yeah, they spent
All
a lot of
looking out
time
for each other.
They spent a lot of time competing with each other over the years in this stand-up paddle surf competition, and you know, there's definitely a super healthy, cool, mutual respect between those two, in particular. And with, I feel like with all these stand-up paddle surf competitors, they do feel like they're a unique ohana.
Oh, big time.
You know, and they look out for each other. There is the competitive edge, the competitive vibe, but also they know that they're collectively trying to build a popularity of a sport.
Yeah.
As we
Lenny
watch
trying to
Kainehe.
draw blood. How's that open face carve?
Yeah, that was pretty sick. Threw
All
some
he could
tail.
get out of it, but
So Kaileni gets one right at the horn. He'll
Right at
bring
the
it
horn.
back to the beach. Ezra Rodriguez, Rocky Cannon, bringing you the last heat of the day. Day number 2 of our the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And
it's been a great day, guys. Thank you for having us. Let's just reflect on the day. All our teams did great. They put on their second scores, their second round scores, so things are definitely going to change on the leaderboard. Also, we got our winner, our first winner of the competition, Kaniala Stewart. Congratulations, buddy. You put on a show. And I think we might continue tomorrow.
well, you know, the forecast is calling for a big swell that's coming in, and it's going to be just a matter of when. It's not if that there's going to be waves. It's a matter of when, and we'll be really kind of honing in on that precise timing of when we can think we should see the first forerunners of this big swell.
Because it might be growing throughout the day.
It could be growing throughout the day. You know, it could arrive first thing in the morning. It could arrive mid-morning, you know, or towards the early afternoon. And then the size of the swell, we're still kind of up in debate of exactly how big it's going to be.
Yep. Mother Ocean, she acts up sometimes. She doesn't follow the scales, Rob.
No, and she's the most difficult thing to predict to a T. So
But
we're
I
gonna
love getting along with her, Rock.
have to kind of wait and see kind of deal.
Yes.
But checking out some of the best waves of today, that was, I believe, Moana Jones getting us started. And
Right in
what
the
a
beginning,
beautiful buttery morning. Mason Ho, backdoor, disappearing act, abracadabra
Fancied
comes
the bigger
right
board.
out. Mahalo
Good.
to all of our sponsors. There you see Aloha Salads, DTL, as we watch Barron Mamiya get barreled.
Nui Kitchen. Thank
a
you.
lengthy backdoor barrel for Zeke Lau.
Oh, Team Japan. The
And
Hui Japan. I remember that wave. KT Protection Services, thank you. Monster Energy, thank you.
Kaileni on cue.
The Adam Corporation with Jack Robo flying out. Great performance by him. Very awesome straight air. Wish he landed that thing. Sinaloa, thank you. Mahalo. There's Steezy Ivan Florence coming out of that one.
Yeah, and that was one of our Peruvian Tubos team riders right there with our Nelson Ahina getting into the highlight reel.
Thank you, Salt and Air Studios. Nothing of this could happen without you and all your
And
technology.
There's our champion,
Kaniala
longboard
Stewart.
champ, Kaniala Stewart,
And there he is again, switching it up, riding his Mango Jam log.
in the final. So we're going to hope that you guys have a beautiful rest of your Friday. Check in tomorrow morning, Hawaiian time, 7:30 a.m. for more 2022 the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Surfing's Hawaii's gift to the world of sports. It really is something that emanated from these islands with aloha and went around the world.
Where sometimes the spirit of the surfing has been lost because of corporate involvement, or guys surfing because they want to go, make all this money, get famous, go on the world tour and stuff, which is not a bad deal.
By the time 1976 rolled around, it was time to organize a circuit. We created the circuit and called it the International Professional Surfing. It was a cooperative effort between surfers and contests to try to advance the concept of professional surfing.
IPS and professional surfing, it just brought more people here, wanting to come to Hawaii and surf the 7 Mile Miracle.
I can remember when we'd be surfing that guys would kick us out of the water, because they're going to hold a contest.
Corporate sponsors that come in and think they can just come by and drop money and monopolize our culture.
Because what was happening on the North Shore, outsiders coming here and treading on our place and being disrespectful, to the locals out here, to the people out here.
North Shore was, at one time, it was running amok.
We formed our club to let them know there is a people of this land.
4 founders had the insight to say, no, we're not going to bow down to you guys. You guys come into our house. This is our place. You guys either got to do it our way or don't come back.
We love people coming to Hawaii and having a good time, but we definitely don't like people moving here and then telling us how to live in our land.
Well, the original Hui really wasn't the Hui. It was, they dubbed themselves the Black Shorts.
And protest this contest.
And they had the police, down there.
I can remember that day because it came to that point and the energy, or it was so high, it was so tense.
We had to walk a tightrope between accommodating them and keeping the contest alive.
That's when the little headbanging got to get started.
Keo Kaimana Ikupono Ea Imua Uomau Keo Kaimana Ikupono Ea Imua Uomau Keo Kaimana Ikupono Ea Wali Pajas Koa Days Manatava Kings and Queens would visit all the islands and saw everything. How would they feel about the changes of our land? Why could you just imagine if they were around and it's our concrete jungle?